grenade. Oh, the double-double. Kaboom! Right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. Oh, another one. Another one. There's two other teams live. Thanks for mercy right between you. Done. That's going to be a good old-fashioned.
Welcome back, everyone, to another exciting week here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe. Now, if you just joined us today here and you missed out what happened last week, we had our Super Weekend kickoff after our top 16 teams out of 20 qualified into it. But now we're restarting things from scratch yet again. All 20 teams back in League Play have a chance to qualify for the upcoming Super Weekend to either A, get some points for the very first time, or B, continue to grow more points as we head into the finals in a few weeks' time. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host here, joined by our amazing analysts, not only here in PUBG Mobile, but also in crypto, QLASH, and Maxman as well here. QLASH, you're looking good today. How you feeling today, man?
Yeah, feeling good, feeling good. It's been a busy few days, but we are back again, and we're here for another League Play day. And I'm excited to see if there's going to be some extra rises or some fallers, you know, just like other things in life.
Yeah, Max, like I'm really excited to see if those 4 teams who did not qualify the very first Super Weekend can bounce back here. They've had 4 days off of play. They had the chance to review VODs. They had the chance to work on themselves and more importantly, watch or kind of like adapt themselves hopefully into the future. But before we get to all those games and all that stuff, we'll take a look at how the Super Weekend finished off here in our overall standings at the end of our very first Super Weekend. And one of the teams that rose to the top here, which we'll get into in a little bit of time, is Eastern Stars, 174 points, but they also get themselves $2,000 because every chicken dinner you get, Max, in the Super Weekends gives you $1,000 buckaroos.
They're looking pretty golden already, and if they make it already just so consistently with chicken dinners every Super Weekend, I mean, they're going to be making absolute bank throughout the entirety of these Super Weekends. But for that to happen, of course, we're back into the League Play. They need to try and re-qualify. So really, showing the performance they've done so far, I don't think we're really too scared for Eastern Stars, you know, QLASH, Destiny, Panda. I think they've proven themselves a little bit, and I talked to a few of the team managers and players, and they said, yeah, we're mostly looking to the Super Weekend. Like, we're feeling pretty confident, so I'm not being too scared for them. But as you said, these are still some really strong results, and they're looking as the top leaders to get the first golden ticket to go into the grand finals here.
I got a golden ticket. I think, callers, you know, we're not sure exactly when it comes to points of what the threshold will be. However, I almost want to say with certainty, with only 20 teams and 16 teams on our Super Weekend, that 8th place and above, easily you should be safe here into the finals.
Yeah, which one of them's going to win a chocolate factory, I think, is the big question on everyone's mind. And right now, I'm going to say it's not ScrimFarm. They are in a weird position in terms of how they've been playing things out. It's been up, it's been down, it's been up, it's been down. And as of most recently, we had 2 of those down days, which, well, I mean, the last one I suppose you could consider kind of a middling game, a middling day. But one thing that does maybe work in their favor is that Sanhok is quite predominant here in our next league days, so let's see how that's going to play out later on.
Yeah, very good point. We have changed up the maps, and we'll get to that in a little bit of time, but Sanhok does come into play every single day here in League Play, and of course, it'll be coming up in the Super Weekend as well. But Max, I mean, RESQ, they were one of our most consistent teams in League Play in the very first week, but then when it came to the Super Weekend, they struggled. But to be fair, they're not the only ones that struggled. GODSENT had a bit of a struggle. Polar Ace as well, who did well in our League Play, had a subpar performance in my eyes at least. What about you?
I mean, I especially want to talk a little bit more on RESQ there just a bit, because I think I know exactly what was going wrong for them. And I mentioned, I think, on the last day of the Super Weekend, coming into that Super Weekend after the League Play, they tried to change their game style drastically, which was focusing a lot more around rotations, when I think that RESQ is a team that plays a lot more around being aggressive, a little bit like the likes of Unicorns of Love. So I think that adaptability that they tried to play around did kind of cause their demise. So I'm hoping they're going to revert back to that working formula they had in day 1, day 2 of the first League Play, and hopefully qualify once again. Because they're in the 16th position. That means that if some of the 4 teams that did not make it to the first Super Weekend make it through, RESQ are the first team in line to actually get kicked down an extra notch.
What if we're going to see the teams maybe kind of focus onto them actually to keep them out? I mean, I don't know what's kind of the relationships between the teams. We did have a little bit of focusing back in the day with Cloud9 and PMPL Americas last year. But I would imagine, you know, most teams are just kind of playing to enjoy themselves, considering, well, if you're already, you know, top 8, if you're top 10 maybe overall, you're pretty much safe. So if anything, you're going to play for those chicken dinners and play for the extra $1,000 you can get on the super weekends.
I mean, to just kind of go on that train of thought, if you were going to focus any teams, it would be those ones that were most close to that danger zone, because you somehow suddenly eliminate them. Then your load coming into the super weekends is easier, technically, to get a top 16, because then the point threshold moving into that top 16 will be a little bit lower. So yeah, they are not only the teams that didn't have as great a performance in that super weekend, but also potentially the most vulnerable coming in too.
Okay, well, let's take a look at, it's a trending graphic we normally pull up here, though it's not kind of using the exact same way. It's kind of our big movers graphic, where we want to take a look at how teams performed in league play and where they placed at the end of the week to where they placed at the end of the super weekend here. And off the bat, I mean, Eastern Stars, Max, from 12th place in league play to 1st place in the super weekend, that's a big change.
An insane leap forward coming up from these guys. Of course, they're looking really comfortable on especially one of the maps that we're going to be playing today, so that's Miramar, and I think that they're going to be feeling really confident coming into this. But Eastern Stars, I mean, Kapahala, Athis, Badi, like the entire team has just been playing so good. I even had a Telestrator segment back on the 3rd day of the Super Weekend talking about how good their team communication and synergy actually is, which is because purely based on how they improved throughout the entirety of week 1 of this PMPL. I think it goes without saying that they're going to qualify, you know, pretty comfortably at least. But, you know, I'm saying that. I don't want to talk too soon, exactly, because one, there's the curse that's present also. But also, number 2, we saw teams like Nova Esports back in the PMGC League play that did not qualify to one of the Super Weekends. Of course, they did still make it to the Grand Finals, which we were expecting at the end. But it is possible for these top teams to still not make it through, as you said many times also, James, though it is possible for these teams to have 1 or 2 bad days back-to-back, and that could just ruin their chances of making it to one of those moments.
Absolutely, and I think that could potentially strike anyone down the line here. That does sometimes happen in PUBG Mobile. One thing I will say for Eastern Stars is Athis and Kapahala especially, I think they really impressed in the couple of days that we've had played here in Western Europe. The team looks very well-rounded. I really like their style of calculated aggression, focusing on the edges, but they're still able to mix in powerful central play, a la, you know, the Chopsticks game that we were seeing on Erangel at the very end of the Super Weekend. So yeah, Eastern Stars, high hopes for them, and I expect them to be not giving that up anytime soon.
Yeah, a couple of teams in there. I mean, Black Sparks, they kind of fell 5 placings. Well, fell. I mean, you can't really fall placings when you start the very first Super Weekend, but compared to league play, they did. RESQ as well, what we talked about before, 7th to 16th. That is not ideal in any way, but I want to give props to RESQ. I mean, we didn't really talk too much about them throughout the Super Weekend, but they went from a 15th placing up to 9th. And what we should remind you guys at home is, yes, the chicken dinners are fantastic to get a Super Weekend. Yes, it's $1,000 extra for you and your team, but what's also important is the points you accumulate in Super Weekends do go towards PMGC. So if you're one of the teams who can't get top 3 here in the finals and get into the EMA Regional Championships and you can't do well there, then this is a good starting point for you to potentially get a PMGC when we get around to Season 2 here at PMPL. So really important for all the teams to re-qualify as much as possible, really get those points stacked up, and you know, kind of fare your chances a bit better when we get into later in the year. But we're going to move on from this. We're going to move on from our big movers and take a look at our bottom 4s. Now, to explain this for you guys, we're taking a look at our bottom 4 teams from the Super Weekend compared to our teams who didn't qualify out of league play here, and we're comparing their points they gain on Miramar only. So in the Super Weekend teams, it's just from Super Weekend, and in league play, obviously it's just from their own league play. But we are seeing some potential for some teams to come in from league play with the heavy emphasis of Miramar yet again to maybe qualify for a first time here, Max.
I mean, especially the one team I'm going to be focusing on here. Even though Gaijin, we could talk about them, but I think that it's just maybe a little bit of a point that's mainly focused on the fact that they got one big win on Miramar and then they didn't really follow up with too much in that league play phase. But Qatar Forces, I remember casting them a little bit back into the Unicorns of Love Savernic League tournament, and Miramar by far is their best map. As you can see with their averages, they are a little bit above of the rest. So if they want to qualify, you know, a Miramar focused week with 6 games total on that map is definitely going to be the chance for them to make it through. And I had the chance to talk a little bit with Detatia. I asked a few questions about Sanhok, and he didn't quite give me the answer I was expecting, unfortunately. But I also asked him which other teams that he's thinking will very easily make it to the next stage. And I'm like, hey, Qatar Forces is Miramar. They're going to be golden today.
Yeah,
We'll see if they can be golden. And Colaris, I mean, this is a team who I think didn't qualify by like 1 point because Lakonostra were ahead of them.
Yeah, after looking at and kind of reviewing some of the VODs yesterday, I do feel like, of course, it's 15th and 16th GSG as well as RESQ, but I do genuinely believe out of the 4 there that they are the 2 vulnerable teams that could be taken over by Qatar Forces and maybe Gaijin as well here on the backside of this. I think Qatar Forces, I think that the first 2 days of this tournament didn't truly represent them the way it can do. Again, 2 days is kind of a small sample size. I think that they are better than that. Whereas a team like RESQ, for example, if they have the same performance that we saw in games 1 through 14 of in the Super Weekend, then they will not be going to the next Super Weekend. They need to bring that Game 15 form here to be able to push on forwards.
I mean, we haven't even mentioned Team UMBRA and UDR Killers. I guess Team UMBRA, in my eyes in particular, just because I know what the caliber of players they have. I know they played in such big international tournaments, and to come out and be last place at the end of the very first week of league play was something I never would have expected, to be honest, Max.
It's a weird one, and I remember especially Imperium mentioning on the cast at some point during the league play, UMBRA do not feel like UMBRA anymore. Reason why, they did lose Swave, and I think that he was one of the stepping stones and one of the big anchor points for the team of UMBRA back in the days. And now the fact that he went over to GODSENT, even though GODSENT, they're still trying to perform, build that synergy up there. UMBRA, in my eyes, lost one of their key players, and I think they're trying to rebuild the UMBRA legacy we saw back in the days, back in the Germany PMCO, the EMEA League 2. So they're trying to get back to that point, but it's a slow slope. It's like you're going upstairs 1 step at a time. They're getting there, but hopefully they need to make it on the second Super Weekend. Otherwise, it's going to get a bit dicey.
And the reason I'm so in thought here, Jason, is because I completely agree with what Max is saying. But at the same time, and the reason I didn't address them at all just before when we were looking at how those numbers worked out is because, quite honestly, in those first 2 days of the league play, we almost saw nothing of them. The placements was bad, the kills were bad, they were not the focal point of any game whatsoever, it felt like. And because of that, I haven't really been able to focus properly on what they've been doing and how they've been doing it. So I'm hoping that maybe we get a bit more of a focal point from UMBRA coming out in these next 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully for their sake and their fans' sake, they've been focusing on Sanhok as well, as we're going to kind of take a little bit more of a look in towards this map. We've had some teams rise through Sanhok when it came to our Super Weekend, and the one we're going to be talking about here is, of course, Unicorns of Love, which seem to be the dominating team when it comes to this map. And with it being played so often now here in our league stage, we're wondering, can all the teams rise to this occasion? Can all the teams be strong enough in a map like Sanhok? We already looked at ScrimFarm. We'll probably talk about them all day long when we get to the maps here. But Max, that average damage, like to have 1600 average damage on Sanhok, which can be so finicky sometimes with a little bit of luck and teams third partying and fourth partying and so on, that's a pretty solid stat to have.
The reason why I like Unicorns of Love's playstyle on Sanhok so much is because they are not focused on, we're going to try and third-party fights. They're not playing in the same way as, for example, when Eastern Stars would like to play a Sanhok game. And I like that because they drop Paradise Resort. They are typically in a position that's not too easy. It's a little bit finicky to try and move away from that kind of drop location if the circle shifts away from you pretty heavily. But I watched a few of the VODs, and they are just so good at scouting, checking out the information of teams, understanding the pathing of teams around them, because I guess they're doing a lot of VOD reviewing on their side of things, and they avoid as many fights as possible to get until when there's only 5-6 teams remaining. And that's why they got top threes, one of those being actually a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. So I think that when it comes down to this Sanhok focused week, they're going to be seen as one of the favorites.
Oh yeah, I mean, Fresh and Ked, in my eyes, we've seen them really step up for their team. But I guess we can kind of elaborate onto a couple of other teams. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Max, you did talk to Tatati from ScrimFarm, and you did try to pry and ask about Sanhok in particular. I don't know if you can share anything with us, or if anything was even shared with you.
I asked him, okay, so what's going on in Sanhok? And he's like, well, strats are strats. I can't tell you right now what's really happening, but we are training, and they are teams that are still trying to improve on a few different points, so they are getting there slowly but surely, and we understand the strats to get as many consistent points as possible, which their stats aren't bad by any stretch of the imagination, but here their focus is to train and get as much experience as possible, because as they said, I think it was about 3 months ago, they completely revamped the team composition, and they said, we do not care, like, not really in a negative sense, but in his words, he's like, we don't really care too much about, Super Weekends and league play. They're confident in their own chances of making it to the finals, and they said, you're going to see the true ScrimFarm in the finals. That is when we're going to try our full potential. We're going to go full throttle on that one, so I'm hyped to see them make it there, hopefully.
I think the one thing they have to pay attention, though, to QLASH is what you said actually last week, is that now that we have 20 teams back in the mix, drop spots are going to be slightly changing. Teams that you never would run into during the Super Weekend might all of a sudden be there that you have to deal with. And we'll take a look at our schedule here so you guys get an idea of what we have been talking about. Remember, every week we do change up the maps just so slightly. Last week was Erangel Miramar. This week it's going to be Miramar and Sanhok here played throughout these next 2 days. And then when we get back into league play, it'll go back to the Super Weekend. It'll go back to what we've had in the norms of Super Weekends. But next week in league play, I believe we have Erangel and Sanhok paired together, so we're going to get even more spicy as the days go on. But QLASH, yes, what I was talking about before, about 20 teams now back in the mix, drop spots potentially changing. I think maybe this could be bad for ScrimFarm if any of the rotations they pull off in the blue zone are going to be met by a competitor.
Could be. I think for me, the thing I'm most scared about is maybe the less predictability about when they eventually enter in from the blue. They've shown that they're very happy to sit in there, even towards phase 5. We saw that their healing was through the roof when it came to that kind of strategy. And by the law of averages, if it very seemingly believes, like across these 3 games and into further Sanhoks, that they will be getting top 5s consistently from this. Even if they're not necessarily winning a game, top 5, something like that, a few kills in hand, that will keep their average points up whilst they avoid those early frantic kind of rotations in maybe circles 3 and 4. So yeah, it can work out for ScrimFarm. Just be a little bit careful of maybe the unpredictable team on the edge.
Maybe we should put out a questionnaire to everyone on social media, and you guys can tweet to us with the hashtag PMPL. Maybe you can tell us how much healing in total you think ScrimFarm will do today on Sanhok only. Now, it's probably going to be around, 8,000, 6,000, so make sure your numbers are quite high. Maybe Price is right some other people out there if you potentially want to. But Max, I do want to focus on these new teams coming in. New teams, right? I wonder, what could they have realistically changed in 4 days? How have they been able to change up their style? Yuri mentioned RESQ, how they changed things from league play into the Super Weekend, trying a different strategy. I guess teams do have something different in their back pockets here, but it's do or die time. If you didn't qualify in the first Super Weekend and you potentially miss out on week 2, your chances of qualifying and into the finals are pretty much disappearing in front of your eyes.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one. I mean, you might be able to catch up to the likes of RESQ because it seems like the objective is not to get as many points as possible. So.
Leave him alone.
But hey, at the end of the day, there's been a lot of VOD review potentially coming out from these teams in the Super Weekend. So I'm looking at Gaijin, I'm looking at UMBRA. Their rotations need to be a lot quicker and a lot smoother. I think that should be their focal point to hopefully make into their first Super Weekend, actually. Because otherwise, especially seeing how UMBRA is slow on their rotations, it will heavily hinder their chances of making it on through. So I'm hoping that is the one thing that we're going to see changing right in this first game, actually. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes pried open for this.
Yeah, if you're UMBRA, if you're Seraphim, if you're Qatar Forces, if you're UDR Killers, you have to make your mark in these next 2 days. If you do not qualify for this next Super Weekend, you have to make a massive effort in that final week, which will be insane to be able to pull off. So you have to do it now. It has to happen now.
Okay, well, Crypto King and my little baguette, I have to say goodbye to you two for now as you bring in our commentators. So we'll check in with you guys when we are done here with our first match of the day. But we got to bring our commentators in. The game is just around the corner, about to kick off. And of course, it's going to be John, Allen, and Blank to start off the day. Gentlemen, how you doing today? John, what are you looking forward to today, man?
I'm looking forward to seeing if anyone's going to be able to scam anyone else out of their chicken dinners, or if they're going to make some solid investments in their futures. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited.
Yeah, Blake, I mean, we have Sanhok come into the mix. We saw how much healing ScrimFarm is doing. We saw the domination of Unicorns of Love. I'm curious, importantly, if these new teams can finally challenge the likes of these top dogs and hopefully not have a repeat performance.
I mean, they don't really have to challenge the top dogs. They only need to get into that top 16. I think that's what's important here. And then you can put all of your money on that Super Weekend. You ask John what he's looking for. He's probably trying to look for something because his hair is currently covering the majority of his eyes right now. So he's really attempting. He's doing it. I can't see them.
All right, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our first match?
Well, I'm desperately in need of a haircut, but we're also desperately in need of Miramar Blank. We're getting into game number 1. It's league play yet again. It's all to qualify for those Super Weekends once more, to earn the points that can get you towards those finals, that can get you towards that much-coveted golden ticket.
Exactly, yes. The golden ticket, very coveted here. Trying to get into that super weekend, super duper important on the cards for a lot of these guys. And honestly, if I'm taking a look at this, John, what I'm trying to see is which teams kind of fall under the pressure of having those extra 6 teams now within the lobby. Extra 4 teams in the lobby, sorry. Because rotation paths are going to be a bit awkward. Lakonostra MVP is a team that definitely stepped up with the 16 teams in place because they're a team that focuses on rotations, trying to get into the circle, working their way around, doing a lot of VOD review, I would imagine. And they came 16th place in League Play, 11th place in Super Weekend. So it definitely makes sense to me that this team is a team that performs far better when they have a set amount of teams in the lobby. So I'm worried for them, and I'm excited to see what they can do today. But for our teams here, GSG is a team that I'm looking at. I'd love to see them make it back into the Super Weekend. Looked like they had a much better performance, but I am very much expecting teams like Eastern Stars, teams like Panda to continue performing very well here in the League Play.
I agree.
Thank you.
I think that's very succinct and very well put, to be fair.
You like
let's
it?
take a look at.
All right, thank you.
I was a big fan of that, honestly. I think that was a very good rundown to get us into game number 1. Taking a look at the map at the moment, the playing path was southwest side, and the circle has moved up to the northeast. So this is going to be a pretty rotational Miramar moving forwards, Blank.
Yeah, 100%. Lakonostra MVP already down towards Impala, so they've got that eastern side of Miramar to swing on up towards El Azahar, swing past Cruz Deval, maybe heading on that way. Obviously, Polar Race, they head all the way over to the west, so they're probably going to have quite a difficult time here, John. But I've got a question to put to you, and I think that it's definitely an interesting one for me, especially seeing how well GODSENT did do on Miramar. I'm just wondering, do you think GODSENT continues that kind of run here on Miramar? Because before, GODSENT wasn't really that team that we saw too much out of, and then suddenly out of the wings they're like, we've got it, we've figured it out.
I feel like you're right. I think they have figured it out, but the question for me really is, have they figured it out against that set 16, right? You brought that up as in terms of, are they better against a set of 16 as opposed to it chopping and changing a little bit more? Obviously, they'll get familiar over the next day or two, well, 2 days, with these teams' playstyle on Miramar, given we're playing so much of it. But the question for me is, can they adapt to that chaos? And I think, to be honest, I think that they have the potential to do it. I have confidence in the GODSENT squad. We'll see if they're able to pull it out the bag, but I believe in them. I think that they're going to be able to adapt.
Yeah, and I think after the Super Weekend, if you guys were there with us, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate you. If you weren't, we still appreciate it, but here's your recap. GODSENT several times were in many different fights, and I think one of my favorite ones was where they dropped into a compound with Polar Race. Unicorns of Love were also holding them out, and they battled through 2 teams to make their way into Circle to eventually find themselves a win. And I think this team is very good at gunfighting now, and I think that that is a very crucial skill in your arsenal, where, you know, you get into a sticky situation and it's not all curtains for you at that point. You still have that chance to play it out, and I think that's a lot of that clutch factor you need to be looking for in these situations. Right now, they're down towards Picardo, but we're looking at ScrimFarm on our screen right now, and you know, towards that death segment, we did talk about this team, how they've got a bit of a weird time over in Sanhok. I'm not sure if the guys mentioned too much about on Sanhok, how, you know, with that set 16, with Unicorns of Love holding toward Paradise Resort, they were doing a fantastic time there, and maybe it was a little bit due to the fact that ScrimFarm were just leaving that flank on the northern side completely open for them. So Unicorns of Love didn't really have to worry about that, could take down and scout a lot of the teams that are coming up through that quarry funnel, have an easy time of it. So with the new teams in here, I'm not sure how effective that will be. And again, coming back to ScrimFarm, they've got an interesting playstyle. I gotta say that it did weird me out, but maybe that's because unorthodox, and maybe I was scared of the unknown, but now it's more known to me. I'm like, maybe I'm a fan, maybe I do like it, maybe it's a crazy little play style that's cool.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. We'll see if they're able to pull it out. Destiny, in my mind, their last few performances haven't been as stellar as we've come to expect from them. I think that that's fair to say. They obviously sat towards the top of the tables, but they kind of didn't have as much impact in that Super Weekend as maybe we were expecting for them coming into things. Hopefully they're going to be able to pick up their feet here. I'm imagining that they're going to be able to qualify either way, but, you know, still a little bit to prove.
Yeah, 100%. I would say your ferrometer is fairly high right now, to be honest, because Destiny,
Good.
100%. Yeah, you're in good readings. You've got good readings on that ferrometer. I don't think that they were super strong coming into the final days of that Super Weekend. It felt like there was something maybe missing a little bit. I'm not sure what it was. Possibly they had some lucky rotations before, or they just weren't feeling on that A game. And again, I think I've mentioned it a few times in a couple of separate games where this is a team that's very confident and they take position when they need to. Sometimes that can backfire, and that's fine. It's one of the issues of being very confident and being bold and taking those big chances that look for the win. And it's quite volatile, their playstyle, which is why they had so many chicken dinners, right? Is that they hit it hard and fast, but sometimes that can work against you because a lot of accidents can happen within that short moment of time where things are very hectic, very quick. For instance, let's look back to when they immediately took that Cube compound, were able to hold it quite nicely until RESQ just like flowed up on the bank side. I think that's just one of those situations where they've made a very quick play, a very quick judgment, and then suddenly they're like, oh, well, we've dropped the ball here. So I would like to see more of Destiny, but looking more on our screen, looking more at the present, coming back to our current arc in the game, a lot of teams have already headed into the circle. We've got a very much center clustering. Most teams within their vehicles decide to get in nice and quickly. GODSENT just starting to move out of Picardo, move past Graveyard, so they know that's majority clear, and I think a lot of teams just going to be taking a lot of those high ground positions, be able to see what's what and play from there.
Early rotations, though, potentially a little bit less loot on the cards. Everyone should have stopped off pretty succinctly and should be fairly good. Because, you know, level 1 helmet, one of the RESQ players who have moved a little bit earlier, they're having to loot up once they get into their location. Luckily, they aren't challenged for it, so they're going to be able to get away with it. Fights raging out at the moment in the middle of the map. You can see near water treatment. Gaijin Seraphim and GODSENT going at loggerheads. It looks like GODSENT's reign might just be over here. For two of them have gone down and have fully died. Gaijin Seraphim, they only take a knock in response. 2 points found, and this is a great start for Gaijin Seraphim, right? We said their performance on Miramar, typically a lot stronger than a lot of their other maps.
Yeah, I think they had around about a 4-point average in terms of placement points, and I think it was their kill points that were lacking. So it's already beautiful that we're seeing them get 2 kill points on the card almost immediately. They've taken a very central position. It's one of those positions that gets a little bit weaker as the game goes on around water treatment because they are towards the ditch side there, but they immediately pick that up. After they remove the team towards their south, they feel a lot more comfortable on that southern side, so they can start to look out towards the northwest, which they imagine most teams have come from that location, just expecting by the plane path itself. GSG though, very nice split. You can see that on your screen, just like running down the hillside. So they've got a lot of control over to that west at the moment, looking down towards ScrimFarm as well as Lost Bullet.
ScrimFarm just skirting around. Hacienda del Patron just in the southwest and the north side of San Martin. I mean, this is where they dropped, fair enough. This time around, though, someone I believe did head towards Hacienda a little bit earlier on. I have to double check back on the earlier maps, but ScrimFarm is the team that was always dropping in San Martin and didn't branch out towards Hacienda, which we sort of talked about quite a bit as maybe not a great situation, but when there's a little bit more chaos in the lobby, keeping a little bit closer, I think that that's a fair shout.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think that ScrimFarm as well being a team that feels very comfy when they're as 4 and they're able to get those off angles and play off one another. I think that I mentioned it a few times where I was seeing them hold that off angle and hold that flank, and it wasn't really working out for them. Their flank was often dying almost immediately. Like I said, I prefer to just play their team fight. And the reason I said that is because League played day 1, team fighting was phenomenal, really fantastic. And then from there, it kind of went downhill a little bit, and it was quite frustrating to me to see that a team fall from such great heights to like a weird middling position. They're by no means doing badly, right? But it just doesn't feel as potent as that day 1 that we saw. Next circle hits though, Lakonostra MVP. They have moved up from Impala on the eastern side, managed to slip past a lot of these teams in towards Cruz de Valle. So happy for them, happy indeed.
Unicorns love on the high ground in Miramar. Who'd have thought? They are going to be taking shots out in towards the zone. This is on the closing circle towards Panda right now. A knock has been found for Unicorns of Love. Oh, that was a crosshair of doom right there, but luckily Unicorns of Love able to escape. They've had a player drop a little bit too far out to really think about regrouping just yet. We're in zone 2, so there's a little bit of time, but unlikely they're going to be able to get it. Another found as well onto Beg for Mercy for Unicorns of Love, and this edge guard really not going their way.
Yeah, I mean, this is awful, though, for Unicorns of Love. And whilst I can respect the decision-making, which is we've lost one player, we need to kind of play the confident game now and go for a 1-1-1 split and then try and take these off angles and take down these players coming in through the blue itself. So Beg for Mercy, Ked is there with him, trying to get him back up on his feet, but Ked just rolling out of there, trying to cut the losses. I think it's one of those plays that Unicorn of Love takes, and it's kind of like 50-50. But Beg for Mercy definitely should have gone down there. He had a ridge side to play around. The fact that he got knocked during that is pretty horrific in my eyes, to be honest with you, because the whole reason you play that position is you wait for your player to get to the other side of the map, and then you play off one another. Dying first is almost basically a death sentence to that play.
Suboptimal indeed. Well, ScrimFarm, suboptimal for them as well, as Foxy just goes down and flushed immediately. Nice pickup for Nexus, who are holding in their warehouse. You can see they've pretty much got two of the players from ScrimFarm surrounded. Pretty difficult to deal with, but if Woodson's able to find the knocks and Clowns gets away from this one, then maybe they're going to be able to turn this one around. Nades being cooked on both sides around the flimsy wooden wall. Oh, Nades perfect onto Dexter. Just blows up his ankles, snaps him clean in two. Two players down now for Nexus, but two players are completely dead for ScrimFarm. Woodson did fall. Clown, though, not going to go down without a squeak of the nose. His teammate falling in his ears, unfortunately. But Sushi gets the heel off near the window. The nade not going to bother him.
Not as of yet.
Yeah, pick up Dexter around the side. Clown, though, moving out wide. Going to put pressure on. Not going to take the fight. Spray is there, but last player for ScrimFarm. We talked about this team having some down days, Blank, and it looks like that might just continue here. A point found, however, maybe retribution. We'll see what more they can get.
Smoke immediately down afterwards as well, so this is good. Knowing the terrain of this warehouse too, where it's very, very slim towards that middle part, getting the smoke down really denies that angle where they can just look immediately down onto him. Does move out the way. Sushi, I think, has a pretty good idea of where he is. Has to close the door on it, but that is beautiful play from them both, actually. Sushi forcing him back into the door, whereas Aimbot throws a nade through the smoke. There's no way he can go in that situation. Clown was just locked down. That's one of those plays where, you know, it's a 1v4, and Nexus play it perfectly.
Black Sparks taking fight with Lakonostra MVP, and Lakonostra getting the better of this first scuffle of the engagement. Black Sparks not fully regrouped, their teams out to the east, and you can see they're starting to chime in, the shots coming through towards Lakonostra's position. Information being given. Alicio moving out wide as well for them. They want to try and swell around this building, around this compound, and try and give Black Sparks the slip, but the nades continue to roll on out. Not a full regroup coming yet from the Black Sparks. They're really maintaining this 2-2 split in the face of all danger and maybe sanity. We'll have to wait and see what results they can pull out of the bag for it.
I don't know if Danny's spotted Hamo, but he is peeking his head out towards the left-hand side of this actual building itself. Lakonostra MVP getting that first knock, though, did provide them time to move up to here and forces Black Sparks backwards. I do like Lakonostra MVP, and I feel like they're consistently getting into a scuffle with Black Sparks because they take similar rotations. The difference is Black Sparks takes too long to make this rotation. Despite Lakonostra MVP starting all the way down in Impala, they managed to always pass Black Sparks because they decide, you know what, this fight isn't worth it. Let's just get further into the circle and just gatekeep them. So Lakonostra MVP has practically got their Miramar down to pat at this point, and with them being further into the circle than Black Sparks are, eventually this blue is going to push them. UMBRA is off in the distance as well, all mounting up in vehicles, but they're going to be met by heavy resistance either through RESQ or these two teams in Lakonostra MVP and Black Sparks.
Pretty tricky terrain to navigate. They'll have to roll down the hill. Not too many places to go. We'll see what piece of the pie they're able to serve themselves up. Unicorns of Love, they're split completely, hopefully. Unicorns of Love split both of their players now. They're sort of trying to play, I believe, just a solo snake game on two fronts and try and hedge their bets there on the back of that unfortunate engagement on the western edge. Maybe they're going to regroup, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. We've seen two players do miracles before on Miramar Blank, but it would be pretty tricky here, especially with so many teams remaining.
Yeah, I guess you could say they've put money on two of their horses. Okay. Just looking over towards Desmond.
I'm not giving you any help on that.
Oh.
Stew in that mess yourself.
Could they unicorns? It's horses, please. You said hedge their bets, please.
They're different animals.
Okay, fine.
It's not just a horse with a party
derivative
hat.
of a horse?
It is not just a
It's just
horse
got a
with a
horn
party
on it.
hat, Blank. I've told you this before, okay? I don't want to get into this again because I'm just going to get angry.
Okay, I'm sorry. We won't
The
bring
unicorns of love, okay? It's love, not anger.
love, not anger. It's true. Let's stick by this. RESQ looking up towards GSG, whilst GSG take a fight towards Destiny. So possibly a difficult situation here for GSG, especially with Polar Ace coming in from the back. They are within the circle though, as the next one does hit our screen very, like right now, with Gaijin Seraphim actually very much central. They are in those fields though. It's kind of an unplayable space in this circle. It's quite difficult. I'd say this northern side is practically where a lot of these teams would like to be. And even towards the west here, water treatment, again, I've talked about it a lot of times, that's practically lower elevation where you've got to drop into it. It's one of those last ditch resorts where, you know you've only got a couple of players, let's head to water treatment, let's hide it out for as long as possible. But some of these teams, like, I think Lost Bullet's got a really nice compound towards the southern side, but is the circle going to move down there? I don't know. This is, again, one of those positions where you've got to just wait for chance and hope it happens for you. UMBRA really out in the circle, in the blue right now. You can see them battling out with Black Sparks. Again, though, Lakonostra MVP able to flow past teams once again. I think they've taken a couple of knocks, though, as Destiny saw this rotation.
Yeah, they're on the back as well. Wow, okay. They just get obliterated. Fair enough. Lakonostra MVP, they might be able to flow, but unfortunately, they crash and burn on the eastern edge of the circle right now. Destiny moving forwards, looking for a little bit of a better showing. Qatar Forces played into that fight as well. You saw them come up on the kill feed just a moment ago. Nexus with 4 kills, obviously wiping out ScrimFarm early into the game. And they will get all 4 of those points. Unicorns of Love actually still going. Fair enough. Yeah. Black Sparks moving in under the watchful gaze of Polar Ace. You can see they're taking shots out towards them in the buggy, but looks like Black Sparks is super chill right now. They're just going super slow. They're like, you know what? Take shots. They're never going to land.
Do it. Take your chances. I mean, we'll get out of the vehicle, we'll fight back. Black Sparks are taking a fight with Destiny instead, but that's just the one player. This is the one player versus Destiny right now.
One player from Black Sparks is all the way out northeast in the blue. 2 of them are where we saw near Polar Ace, and the other one is just solo 1v4ing with Destiny right now. I don't know what the Black Sparks are trying to get done here. Unicorns of Love, though, looking for a little bit, but UMBRA shut them down as they did ScrimFarm. 2 players alive for UMBRA. That was pretty close, though. Look at those health bars.
Yeah, still 1 player remaining, though. It's fresh in Unicorns. Ked, actually, sorry, for Unicorns.
He's right there.
And he's right there. Surely he knows that Naruto and Talon were low, so I'm surprised he didn't go in with his teammate. Again, one of those situations where you kind of have to send 1 player forward to scout, and if they're really playing that numbers game, at this point with 14 teams still in the lobby, they can't afford to go as 2 at this point, which is problematic. I think Fresh did a fantastic job trying to take down these 2 players. Almost made it happen as well, but now Unicorns of Love just down to that 1 player, and he's currently out in the blue.
Qatar Force holding the compound right now. This is one of the solo players from Black Sparks on their massive split across the way. Right next to them. You've got GODSENT on the southwest as well, with Destiny potentially moving in from the northern edge. Pretty tricky spot. They're right on the edge of the circle and probably going to have to move next time around. Gaijin Seraphim right now, they are chilling, as you say, in those fields. And they are sort of sat there. I'm seeing them as like that scene in the jungle where you're like, okay, I think I'm safe. And then you light the torch and you just see eyes in all the bushes, right?
Yeah, there's red beady eyes everywhere. I mean, that's practically the entire lobby just filled with predators. Gaijin Seraphim, I think if they could hold towards the bottom of this ridge side, it's okay until all these teams realize that, you know what, the northern side is where it's most packed. Oh, goodness me. Oh, goodness me. That circle is grim. That is unplayable zone. It's all unplayable zone. Like, you've got hay bales to play around, possibly, but that is about it. That is horrific. Teams looking for a good position right now would be down towards the southeast, clear angles, and play from there, because you know a lot of these teams are moving from the northwest. So Qatar Forces, what I'd love to see them do is start to swing down towards that southeast side where GODSENT is playing, who is a team that has less players on side. You can already see them taking shots over towards them, just 2 players alive here. So if they can get rid of them, play around this current spot that GODSENT GODSENT has just picked up, that would be beautiful for GODSENT. Team UMBRA, they're out. Unfortunately, 12th place, continuing that streak that we saw in league play. Just not a lot of points on board for them. But Qatar Forces, I think they have one of the best chances, especially with this ridge side that they still control on the eastern edge. They have to be really careful of teams coming up from the north, though. I'm talking Destiny, I'm talking RESQ. RESQ's a little bit further out the way, and Destiny is a little bit injured, so I wonder how this is going to go down.
Well, the race about to crash into RESQ as well. The spray down from Qatar Force over towards Destiny. Find Mazzaro on the knee. And now Mihi left on the off angle. Pretty isolated now for Destiny. Really not too much he can do. We'll see what can get done there. RESQ holding off against Polar Ace. And at the moment, it's 2 for 1 on the crash. But Polar Ace, they have the momentum right now in the fight. Nightmare looking to lob a nade on through. 2 players standing for the RESQ, and Polar Ace look for the reses. They want to try and use those numbers. Oh, not going to be able to find a knock there. The nade not in through the window either. It bounced off the windowsill. Looking for a little bit more. The slivers of HP not going to serve Polar Ace too well. Nightmare half HP as well. A couple of stray bullets might do it, but goes around the side, and Polar Ace goes down. RESQ able to hold out, but only 1 player remains. 6 kills they found.
Oh, seriously. I mean, Polar Ace was sent to sleep, and it was definitely a nightmare that they had, because that initial nade from him, it wasn't amazing. But despite that, he's able to make the beautiful jump shot through the window, and that is great communication for the rest of the team. And that's when you really want to hear someone saying, they're one, and then you can take the shots and easily get the kills, because you don't go for that jump shot unless you know that, right?
Oh, I thought Carnage was in my ears just then. Jeez.
They're one shot, come on! Yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm just reenacting it. Qatar Forces again, though, I think is the team that would do the biggest shout to win this game. That is Unicorn Love down. Sadness. Great nade from Mihi.
Battle of the solo players there. Destiny and Unicorns Love both eliminated in one fell swoop. Qatar Forces going to pick up the pieces there as well. You've got RESQ, Nightmare. I think they opted to go for the heal stracks. They know there's so much loot in that room.
Yeah, exactly. Qatar Forces currently with 4 kills, make that 5 now as Anas picks up Tudor from GSG. Oh no, okay. I take it back. Qatar Forces got a hard run ahead of them. I think we saw this exact kind of circle happen in PMGC. I believe it was Team Secret who were holding down the compound that Seraphim Gaijin had, and we had another team, it might have been 4AM, who tried to make it happen from Qatar Forces' position, got very far across, but that position that Gaijin Seraphim is holding is so strong that not even a team like 4AM could breach it. So Gaijin Seraphim, if they play this correctly,
that's bold.
They could have a great time.
That is a bold statement, Blank, I have to say.
Yeah, well,
you've really laid down the gauntlet there. If they go down now, you're going to have a right load of egg on your face, aren't you? We'll have to watch.
I 100% am, but I don't think they will. I think this position is so strong that it is impossible to breach. Like, look at all the ground they have to cross. Look at Panda's position. Panda is literally in a spot where they have the best chance to get into it, and even that looks awful. I would hate to be where Panda is right now, and I'm saying it's the best.
GODSENT lose a player out the fields, but so did Nexus. Answered 1 for 1. Everybody just trying to find that little safe haven. Any sort of advantage they can. Qatar Forces, they've crashed right into the middle. They've left a player out on the back as well for control over some of the ground as the blue zone starts to move on in. And Nas has fallen, but Yusuf is there to potentially get that res. Nexus. Oh no, he's right there. Hello. Is he why? The absolute madman isn't going to be able to land the shots though. Directing, no, looking for the heal. Decides which one he wants to go for. First aid is the call. Lost bullets on the southwestern side, getting dismantled in the meantime by Panda, who are taking knocks themselves as well. RESQ finally eliminated out on the northern side. Might have run out of meds there. Nade being cooked for AZY, but look at this. A jump up from Sushi, pushes out the smoke, looks for the drop shot, can't quite find it, but there's another player in the smoke. The res went through. Oh no! Not enough. And AZY able to hold it down. Nexus eliminated, and GODSENT keep on trucking into 4th.
Oh, Aimbot moved out from the smoke, but took a cheeky little battering as he came through from the bullets to the chest, and that will just finish it off for them. Qatar Forces have just about made it across the field, so congratulations to them. I'm happy with what they've done there. But look at this, John, look. Come on. How can you disagree with me when... Look at that position on the wall. Like,
I never disagreed with you.
Oh, okay, fair play. You did say I would have egg on my face, though. And I think I took that as a disagreement. Yes, true. If is the key phrase. That's a nice little attempt at a slide there from Kiwi, actually. I respect that.
Attempt being the key word there. Not going to be able to land the bullet or the damage.
If and we've got attempt, yeah.
Absolutely. That's That's crucial that he's playing whack-a-mole here. Goodness me, okay. That was
see you
too much.
later.
That was too much. You know, you're getting a little bit big for your boots there.
You've done that 3 times now. Oh, I'm here. Oh, I'm not. Oh, I'm here. And it's like, come on. We've seen you do that 8 times now. Like, we know what's happening.
Cruel. That circle's cruel.
Yeah, it's over.
The only way it wasn't people weren't going to win. Yeah, the only way that they weren't going to win is if the circle then came away from their position. But nobody else is in the circle right now apart from Gaijin Seraphim. They know everybody's location. They've got the high ground. They're against only one other team with 4 players. The rest are solos. It's Panda, really, who's their only problem. They said, why? Goodness me, he gets taught a lesson about trying to get to Aggie there.
I mean, you had Gaijin Seraphim, and they've been calling the shots, and the shots picked up the telephone. And that's what happened there with this position they're currently holding. Circle's very nice for them, but whoever decided to come here in the first place, give them a clap on the back. They've done well. This will be a cheeky win for you. And it's an important one as well. Come on, you can snake it out, zigzag it. No! It's happy days for Gaijin Seraphim as well, because it's a team that we stated that they really need to get to Super Weekend. Didn't make it into the last one, but they had pretty decent scores here on Miramar. So, you know, the guys on the desk, big props to them. They've called this perfectly.
There's a Nox actually coming through towards Gaijin Seraphim, who've had actually 2 Nox come through. A nice rattle of sprays. And Panda move forwards just a little bit. They advance. They're over the top, but they're looking for the reses as well. Only one of them has gone down at the moment. This goes out wide. That's too bold of a crossing. It's so difficult to operate here in the open fields. Gaijin Seraphim able to shut it down, but they're still down a player for now. Surprised they haven't been chucking out those nades. Maybe they've already used them all, because this should be in range.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about, but I think that considering Gaijin Seraphim's position, I think they've been waiting to use those nades until people get closer, right? Because it is difficult to decide when to go for it, especially being in this position so long as well. Like, I wonder how many nades do they actually have? I think a few players have been waiting to heal up. You can see that Bujo has no meds whatsoever. So Gaijin Seraphim, their game is kind of on a timer right now. They need to clean it out. They don't want Panda to get any closer, but as long as they can keep getting these consistent casualties onto Panda side, it should be okay, especially with this horrendous position they're holding.
Yeah, this is nasty. Just see who's going to go down first, actually, because Yusuf from Qatar Force might be able to sneak their way into second place. One player goes down. I wasn't even keeping track there. I think Panda got eliminated first. They certainly came up on our screens first. And there we go. Qatar Force is into second. Gaijin Seraphim stand strong. And they make their claim to Miramar. We knew that they had higher averages here, but we didn't know just how incredible their showing would be. I mean, they were given such a strong position. We talked about how it would be incredibly difficult to leave, but they did not need to. And in the end, that's all that mattered.
Exactly, and I think despite even having that strong position, John, got to remember to the beginning of the game, GODSENT tried to crash there, and Gaijin Seraphim hold them off perfectly. Take down 2 knocks onto them, get 2 kills as well. So they definitely fought for that spot. They knew it would be good going forward, and they thought to themselves, if we can stay out here for as long as possible, do we need to move? Maybe, but let's try and hold down this compound, get some kills, and then strike out from there. Like you said, they didn't have to move, but it wasn't necessarily like they were gifted that position.
No, I mean, they did earn that position in the first place. Fantastic stuff. And then it was unfortunate for the rest of the teams, really, who all had to try and operate out in the fields. And it's just so difficult. There we go. The hay bale's not really providing sufficient cover for anyone. No utility as well. It felt like there was minimal utility towards the end there. Everybody had worked so hard to use it already to get into their field positions to start with that it just wasn't there. There was nothing left in the tank.
No, not at all. And those hay bales, they're not enough. They're not enough. You have to make a mad dash / have about 1,000 smokes in the pocket to even attempt to get up there, because I think the difficulty with breaching that position is not a case of wandering up to it and getting to the side of the walls. It's also elevated. Like, there is a slight hill moving up to that compound. So even if you can get close enough, how do you consistently hit the nades on the side of the bank? Because they'll roll down. So it's almost impossible to get it. And I think one of the biggest things you could do, and you still have to get in range for this as well, John, is to smoke the wall, right? And even at that point, that's a difficult throw. We don't speak about this very often, but even planning out where you want your smokes to be is rough. And how many smokes have you used just getting to a 1 hay bale? Like, there's a lot of leapfrogging to be done, and it's very, very rough. There are so many factors you have to take into consideration. Despite that, I think Panda, we see them have such good runs so far here on Miramar. getting that third place is pretty astonishing. And Qatar Forces, obviously, they just held it out for as long as possible, and I'm also happy with them. So 2 teams, the desk predicted, got the second and the first place. So good stuff. We're happy. They're going to get into the Super Weekend, hopefully, by the end of this one. Maybe calling that a little bit prematurely, but if they can continue that kind of pace, should be looking good for them.
Well, you heard it here first, guys. Blank confirming they're definitely getting in the Super Weekend. I'm pretty sure that's what he said, right?
Yes.
Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, wait. Hang on a minute. There was an if in there. There was an
Yes.
if. Okay, I
there was
heard
an
it.
if.
I heard it.
We've got to hear the if, please.
All right. He's hedged his bets. He's hedged his bets, boys and girls, and everyone else.
On my 2
well, fantastic game from Gaijin Seraphim, though. A few rotations that we talked about that sort of got curtailed. Lakonostra MVP's position. They just got shunted from the back from Destiny, and then they were sort of shut out on the eastern edge.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely made a good play past Black Sparks, but I feel like they've done this so many times. Black Sparks should be wise to it by now, which is a little bit annoying for me. Like, I think Black Sparks must realize that Lakonostra MVP is consistently just driving past them like a madman, and then getting to maybe a wall, and then just holding there, so Black Sparks have a rough time of it afterwards. Again, though, closing that door, too difficult for Lakonostra MVP. I don't know if it's panic, honestly. I don't know what it is. I might have to talk to the players, to be honest with you, because it's that kind of phase 3, phase 4 where things go badly. Things don't go correctly.
That is, yeah, not optimal. It's not the greatest. But speaking of Black Sparks as well, during that game, they had some really odd positioning. There were 4 of them alive, and they were in a 2-1-1 split that was nowhere near each other into the final circles, and it just felt like there was no coherent strategy from all of these 4 players in that situation. I mean, I think we saw 3 of them regroup at one point. We didn't even really talk too much about when they went down, because it just felt like they were people just picking up those pieces, right?
Yeah, exactly. It just felt not great, but you know who is going to pick up the pieces after we go to break? It is the desk. So we'll see you guys very, very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe, and we asked ourselves, the teams who did not qualify for the first Super Weekend, will they be able to bounce back here and have a phenomenal day 1? And, well, the answer is, for 2 of them, hell yeah. Gaijin Seraphim take home a chicken dinner. Qatar Forces coming up big in second place with points. It's fantastic to see these teams bounce back here. But before we get to talking about them, I want to talk to you guys about our sponsor here of OnePlus, because mobile gaming has never looked better than with the OnePlus 9 series, the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro. With a 120 hertz refresh rate, you get the smoothest experience possible. Add that with the OnePlus 9's Pro's new HyperTouch technology that syncs 6 times faster to reduce display response times, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. Hashtag never settle. James, you're looking dreamy into the eye. You need to stop that, because I want people looking at the phone, getting me distracted of what I want to look at here, but I'm definitely looking at the OnePlus 9 there. But gentlemen, what a crazy game. Gaijin Seraphim, I mean, Claris, you were already looking at it. Yeah, both of you were looking at it and like, okay, Gaijin's probably going to win this because of the zone they had.
It's a great compound to work with, quite honestly, especially when the circle then centers south of them into a completely open field. Their victims in this moment are just like, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, really, for a Gaijin Seraphim, and they make full use of it. When you get these circles and you get those compounds, make full use of it. And it's sort of, Max, casting my mind back to the way that they were able to win out the game on Miramar in that first couple of league days play. But, you know, this is the first game. They've still got a lot of room from this.
Yeah, I don't want to be the one to ruin the party though, but I do want to mention, in the first league play, 22 of their 33 points came out from that one win on Miramar, and they still did not qualify. So I'm not saying this is bad. This is great. 27, amazing. You guys are doing fantastic. Keep it up. We need a little bit more, though, to make sure they can be there, because we've seen them being pretty inconsistent throughout the first league play, but this is a good way to start it for themselves. And now looking on the second positioning team, died just literally a few seconds after Panda, so that was perfect timing for them to go out. Qatar Forces Esports able to secure second position with a total of 18. And when we talked about them earlier, right, checking out their Miramar stats back in the first league play, and we knew they were going to be potentially strong coming into this. They dropped Lakonostra, and they went for the nice, clean northern rotation. Not too many teams drop in that position overall, so they were not contested. I think they found one of the easiest entry points, and it looked very easy. They had a great 2-1 split, and of course that field finish did make it really hard, as you rightly mentioned there, James. But hey, second position was 18 with a circle that was not really going in your favor. That's a big banger, yeah.
Big banger indeed. I want to point out, by the way, RESQ Nightmare pretty much went off in that one. He had a couple of kills and a very good clutch out situation, but we see RESQ 7 points, not too bad. Definitely should be over their average from what they had in the Super Weekend. But now, looking at the second page, we're starting to see a couple of names be here quite a few times in a row, but in particular, we had a couple of these teams do exceptionally well in the Super Weekend. Lakonostra, RESQ, ScrimFarm, Black Sparks, Lost Bold as well. Even Unicorns of Love. We see 5-6 teams here on the second page that I really wouldn't have expected coming into this first match here.
I mean, they're going to have to try and improve a little bit hitting the next ones. I mean, especially looking at the one team that I want to see a lot of better results from is Lakonostra. Let's not forget, first league play, they qualified to the Super Weekend by 1 point. 1 point was above Qatar Forces, and Qatar Forces, seeing how good they've done, they're already potentially looking to be ahead of them at the end of this their second league play, should I actually say. So I'm looking at Lakonostra Power, you know, that's the first bad game. It happens to the best of us. It's okay, but they were not also one of the teams really showing up heavily in Sanhok, so they need to try and get some results in. I would not say ASAP because still got a lot of games, but they need to be cautious because otherwise they might fall a little bit too far behind.
We can see our top players from the match, and we're going to be talking about a couple of these in particular, but it's pretty much ruled here by the Pandas. And of course, Gaijin Seraphim, Vitoni, Kosti, both putting up 5 and 4 kills apiece. But GK first, for some reason, Claris, this man always seems to make it here. He's even one of our top 5 players over the course of the Super Weekend as well.
What a surprise. He's here again. Who would have thought it? Yeah, Panda actually made a really good run of this game. Of course, we've talked about Gaijin and the position that they took up in that compound. But Panda was the absolute opposite of sitting in the center and just waiting for this game to come to them, because they were being held in El Pozo by Unicorns of Love. They took that fight. They effectively won that fight, moved in still as 4, managed to find themselves decent compounds, and then continued to chase the circles into those fields, which can be difficult, as we previously mentioned, multiple times. But Panda, they are very, very aware of how to play Miramar. It seems like in almost every facet and every situation that they get thrown into. And then I think what resulted them in 15 points, Jason, or something like that, off a game that started out a bit chaotic for them. Crazy.
Well, you even said while we're watching, I mean, Panda, this team picked up 2 chicken dinners on Miramar in our last day of the Super Week, if I'm not mistaken, and they came close to being able to take this one if they didn't have to run through a minefield of bullets coming their way. Let's take a look, though, at our total damage here in the last match, and I'm expecting to see Gaijin Seraphim be relatively high, but I think, again, guys, just to reiterate this, yeah, we probably expected them to win with the compound they had, the position they had. But for me, it's really important to see they can put out the damage and put out the kills, because being in the right place at the right time is great. But if you can't capitalize off of it, then you're definitely not going to be a team that makes it into the EMEA Regional Championships.
That's why I don't like the comments sometimes that I see of people saying, oh, they got the circle, so the game is going to come their way. Sure, that the circle does help a lot in that scenario, but being given a circle and using the circle properly is 2 different factors, I would say. And I think that Gaijin being able to keep everyone away from that position was a good play. And because they kept them at arm's length for so long, they were chucking smokes every time the teams, the Pandas, the Qatar Forces, were trying to survive in those small shacks behind those hay bales, trying to negate away that pressure from teams around them. And the simple fact that they kept them away for so long, no more smokes were available, and then it was literally, you know, for Narnia, they tried to push through the fields and nothing came of it. So, hey, 2.5k damage, not surprised. They converted it properly because their compound also had a little bit of elevation and walls around it, which made it really easy with that third-person perspective to put pressure down on the teams around you. So, yeah, I would say they played it really well.
And that said, actually, about that compound in particular, yes, while you have big advantage against the people south and east of you, north, there is a lip of elevation above that compound that people can potentially exploit, maybe, you know, crash down in vehicles on towards that strong position. But they were able to hold out any comer that would come anywhere near them, even from those directions as well. So Gaijin Seraphim, very well done.
Well, we're going to take a look at their stats in this match compared to their averages across the very first week of league play. Now, Max, you said in the chicken dinner they had in league play, they got 22 of their 33 points in total. But in this match, they got 27 points. They almost topped themselves in 8 matches just from this game alone. And I want to point out a couple of other stats here is for the fact that in league play, they had 13 kills total. In this match, they had 12. You had Vitoni, who had 5 kills in this game. He had 5 kills across 6 matches in league play in the first week. And Kosti, he had 4 kills this game. And he also had 4 kills across 8 matches as well. So we've seen like individual members already replicate the performance from the last week just in 1 game alone.
I mean, it's great. It's great to see Gaijin moving up a little bit the ladder. And we also got to keep in mind that this team has not been idling during the Super Weekend. There's a high chance of them actually being able to watch the VODs, checking out rotations. So being able to get there in the first place, they've been looking and eyeing out what's been happening in the Super Weekend, potentially adjusting their very own playstyle to try and adapt a little bit more to their overall environment. And you can see this is the position. They had the compound under control. All the teams around them, they were keeping them so far away. Nice plays with the mini 14s was the M4s. And even with the smokes, I mean, Panda couldn't do too much. So yeah, I think that Gaijin has shown some sign of improvements, but we also know that John did mention for the last league play that you're looking at around that 46-point bubble. Man, they're already looking great for that. If they just keep consistent results now, they should normally have a ticket up there.
Yeah, hopefully they don't hit a dip here for their sake. We can see, well, we're going to get Lord on the cards here. He didn't play in this match. He did play in the very first week. He played for 2 games, and I believe he played for Vitoni, who had only 6 matches. But we're seeing 1,800 damage coming in for Kosti. That is phenomenal here across his 9 matches. Now, it's obviously not as high compared to other teams because obviously they didn't have the greatest performances, but it's good that they have that standout player here, Kalaris.
Yeah, definitely so. Kosti doing very well for them, especially here again, given the shooting gallery that they had. I will say there is the slight skeptic in me that, again, this win does have those kinds of parallels to the win that they were able to achieve in previous days of league play. So for what I want to see from Gaijin Seraphim here is a chase of a circle, a chase of a position, maybe even edge play to have to kind of sweep around some of these teams here and see where that power lies in that regard. Because as you say, Max, they could have taken those Super Weekend days, gone back, not only studied what they want to change in their own gameplay, but also studied the other teams playing in those days. And sometimes that can be extremely valuable.
Okay, well, let's take a quick look at Qatar Forces here. I am hearing that the next match is ready to go, so we'll quickly go into this one while we get things ready to go for the next match, and all the players are antsy and ready to get into it. But Qatar Forces, again, we pointed out, they were just shy in 17th place, coming in just under the bubble by 1 point, and we can see their average, their averages across the 8 matches compared to this match here in particular. But again, I mean, we talk about Gaijin Seraphim taking that time during the Super Weekend to look at what they can improve. It seems like Qatar Forces have as well here, Max.
Yeah. It really is a great improvement, and as I mentioned, I remember seeing them back in the Unicorns of Love tournament, and I kept memeing on them because they were always the top stat when it came down to the total distance traveled. They're always going to be looking for the weaker side of a circle to find that entry point, and the moment they got into that late game circle, I think it was around phase 4, phase 5 potentially, they had a great high ground position above the fields on the opposite side of Gaijin Seraphim, and they had that amazing 2-1 split because, as you mentioned also, James, there was that northern side that had high ground position. A lot of teams were coming from that position. So they kept 2 players up there, keeping teams away from their spot on the mountain, while keeping 1 player onto the southern side, keeping information what's happening in the fields if they did have to convert in that position, which, as we know now, did happen eventually later on throughout that game. So I think that there you go. That's Qatar Forces, completely different approach compared to week 1. Yeah. So I'm hyped to see if that's going to be actually enough this time around to get their ticket to the Super Weekend.
And we said it at the beginning of the day. I do believe that these 2 teams are the 2 that are going to give the bottom 4 in the previous the biggest threat to getting into this next Super Weekend, and they're showing it already from the word go.
Well, you know what? We do have to go into our next match here, so quickly we'll take a look at our schedule to see what will be coming up throughout the day. If you missed out on the first match, remember, it's Miramar Sanhok Day today and tomorrow, and we're heading over to Sanhok with Group D sitting out. So we finally get to see, I guess, some normality, hopefully. I'm hoping ScrimFarm's in this one to see if we'll have them play the Blue Zone yet again, but importantly, we have teams that the Super Weekend teams haven't played against on Sanhok, so maybe we'll throw a spanner in the works. Maybe we'll see some hot drops, maybe some contestions early on, but I'm excited for this, Max.
I'm really excited. One team I'm really excited to see potentially perform is UMBRA, even though we did mention there's a lot of changes that are happening on their side, and we haven't seen them really that much. And I think it goes without saying that they need to perform right now. Otherwise, if they don't get into the next Super Weekend, it's going to be hard. But they are a team that I've known had pretty good results on Sanhok, so hopefully it comes up here.
We'll find out shortly here. You two go take a quick little break. I'll see you in the green room. Remember, Max, coffee and 1 sugar. And a little bit of milk as well. Let's bring our commentators in here for our second match of the day. Our very first one on Sanhok in our second week of League play. It's John out and Blank. And why don't you guys just take us straight into it, boys?
Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be your pilots for this Sanhok game. We're cruising at a cool... Actually, I'm not sure how high up the plane cruises over the island.
high?
I'll have to double check on that fact. If anyone does know, tweet at me, and I will credit you. For a excellent fact-finding work. But over Sanhok we go for a little bit of chaos. Unicorns of Love need to prove themselves here. They showed up in those Super Weekend games, but we're looking out for them here. If that Paradise Resort drop is going to be as strong, or are they going to have more trouble with it?
Yeah, we really are interested in what happens in that position at the moment. I think Paradise Resort is very much open, but ScrimFarm aren't in this game, John. So, you know, that northern side isn't going to be as free this time. I think the boys talked about on the desk there, UDR Killers, another team that I am interested in seeing work this one out. Western Circle, though. Western Circle, a lot of water in this one. So we're either looking towards a southwest finish or a northwest finish, or Destiny, RESQ currently have some decent positions here. No one opting to go high into the mountains as of yet, though, and fair play to them. I think getting up there is a really strong position should we go to the northwest, but getting down again, well, not as nice, not gonna lie.
Not so cushy there, unfortunately.
No, not at all.
Destiny pretty happy about this shift, though. They are on the western side of that northwestern island. They're going to be absolutely fine. If it goes to the southern island, they can just get on a boat and try and make their berth on some of the coastline down there. They should be pretty uncontested in that. Depending on how fast they move, of course. They might be a little bit too slow on the draw. Over on the eastern island, you've got Polar Ace, who has really the worst of this circle. Going to have to rotate through everybody.
Oh yeah, Eastern Stars are swiftly making their way down towards Lakawi. So this is a team that ended up in first place over the Super Weekend. One I was surprised to see as well, but this is a team that, you know, they did fantastically over that Super Weekend. Only got better and had some very, very smart maneuvers, and I think that's the main thing to take away from Eastern Stars. Banks mentioned it as well, talking about how, you know, this team, everyone on that team looks very, very strong. I think the guys mentioned Kapahala on there, and honestly, I think Octavian is one guy that we need to mention. This guy's very good when it comes to those off angles, always providing support for his team from the back lines. Destiny, again, though, you can see on your screen, just chilling out on that western side. They've got a pretty big split between all of their players. One other team, though, Lakonostra MVP, they got swiftly taken out by Destiny last game, but they do have the entirety of Painan. And I've talked about it before, John, how Painan typically is a spot that's contested by 2 teams on either side of the river, but Lakonostra MVP holds it all to themselves. They have a lot of control down to that position for the majority of the early game and are fairly safe because of all the buildings that they can, you know, just chill out in, especially with this circle now. You know, they don't really have to move anywhere too fast. They can also think about gatekeeping teams. My real question, though, is can they gatekeep these teams? Do they have the chops in them? They're a team that so often prefers to avoid fights than take them. I think that with such an aggressive positioning like Painan, like, are they going to be able to fully utilize it?
That was the question in my mind as well. I was going to bring it up if you didn't, but absolutely. Everybody's going to be moving through this area, right? So they need to really have their wits about them. UMBRA, they are at the moment over on the northern edge near Cow. You can see them looking for a boat, so maybe looking to skirt around the northern coastline here and dock somewhere on that northwestern island. I don't imagine they'll go for the full swing out towards the southern island to Nakam or some similar sort of location there. Would be pretty tricky. Yeah. But this is a team that Max wanted to see do well, right? Team UMBRA, as he says. UMBRA, as they
Lakonostra Power as well, which I always find funny because, you know, Power MVP, they're in similar ballparks, but it's not MVP. It is Lakonostra MVP. Come on, guys.
Yep, UMBRA going to be moving away from Cal there, and we'll keep track of where they're going. GAMELORD, they are currently just to the north of boot camp, sort of around that island in the river. They've spotted out a team trying to move on through. It's the Unicorns of Love. This is the team that we said we were going to be looking out for their rotations and seeing how lucky they were going to be here on Sanhok. In this map, it's 1-for-1 on the trade right now with Fresh on an off angle. Ked has gone down, lead player for the Unicorns of Love. You can see that on your mini-map. but Agon should be able to get that pick up. The question is, do GSG move on up? Does anyone else from south side of Bootcamp move up and try and play spoiler here?
Yeah, I think that it's interesting, but if I was a team that was playing towards, sorry about that, towards the northern side, I just punched myself in the face accidentally, which is not good. I think GameLord's done something similar with this position. But if I was a team towards the northern side, I would probably swing down towards the east and take the opportunity whilst these two teams are fighting just to slip by unnoticed. I think that's something that you really do need to take into consideration here on Sanhok, where things do get so hectic. Just quickly talk about UMBRA once again. I can't stop saying that now, even though you said it. I was worried about this team just because of, you know, if you're dropping in from Sami or Nakam on a boat and heading round towards dockside, you have practically the cliffs to play around. So unless a team gets all the way over towards those cliffs and looks down upon you, you aren't going to get shot at. Northwest Island, it's very flat. So a lot of teams can quite easily see you. Fortunately, they've swung very far out into the ocean, which keeps them kind of under wraps for the time being, and they can kind of decide when they would like to get back into the circle. So I appreciate that maneuver, and I appreciate the difficulty of that terrain on the Northwest Island and how they've decided to deal with it. So good job to them.
GameLord not having the best time of it on the eastern shoreline of this river. And they are down to 2 with 1 knocked. Not looking for that res at the moment. It looks like they're just going to have to bide their time and wait for the rest of the teams to try and move away, or potentially just give up the ghost entirely and go on with 2. And there's the confirm. So Unicorns of Love pick up the point. On the eastern side, they're still going to be pretty strong. Polar Race yet to make their full rotation. They have left Camp Bravo now, and they're starting to move out west. We'll see where they end up going. Almost everyone, except for the Eastern Stars, have really moved from their starting locations now. Eastern Stars grouped up on the eastern side of Quarry. We'll see where they go as well. Everyone's sort of biding their time, not really wanting to pull the trigger first on a Sanhok.
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, the only team that does want to do that is Unicorns of Love. They realize the kind of position they're in. They also have pretty much the entirety of the northeast side to work with, so they're not worried about a backstab at the moment. If I'm Eastern Stars, though, I'm probably looking down towards Cave to head over that way where UDR Killers are currently in. I'd prefer to see them move earlier, just because you know that there are going to be teams like Nexus holding towards that upper edge of Quarry where teams have to swing over the top side. UDR Killers, though, they can now gatekeep Eastern Stars, so regardless of where Eastern Stars go, unless they head up further towards the north and maybe get into a scuffle with Polar Race, they've got a bit of a difficult time ahead of them to get into the circle, just because the pathways are kind of limited at the moment. And regardless of what happens, they're going to be going either very, very far or fighting someone. Those are their 2 options.
These trifecta circles, Blank, the confluence of the river, always tricky to navigate. Always a choice as to which island you go for, right? Which compound do you take, which side do you go for? Because crossing late is so hard on Sanhok. It's almost impossible to do successfully, or certainly not without a couple of casualties. And so everyone sort of has to start hedging their bets in this next circle coming through. Team UMBRA have now gone all the way down south, and it looks like they do want to head towards Nakam.
Yeah, exactly. I think Destiny had eyes on just for a short while as they moved towards the very northwest tip of this island. So you can see them here, but I think that UMBRA at this point are far, far and away out of danger for the time being. Panda's much more preoccupied with trying to hold out this crossing over on the bridge that heads up towards the northwest island. Not quite in phase 2 as of yet, but that's where things are going to start to go down. I think a lot of these maps you expect like phase 4, phase 3 to be casualties, but Sanhok, it's a different game entirely, let's be honest with you. QLASH, though, they're all the way down towards the south of the island, towards Sami. UDR Killers are coming in through there as well. QLASH had a pretty good super weekend, not going to lie, really brought it up. I respect Max as well on the desk. He's wearing his France top at the moment, so he's very much in support of you boys. So hopefully they can do well today. You know, it's not directly Max talking about QLASH, it's his t-shirt. So perhaps the curse can be reverted.
I think that's how it works, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's not.
Circle. Oh, is it not? Okay, fair enough.
No,
Circle centers up really far away from QLASH. You're right. There we go. It's right on that confluence as well, which is going to mean that everybody is going to have to hedge their bets, as I talked about earlier, Blank. They're going to have to choose a side, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, UMBRA's actually going to head back up towards the northwest. And you're talking about this confluence of rivers, and this is probably one circle that if you If you are a team in PUBG Mobile, it's the last one you want to see on Sanhok. You'd rather a definitive circle onto one of the 3 islands, but here we're seeing one that can't quite decide between the 3 right now. UDR Killers actually getting taken down by QLASH at the moment. 1 player already out of the way. They do have this wall to play around, but they need to fix up this fight quickly, especially with the circle so close to their backs.
Nice nade there. Perfectly on target. First time. It's a doozy. 3 points there. QLASH able to find 2 knocks now onto UDR Killers. Looking for a little bit more. Is the second one going to be as good? Over the top. Not quite, unfortunately, there. But the damage has already been done. A res potentially coming through onto Pocus if he can crawl his way inside for UDR Killers. But QLASH have the advantage. The question is, when do they move? Because they're right on that south side. They need to move north, Blank.
Yeah, I think that QLASH currently have 2 options. Either just leave this fight entirely and decide to move further into the circle and try and get a compound and then hold out UDR Killers afterwards when they have all 4 members up, or they immediately crash this. And I think they're doing neither at the moment. So it's a little bit curious. If Nana goes down here, things are all curtains for UDR Killers because he's attempting to get out to pick up one of the players and get back up to a 4-man squad. Sebi takes a hit. Won't go down as of yet, though, but QLASH currently have UDR Killers under wraps. Again, like I said, though, this is on a timer. We're just getting the restricting play zone notification now, so both teams should be wondering what their next move is.
Be starting to move. You can see QLASH actually have a little bit of a better position to move from here. UDR Killers really stuck in their compound, and it's on QLASH, really. It's their tempo to make a nice pickup on the crossing, and that's 2 players down now with an angle for Trazen. That should be an easy set of sprays. The question is, what do the remaining 2 UDR players do in this spot? One of them obviously still down. Nano on the outside, not really going to be able to regroup here. So it's all up to Pocus and Sebi.
Well, I think now that you've got 1 confirm, QLASH can now start to move into the circle because with Nano also being that player that went to go pick up Pocus, Ulysses, sorry, they know that no one else is going to go out to pick him up. So he's going to go down to the blue, and now they only have to fare with 2 players from UDR Killers. So smart stuff from QLASH. I think that this was an interesting decision. I think it hedged a lot on, UDR Killers making a mistake and possibly going for that res, and QLASH took it as like bait very nicely. Now they can move in without worrying that they're going to get all 4 players back online, and rather instead be like, we know there are a 2-man team behind us now, which is not going to give us too many troubles, so we can move towards the edge of the circle and just hold out there for the time being and try and clear that southern edge.
Not really anyone occupying that area at the moment. Lakonostra MVP, they're staying fast in Painan. They haven't struck out either way at the moment, and maybe that's to do with not being able to choose which island they want to go for just yet, southwest or the main island on the east. Pretty tricky. So no one controlling that area as of now, so there's openings for QLASH.
Yeah, I like this position with Black Sparks as well. We used to see, I believe it was Cloud9 players position. Actually... Tempo, thank you. Both blue, it was Tempo, yeah, because it was HH24 when he was playing on that team. They play his position, and I was actually asking a few questions to that team, and they said that it's a good spot to play for Black Sparks because there's a lot of opportunity for quick crossings. I think your biggest issue with that when we were casting them way back when was the fact that they didn't move quick enough. So now for Black Sparks, what we would hope and what you would hope, right, is that they move over towards the northwest island, and they're already mounting up right now to get across because they do have that quick option available to them both towards the eastern island as well as the northwest.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's centered up now on that northwestern side. QLASH have a little bit further to go, but they're on a good side for it. I think they're going to be relatively less challenged than maybe any other area. Black Sparks, they've now made that crossing. They are across. They're just about to land in one of those compounds on the shoreline. So fantastic, fast movement from them from their compound. They know how to play the area, obviously. GAMELORD taking off a bit of a fight on the northern side with GODSENT, who are trying to run away. But at the same time, shooting out backwards and making it work. GODSENT.
Got the gun over the shoulder. Leave me alone.
Fair enough. I think one player from GODSENT has taken a knee. That's Suave in the top. You can see very near Spicy from GAMELORD, who are down to 1. That's the last player coming through for GAMELORD. But the res comes through for GODSENT.
Yeah, they can make their way across towards where GODSENT Marley is playing. RESQ, though, very early decision to go up towards the mountain. That's one of those plays that sometimes doesn't pay off. I think it's a pretty crazy play as well, which might just net them the win. But it's a crazy play when you got the confluence of rivers, and they're just like, you know what? We really want to make it into the Super Weekend. It's second game of first day. let's just go for the top of the Northwest Island and then just hope against hope it's going to go here. And luckily for them, they get their answers, their prayers answered. So they do get the circle over to their side, which makes things far, far easier for them. Again, I will definitely state that it was pretty insane of them to go up there so early, but sometimes you've got to get early up that mountain and make sure no one else can get up there before you. So it's just one of those almost luck plays.
Absolutely, but that's the thing, right? In this league play, you only have 8 games to rack up those points. You want to make plays and take a few more risks in these situations because you only need, you know, maybe 3 pretty good games. You know, you could get 2 first places, 2 first place chicken dinners, because as I've talked about before, that bubble is going to sit around 46 plus or minus 2 either side. And we saw it be 44 last week, and it could be as high as 48. So if you're going to be getting 2 25-point games, fantastic. You're pretty much already in.
Exactly, and Gaijin Seraphim again, they take that position towards that compound where it could have gone hard east towards Qatar forces, but they hold their ground knowing it's a good spot. And in this case, I think they got 27 points, so they're almost already halfway there, or already over halfway there, in fact.
A couple of fights starting to break out now as the crosses come to a head. Nexus taking heavy shots from the Eastern Stars. But the UDR Killers have something to say about that. There's only 2 of them left, remember, after they had to deal with Clash, who are making that crossing on the western edge, currently in the drink. Destiny get a cheeky little circle center up over to them, as Nexus struggle to make this cross.
I actually love this circle, to be honest with you. There's a lot of grass in play here, a lot of snaking that's available to you. I remember way back when we were watching, I believe it was Sixless hiding in the grass by himself. Managed to take out a few teams, but it's very much dependent on how many players you have towards the end here.
Oh,
so
no.
I think a lot of teams at the moment, oh dear, Sebi, that's unfortunate. Lakonostra MVP just hold them out. So good movement from Lakonostra MVP. But again, go back to circle. I think it's very dependent on how many players you have remaining. So Destiny, at this point, should be focused on keeping players alive whilst holding out that western edge. Obviously, because they move first, UMBRA as well as Panda are going to be fighting against one another. Clash, though, have made their way in and slipped by unnoticed across the water.
Black Sparks are going to reap the rewards for moving early here against Gaijin Seraphim, who are trying to cross into a similar location. But GSG have managed to get across as well into a compound that's pretty close by. Fortunately, they're looking up north towards Polar Ace at the moment, who are taking a fight with the Unicorns of Love. This is a really hard-fought rotation from the guys in that center area of the map. Unicorns of Love, remember, that's the team that we said we wanted to see if they could perform here on Sanhok, and it looks like they're having a real tough time of it right now. Only 2 players of theirs left alive. Beg for Mercy's down, and it's only Ked who's standing up for them at the moment. They're out in the blue zone being guarded by Polar Ace. Real tricky spot.
I think this is their least favored circle, though, on this map, to be honest with you, starting in Paradise Resort. Like, moving to this side, especially with so many teams holding towards boot camp, it's real difficult for them to get here. They've got a lot of water to cross and a lot of eyes on them when they are doing. A lot of teams will know that they're holding down specifically towards that Paradise Resort way, so it's pretty obvious when they leave. Clash desperately trying to make their way in, but, you know, it's only a matter of time before they were spotted out. UMBRA, though, with that smart rotation earlier in the boat, they've got a nice little compound to themselves, but GODSENT are heading their way.
Certainly are, and you've got Clash to worry about on the backside there. If Panda can give up the ghost and let them go, we'll see. Trazen has gone down, and they are enveloped by the blue on the side. They have a couple of hills to work with, but a cheeky knock from across the way. I think that might have been Destiny who have spotted them out. The res went through onto Trazen, but Clash still down on 3. They're losing more as time goes on as they are being pushed in by the blue. The southern crossing, really quite interesting at this stage. Lakonostra MVP have some great control over this area of this map. They are down to 2, however, so it's a little bit diminished on that fact. Will hiding in the river in a vehicle, I believe, as Danny is on the other side. Panda trying to move up towards Danny, but Destiny have oversight on the whole deal.
Oh yeah, they've got a really nice position towards the hillside at the moment. I think for Lakonostra MVP, they've currently got 4 kills on the board. So if they can get a few more from them... Oh, Pocus just drops up. Immediately, I believe he gets shut down. Oh no, he just drops back into the water. Good stuff from him. Again, going back to Lakonostra MVP, if they can get a few more kills, get towards that 7 kill point, maybe live for a little bit longer, possibly a couple of placement points, they'll be fine in terms of averages and getting into the super weekend. And that's what matters to them, is just making it consistently get into it. If Lakonostra MVP don't make it this weekend, remember they were right on the cusp last time at 16th place, things get a lot more difficult, especially for like a consistent placing team like this. They just want to be in every super weekend if they want to continue playing this playstyle.
UMBRA be spotted out the way, and Destiny continue their reign of terror from up on high. RESQ will have to leave their mountain spot as well with this next circle coming through, but a drive-by for a GODSENT who are just rattling straight across this hillside. Open ground, it seems like Dothraki ride again, but GODSENT may be getting shut down here, unfortunately for them. It's the Army of the Undead, and Destiny up the top, looking to pierce those horse hides, unfortunately, for them as they go. Destiny, though, stands strong at the moment. GODSENT crashing a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, Destiny's still taking them down. I think UMBRA was so surprised by GODSENT's move here. They kind of just all ran out into the open and completely forgot about all the teams that would be holding up on high. Destiny currently down to 3 players, and Mickey going down, but 3 players should be enough. GODSENT do make game with 2 players, though. Whiskey does have eyes on, but he's also in the blue, having to move in with the rest of his team. Next circle centers up towards their way, but Rescue now has to make their way down the mountain. But no one's been looking towards them. Most teams being preoccupied towards that western side, although they have taken 1 knock now.
Starting to ladder up in terms of placement points, and RESQ under pressure on the northern side as Destiny control them out yet again. 3 players standing, as you say. Mickey going down earlier. Lakonostra MVP, they've been holding that shoreline very, very effectively. You've still got Kapahala from the Eastern Stars all the way out in the blue on the southeastern island, so they've managed to ladder up yet again. Destiny now looking out towards the east as RESQ are out in their area. There's the Eastern Stars finally going down. Lakonostra MVP tried to push on up, and he gets sent away as well. GODSENT holding on.
Yeah, I mean, this is more typical of GODSENT, which I'm used to, where they're having these great plays in terms of gun skill and making quick decisions, quick rotations. But Destiny, this is a game you'd expect them to do well in. I mean, it moves towards their territory, towards the northwest island. Black Sparks are now out, Bilen going down last, GSG going just after them. So we'll ladder up into 6th place, but Destiny still going. Coyote has eyes on towards their position, but he's probably looking up towards a ladder up, down towards the players below. Lakonostra MVP will makes his way into the circle, has a few little places to play around. Mozaro goes down to Coyote.
Goodness me, okay, and Will, again, ladders up for the squad. Only 1 player now standing for RESQ. He's looking downhill. He knows that he wants to eliminate here. Lakonostra MVP having a stonker of a point-scoring game here. Going up, and Coyote looks for it. Who goes down first? I'm not sure. Will's been spotted. Coyote looking for the shots over towards it. It's the QBZ at range, but he gives the game away. A knock going over towards Destiny as well, and we're down to a 1 versus 1 blank. Beast moving up towards Whiskey. Drops that smoke down, wants to play the game, but Will spots out his opponent. RESQ, they've gone down now as well. He's picked up another kill point. It's 9 points for Lakonostra MVP so far, and in a 1 versus 2 for Will. The circle goes his way.
And we asked the question beginning of the game, can they hold out on that Painan rotation where they had so much opportunity for a lot of kills? And so far, Lakonostra MVP with 9 on the board. Destiny with 15, which has been a much more fantastic game for them. But again, we have to remember, this is their territory. We expect that from them. Lakonostra MVP, though, this is a wonderful change of pace. Now, Destiny's moving down over the western side. Good stuff from them. Lakonostra MVP will still has a nice little position to play around. But Destiny, they're closing in fast, John.
They're swinging out to the left here for Will, but I think he has eyes on. Didn't have time to move up earlier, and Beast now has an incredible rock in this spot. It's going to be very, very difficult for Will to be able to win this one out. Being enveloped by the blue, maybe this is a bit of a heads-up play here. Looking to heal a little bit longer. Should know that he's in 2nd place at this stage. Knows that RESQ went down. And breaks out. To the right he goes. Looks for the spray and cannot find it. Destiny shut him down, but Lakonostra MVP have one hell of a game. Destiny, off the back of a not-so-stellar Super Weekend Saturday, come in swinging on their first Sanhok showing, racking up 31 points blank on the game. A great result for them moving forwards to give them the confidence to keep on going.
Yeah, it's a big fat one there. I mean, for Lakonostra MVP, sure, there's maybe a position there where they can actually go for the win. But, you know, there's one player I have to mention. It's Coyote from RESQ. Really nice play towards the end there. Very, very aware of his surroundings and what's happening in those situations. Unfortunately, Will just had a good spot for the majority of that game. I think, though, when he realized that his position behind the rock was compromised outside the circle, he should have probably moved at that point. But again, it's a stressful situation. It's in a 1v2. Like, how do you go about this? I think swinging east in that situation whilst Destiny were preoccupied moving through their smokes would have been the smart thing to do. Again, a lot of pressure there, difficult to make happen, but Destiny did play out that ending perfectly. And really nice hill that they played around between those trees. There wasn't a huge amount of hard cover, but they make it work, knowing a lot of these teams are trying to move west over that bridge. You've got Panda, you've got QLASH, you've got UMBRA moving in there as well. So it wasn't easy for them, but I mean, despite that, there was a lot of casualties available for them. So 15 kill game, I believe more than that, 16 kill game at the end there is pretty damn good for them.
Absolutely, great result for Destiny. To be fair, you know, they had that move to the compound sorted, and then the circle shifted down south of RESQ, which meant they couldn't be competed from, really, from the top side of that. And actually, to be fair, I think that Destiny going down to 2 and actually having one player up and standing at the end there was maybe a little bit too far. Like, you know, they had a really strong position, like a really, really, really great spot, and they lost a lot of their players, and maybe it was careless, maybe it was a tricky engagement, but maybe a few more going down than should have.
I'm tempted to disagree. I think there are the things in there that I would definitely agree with. For instance, like perhaps too many went down, but also in another vein, perhaps that many needed to go down because you saw Mickey moving out, and I think the amount of information that they received coming into that final circle was really important for them, and I think they had to strike out into those positions to try and get as many off angles as possible to take down the players coming out into the forest, because it was open zone that they were walking into whilst Destiny still held that tree line. I think that the major thing for me is for Destiny with that big split, with so many teams on the west, they almost had to go for the big split to identify as many players as possible. I mean, they were fighting downhill the entire time, so a lot of times those players are going to be safe, but with the information that they gathered, that end game was much easier for them. I think the only place they didn't gather information from was RESQ's position towards the mountainside, which is why you do see a couple of their players go down to that.
We saw it just in the moments there, Blank. If Danny had been able to win that trade with GODSENT, this could have been an entirely different story. I feel like they would have had it with 2 players almost certainly in the bag for Lakonostra MVP in the final circles. Look at a pop on up. There was the knock actually coming through from Coyote that could have changed everything, but it was not to be. Destiny will out, and we are going to see them at the top of the leaderboard for this game again.
Yeah.
And rightly so, right? This is a team that we wanted to see more from. They didn't have the greatest results in the final days of that Super Weekend. They slipped from those top spots, but it looks like they're a little bit back on form, utilizing the advantages they're given fantastically.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing that's very important about the Super Weekends is you're playing against the best players within the lobby at that given moment as well, John. So you get a lot of time and a lot of experience, right? So, for instance, for Lakonostra MVP here, because they've played against so many rough and tough teams towards that Super Weekend, they're much more confident here in the league play. And going back to what I stated earlier, that they ended in 16th last time around, this is looking like a completely different Lakonostra MVP to me. Much more confident, much better players for them. There's still things that need to be improved on, but they've got another 2 weeks ahead of them, including finals should they make it.
Absolutely. I mean, there's certainly plenty more to come from this squad as well. Obviously, being from the UK, we're very proud of them, aren't we? We're like proud parents.
Pet.
Proud parents cheering them on from the sidelines, aren't we? Oh, fantastic. We'll have the orange slices ready for halftime, which is going to be fantastic.
Couple of hobnobs.
Absolutely. And some orange squash, which is, I always found weird that you got orange squash and an orange slice. That felt like, I don't know. Well, we're going to go and find ourselves some orange squash and orange slices as well, as we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be the analyst desk to break down the first Sanhok of League Play Week 2. We'll see you there.
You know, forget Godzilla, forget King Kong. I want a little Max Man plushie to come around with me who just curses me every single time. It makes me drop out right away. Welcome back to PMPL Western Europe as we've now had our second game of our league. But guys, focus. Come on, we're professional. Our second game done, our first Sanhok here of league play, and we had Destiny pick up a massive win, which is great to see considering it feels like in the ends of the Super Weekend, they started to fall off a little bit when it came to day 3.
Yeah, it didn't go that well at the very end of the Super Weekend. You know, back to the first league play, they were looking comfortable. They qualified by an absolutely humongous margin. So they're one of the potentially favorites, making sure that they could qualify into the second Super Weekend. And man, a 30-point bomb already coming out from Destiny. Yeah, I mean, what do you want to say? The circle came their way, and yet they were so confident on their split onto the northern western side. They were just controlling all the teams coming in from those two positions. And then the moment they cleared the north and the west, like, it was a game that was very easily going to come their way because they had that high ground position. It's super hard to contest it.
That was their biggest concern, that west side especially. That if you get backfill from that spot with the split that they did have, sometimes you can be vulnerable, but they completely knew to a T where they had to clear. And then from there, yeah, easy pickings. Destiny, massive, massive win.
Big step up for Lakonostra MVP here, Max. They, I think, were out last place in match number 1, but they come in big with 21 points. Again, the team that was the bubble at the end of the first Super Weekend, right, at 44 points. So great to see them already have almost half those points here just in the 2 matches alone.
The impression every single time I see Lakonostra is or they're first or they're last. It's like there's no in between. There's like always a first position or at least top 3 or you get a 0-pointer. So you know what? Hey, 21 points, that's still a pretty good performance coming out from Lakonostra Power. And as you said, they were the bubble. So hopefully they can try and get ahead of themselves a little bit more. And GSG, QLASH, you know, a few teams do it. We're not too surprised to see them on the high ground here.
I mean, that's actually the British way. Either we're first or last. Let's not talk about Eurovision, right, Max?
Hey, man, France was great on that one.
Yeah, you did good. Yeah.
America was the best, I think. Gaijin Seraphim, 15th place, 0 points. Really, don't worry, I know America's not part of Eurovision. Gaijin Seraphim, unfortunately,
Australia
0 points at the back of their victory in match 1. And this is a little bit worrisome considering this seems to be similar to the Gaijin Seraphim that we did see in week 1. We hope, at least for their sake, that majority of their points they get this weekend weren't just from the first match alone.
I will say, for any team that had a rough time, though, in this game in particular, the first and second circles were extremely rough when it comes to making decisions in this game. And that can sometimes happen on Sanhok. I know we'll speak a little bit later as to, you know, how you can potentially negate some of that, but yeah.
It was not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. It was a little bit of a gamble. We saw teams like UMBRA try and go for the gamble, didn't quite go their way. But as you can see currently on our screen, top players, Danny and Will being 2 players of Lakonostra MVP in this one. They cleared out actually the southern side. It was normally controlled by the likes of Black Spark, and Black Spark were getting countered, I believe it was with GSG Europe. So there was that big clash, and they were just able to strike while the iron is hot and actually get himself a good position, snatching away that second spot at the end. So yeah, thanks to Will, that is just a really good start from Lakonostra.
I think Dextry's being a little bit careful where he's pointing his finger guns. It's getting really close to his head here. It's like right in front of the chin. Because any bigger, he might shoot his chin off. Let's take a look at our total damage, though, in the last match here for all the teams. And I'm expecting Nexus to easily be #1 by far. But to be fair, even though they had 16 kills, GSG came in with 7 and still had about 1,700 damage done. That's actually quite ridiculous.
I'm trying to remember where they came in from, Max. Where did GSG?
They were boot camp, and they actually went for a 3-1 split, sending, I believe it was Kamara over the side of the river so they could actually have a priority and an action on the northern western island. And actually, the moment they saw the circle shift, they went there first. So they could actually hold teams away from the other side of the river, which explains why their damage was so high. And also, as I just mentioned, they did have that fight versus a team in the compound that was the likes of, it was Black Sparks. So a lot of that damage and kills came from those 2 situations they got involved with.
That as a linchpin was very important, to send someone over the river, just in case, you know, if the circle then shifts down towards that South Island or the mainland and stuff like that, at least you've got your 3 over there. Having that anchor point on that northwest island, very important. The one potential weakness of that could have been Seraphim if they moved a little bit northwest of where they were towards Painan. However, unable to do that because of where Black Sparks were after they kind of took that trifecta position. So very clever here by GSG.
Yeah, we're going to talk actually about Black Sparks a little bit later on here in this little segment. But first, we got to talk about our winners. We got to talk about Destiny. And we wanted to look at how their stats were here on Sanhok against the other times they played Sanhok. We talked about Unicorns of Love being one of the most dominating teams when it's come to Sanhok in the Super Weekend. But we can see here, I mean, Destiny, even ignoring this match, they still had relatively good stats across the 3 Sanhoks they played in the Super Weekend.
Hey, it's just great to see them on Sanhok overall performing. Even though they are a team that, typically they perform really well when the circle comes their way, they are pretty lucky when it comes down to it. But the amount of confidence, like the trust you require for them to, as you rightly mentioned, James, they were really scared of that western side. If a team entered from that position, they could potentially threaten that entire spot and snatch away their position and take them down in the early to mid-game stage. And they had that big spread. It was so well played, which is also the reason why they got so much damage, like 2.2k. Surprised, not really, by how they were positioned in that one. So I think that with a position like that, you must be a very confident team in your own skills and performances. And I think that Destiny is the perfect team to pull it off. That northern side control was huge.
I mean, only 300 healing being done across this game as well. That shows how dominant this position was. And a nice little factor as well is that even if the circle shifts north into kind of that mountainous area where RESQ is normally taking out residency, this kind of high ground is the perfect launch pad to be able to try and transition up there as well against what a lot of people would consider to be an extremely fortified location that RESQ will be able to hold down. So great by the guys here, Beast and Whiskey, whisking things out towards the end. Like it a lot.
Yeah, liked it a lot indeed. I want to take a look at something we mentioned before, right? We talked about how we were going to mention Black Sparks, and I want to see the head-to-head here between Destiny and Black Sparks for a certain reason. Now, I realize people at home watching like Jason, look, the stats are different. Why would you really want to talk about this? It's night and day. Well, it's for the fact of the way the zone shifted in favor of Destiny. If it went the other way towards Black Sparks, since they're on opposite edges of the zone, that actually could have been Black Sparks potentially taking the game here and getting a lot of points for themselves. But this is like the ups and downsides of the zone going your way versus not going your way.
Especially because they had such good training to the bottom side, and that's something that James did mention while we were just looking at the game on the background. There's so much foliage around that position where Black Spark were. If the circle went their way, they had so many potential rocks, trees, and areas to actually play around with the terrain itself that could have made it really hard for the teams up north. I'm looking at the RESQs, I'm looking at the Destinies also. It would have made it so hard for them to actually go downhill, but the moment you got to push up that mountainside in third-person mode, it makes it just so much more complicated. So yeah, I do agree it was down to the circle shift, but Black Spark in their own regard, like they played that trifecta area, I would say, really well in the early stage.
As a learning tip here, I think for people playing Sanhok, when you get a circle 2 like this, the location that they take up Black Sparks on the southwest island is the perfect location to take, because you have a little bridge over towards the Northwest Island, a little bridge over towards past Painan, over towards on the mainland as well. There is even a little bit of water that you can kind of wade through. You don't actually have to kind of swim through it. So it's the perfect staging point to try and play the averages, as it were, because sometimes it's going to shift anyway from that point on.
Indeed. I like that you had a pen in your hand, so I decided to put one in my hand too. Now Max doesn't have one, so now he's the odd man out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head to. Hey, Max, don't disappear. Oh, nice. He's got the better position with it too. I like it. It looks very smart like that. We're gonna head to a short break here while we get things ready to go for match 3. So enjoy this fun little video we recorded with the teams, and we'll be back here for Miramar yet again. If you could live on one of the PUBG Mobile maps, what would it be and why?
I will take the Sanhok. Why? It's a snake.
I'd pick Sanhok because it's a nice jungle area. It's nice and interesting, whereas the other maps kind of a bit like boring. Besides, of course, Miramar. So either Sanhok or Miramar.
Sanhok.
Probably Erangel because I'm most used to it.
Erangel.
Creo que viviría en Erangel porque tiene mucha costa y bueno, es parecido al clima que tenemos aquí, así que yo creo que el Ángel sería una buena opción para vivir en la costa.
You have the option to add a new weapon to the game. What would it be?
I don't know, the FAMAS.
If I could make a hybrid weapon, I'd say an M4/M7 combo.
خلاص نقول RPG.
Probably a new machine gun.
Okay, me he recordado.
Yo creo que quizás más que añadir pondría en todos los mapas la G36C, es un arma de que yo creo que a todo el mundo le gusta y daría más variedad aún al pool de armas que tenemos ahora mismo.
Well, you know what? I am really curious to see what some of our analysts think about what weapons should be added to the game if they could. But before that, remind you guys, we have a Miramar coming up next, and Group C will be sitting out. So they'll have a quick little break. We'll have Group D come back into the mix here. But QLASH and Maxman, if you guys could add one weapon to the game, and you guys at home, if you want to let us know about what weapon you would add to the game if you could, remember you can tweet to us with the hashtag PMPL. But QLASH, over to you. If you could add one weapon, what would it be?
I would add something unconventional, like an orbital ion cannon, because nothing says get out of my compound like bathing the entire thing in a beam of death. Max.
I don't think I can outdo that. I'm scared now. I was going to say katana because I'm a weeb, and I slice and just go, Umai wa mushinderu, but like, I think yours beat mine actually, so we'll go with yours.
You can go one-on-one with them, you know?
Well, like, together. It's just like...
No, against one
if
another.
you cut his hand off, he can't push the button for the orbital strike to happen. That's possible.
Smart.
Do that.
All right. Well, gentlemen, why don't you think about how that fight would go and how you'd animate it and how many episodes you'd need to power up. We're going to actually let you two go for that break. And we're going to bring our new commentators in here for our next 3 games. We got Banks and Imperium going to be joining us here in virtual reality. And Imperium, if you could add a weapon into the game, what would it be and why?
So glad you'd asked me. I'd asked my wife's muscles because they're just nothing but guns, baby. Nothing but guns.
Okay.
I like it.
I would ask Banks what weapon he would add to the game, but he'd probably say just like, you know, gym weights so he can work out while he's playing the game.
No, do you know what I'd have? Do you know what I'd have? I'd have a bazooka, man. Just give me a big bazooka. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Come on, like you think it is. You go breach a compound, just like boom. Everyone, if you kill yourself, it doesn't matter so much. You know, you save the team, you just take everyone out with you. Kamikaze, let's go.
I don't think you would need a bazooka, James, because you got these guns right here. Gentlemen, why don't you take us into
You feel okay? You're being nice today, Jason. Jason's in a good mood. I finally had a haircut. I feel like a normal human being again. I got my husband, Imperium, with me to deliver these next 3 games. And I do get my Miramar, as always. It's always nice to come back into this. Now, you pointed out one thing, Imperium, when we were just talking before going into this. Eastern Stars, who we consider to be one of the heavy favorites when it comes to Miramar, finally get to play. They weren't there in the opening game of Miramar. Is this where they just come through and go, cool, we're going to show you who the real kings are and grab this win?
It's like we gave the RESQs a chance in game 1. We gave RESQ a free win in the first game, but now it's our turn to show up and show out. Of course, there is no Group C teams in this 3rd game today, so that takes away Unicorns of Love, Black Sparks, GSG Europe, and RESQ. A little bit feels bad, man, for GSG because they're actually coming off the back of 2 pretty consistent results. It is what it is. We do, however, see the playing path that's a little bit to the west, James, but for the most part, I think for a Miramar playing path, it's relatively easy for these teams to kind of deal with.
Yeah, it's not going to be one they complain about too much, right? They'll be fine with this as we come into it. Now, obviously, we're just a few games through on our 2nd week now, and we get to see how things are starting off. Destiny, obviously, that 31-point game is a bit of a statement win for those guys, right? They'll be very happy with what they were able to get into there, push them nicely up with it. And Gaijin Seraphim, they had quite a lucky circle on the first Miramar game, right? They benefited massively from it. It's not their fault, it's just how it goes for them, but it's whether they can keep it up, you know, it's whether they can continue to move on forward and have some success in this, because they were one of the teams that were just a tad lackluster, I would say, right? We certainly want to see some more from them. I'm still keeping an eye on good old QLASH, because they had the slow start, didn't they, at the beginning? And then they just came alive and they were like, hell yeah, we're back. We're going to do some serious damage in it all.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. Looking out for QLASH myself. Banks, Phase 1 circle has popped up. It is relatively kind of central between the west and the east, but it's quite far up north than maybe some of the teams down south would prefer. It's going to be, once again, a little bit of a tough rotation for Panda. They had it in the first game in Miramar, but they were still able to turn it into a 3rd place finish. So I'm actually not really, you know, worried about them. And with no Unicorns of Love, there's a much higher chance that they're not going to get put under any kind of contention coming into the Phase 1, Phase 2. GODSENT, they've dropped in their usual Picado drop spot. And the reason why I bring them up is, although their first 2 games haven't been massively sparkling like the win they got in the Super Weekend, for example. But they've been a lot more stable. They've been a lot more consistent. There does seem to be a level of calmness and flowing to their rotations, to their movements. And yeah, it's resulted in 13 points in game 1 for them and 11 points in game 2. So to me, that is an improvement, because I noted them as maybe sometimes being a team where they've been inconsistent. So far, so good.
Now, we're looking at GODSENT here, Imperium, and I obviously was very heavily critical of them last week. Already, they've come through, right? They've played 2 games. They're in 3rd place. They got 24 points total. For me, it doesn't mean like, oh, this is it, they fixed it all, but it does mean that mentality-wise, a good confidence boost, some momentum they can take through onto this, like they can bring it in. I think they maybe kind of reset themselves mentally, because that's the beauty of going from week to week, right? They've had another day off, they get to chill things out. We saw them start to swap players around, and obviously they've done it again. You know, when it comes to this, they're changing up who plays where and who's coming in to actually be the decision maker for this team, because Reeves was in last time. Now we see he's not going to be in play. Do we think this is just something they're swapping on a daily basis, or do you think it's more down to the reasons of who's feeling more comfortable?
No, it is mainly down to the fact that unfortunately, with the time of the day, Reeves isn't able to play in the
he can't play them.
That is
okay.
Yeah, so
we'll see him come back.
Yes, he should be back for the Super Weekend, just because you know, it's early on in the week, etc. And yeah, it's the way the cookie crumbles.
That's so harsh, man.
It is, but that's a sign of a good team, and that's why I think the first 2 game results are even more positive, because this iteration of a roster with, you know, Azzy, Vito, Swave, and Marty, if you see that evolution grow, that's going to, once Reeves comes into the team with his aggression, with his experience, hopefully that will allow GODSENT to step up just a little bit more. But I feel like we've been talking about them for a little bit too much. Let's have a look at where the other teams currently are standing in the map. Gaijin Seraphim looking very healthy in the very central part of this map, but they are currently holding on to a 2-2 split. Banks, I like where Eastern Stars currently are looking. They're around the power grid area, but they have a lot of potential to rotate if they want to go maybe north up towards the Crater Fields area. If they want to stay where they are in a 3-1 split is also extremely viable. And from where they're standing, they can gather a lot of information as teams to start to rotate around them.
Oh, definitely. And part of that information that some of these teams on the western side will need to look at is, we've seen this before, obviously down at the moment where Panda are right to the south. They're normally the only team all the way down there, right? They last time took that huge rotation, even tanked it in the phase 2 blue. Obviously not huge amounts of damage, but they went for a longer rotation, avoided everyone, and then came back up into it. So I expect them to come through Trailer Park area again and go for a similar rotation, because they're just often not even contested. They get away with it. They're able to have all this extra space and keep themselves going into the later parts of the game.
Exactly. You are dead right, my friend, dead right. GAMELORD, they haven't really had a good start to today's games, to be fair. They played Sanhok and they got 0 points. So hopefully they can kick off their league stage with a good result in this Miramar game. I do love the fact that Gaijin are starting to join back up together. It makes sense holding on to central circle position. You want to keep all 4 players up. Qatar forces are going extremely close to them on the higher ground. I like the awareness from Shuin, stepping that truck back, making sure that it doesn't kind of get blown up or tires picked off, and then uses his third-person perspective to look to grab some information.
It was all about what information you might be able to grab there. I just saw as well, right, on the on the t-shirts. I know you're an Esports jersey man. Did you like the Gaijin Seraphim? What have you got? That is that one in your collection? It reminds me of those baseball. Oh, it looks like a baseball one, like a American baseball style jersey done. I thought that'd be right up your street. For anyone wondering, Imperium probably has. Considering like I've been in esports a long time, I don't understand how you have that many jerseys. You've got so many. You're stacked. There you go. Oh no, we missed it. It was there. It was there.
I think I've like 14 esports jerseys as far as I know.
That's mad.
Started collecting in like 2017 was my first.
You get you like a huge office, you hang them all on your wall, man.
That's the plan. But you know, in the future when I do finally become rich and famous, you know, I'll have a dedicated room for the jerseys, you know.
You know, like rap artists get like their plaques on the wall. Yeah, you're going to be the dude of all the esports jerseys. I remember this team. This is their, and you'll guide people around your house. We're like, this is this team's T-shirt from 2018. I remember when I picked this one up here.
Oh my God.
We're going to do a crib style with Imperial.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm down for this.
Crib. Love to be.
We're making our own, man. PUBG Mobile cribs. Let's go. Let's go to all the players. We'll send Jason to their houses. That'd be perfect.
I don't want Jason in my house.
You know he's going to come for you after this, but who also is coming for the other teams? It's ScrimFarm going up against Eastern Stars. We already spoke about Eastern Stars being kind of the kings when it comes to Miramar and what they can deliver here. Right now, they don't have a great position to fight from, but they are going to try and see what they may be able to understand on what ScrimFarm are doing from here. Both of them well within the circle, very center position as well, but it's a strong position here for ScrimFarm.
It's a very strong position. They do still have one player in San Martin, AWN Detati, but having that high ground location just outside of it to the west is extremely valuable, and it will allow them to just kind of push a couple of teams back. And that's the thing with Eastern Stars, right? They were more towards Power Grid, and I said they could go up north if they want to do it. And indeed, they chose to. They're trying to prepare maybe a little bit more forward thinking for this phase 2 as we're about to see it pop up. But you can see that there's a lot of space on the east for Lakonostra MVP to kind of play around. UMBRA, they're going to be looking very healthy now inside this phase 2. It centers up quite nicely. I think, what a good 12 of the 16 teams are in the circle already on this phase 2.
Look at Panda. We spoke about the rotation. That's exactly what we expect from it. They're going to get themselves towards crater fields and be able to have a nice bit of space here. Whether they try or whether they can actually see Clash at any point will be another thing, and if they're going to go have a battle between those guys. But in general, like you mentioned, it's going to be a very comfortable, very fast set of rotations in. No one's really going to be struggling for this one.
I like the adaptability from Polar Ace shifting from the northeastern side to more of a kind of northern position on the high ground. They might be able to pinch and get a couple of kills on the Qatar forces. And I talked last week about how Polar Ace have always been like not too bad on rotations, but it looked like they kind of weren't adapting so much and maybe not being aggressive enough in the early game, not controlling enough, and other teams have been able to come in too close around them. This is the perfect position where they should be making noise. They should be looking to push teams back. They should be shouting at teams going, hey, we are here, go near us. You are screwed. So I hope they look to try and do that. As you do see GODSENT coming in towards the San Martin Hills. It's a pretty standard rotation coming out front of them, somewhat predictable, but it makes sense, and they have a lot of space in front of them.
So I do like what you just said there about the Polar Ace side of things, right? Sometimes be more aggressive and also just tell people, like, yeah, we are here. This is the spot we are sitting in. Because I see some people have mentioned before when I've read like comments in chat, and I know, yeah, sometimes you shouldn't read the comments in chat, but they'll be like, oh, why are these guys just firing off bullets all the time from their compound? It's like, sometimes it's just warning shots, you know, like, stay the hell away from us. You come near us, you're going to get... And don't give them a chance to sneak up on you. Sometimes that's key.
It's puffing up your chest, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's standard. Hey, you know, we are, you know, it's standard stuff, and it's part of the psychology of the game. It's so important. As Lakonostra MVP, Daddy has the SLR in his hands. I've always loved the SLR on his side. Now, I think it's a little bit of an underrated weapon in PUBG Mobile. You do need to be a little bit more smoother with it compared to the Mini 14, because it has a slightly higher kick, so you can't really fire it as fast. But the damage it can output when you get a couple of clean headshots, that really hurts.
Yeah, I look at it like the Mini 14 is the safe bet. You know, you can make a few errors of that and still be fine. But then with the SLR, it's like, if you can make it work, if you're confident with it, it can pay off in a big way. I'm still waiting for us to go to the Gaijin Seraphim guy who had the jersey on, because everyone else they've gone to so far. I'm like, come on, I want him to see it. I know you want it. I can just see it. You're going to be so happy.
Like, sometimes I don't mind it, but, you know, in this case, I want to know what the jersey looks like. As Qatar forces overlooking the compound in which Gaijin are in, it's a great position by Qatar forces. Gotta be careful. Anas takes a couple of shots. We are waiting for phase 3 to pop up. And this is a very passive game. It feels like the teams are, for the most part, a lot more comfortable with each other this week compared to last week, despite the fact that we do have groups going out and kind of coming in, swapping through. So there's a lot more respect coming out from these teams as that phase 3 shift. James, that was a ping pong.
It really was. You mentioned about Polar Race kind of staying up towards the north and maybe hoping it would go up towards them. Well, no, we've gone down to the southwest corner. A few teams are already inside. The ones who stayed very central have benefited massively from it. Panda will be able to look over from Craterfields already in their vehicles, making their way down. From the guys coming from the eastern side, it's whether you want to go up north and round to it, take a longer route. If you want to go down south, if you go down south, it's going to be more heavily contested, more of a fight on your hand for sure. And UMBRA and Destiny are actually rotating around each other at the moment. As Eastern Stars, well,
there you go.
They waited, they held their position. And Panda having to try and rotate into it. Car's going to get blown up. Kapahala deals the first one away. Nicely done, and that's exactly what they want to see. A Panda player is trying to sneak up on him, though. Took the first few shots, and is able to get the knock. XT could do some big damage here. Can't confirm it just yet. Oh, he needs some serious cover. That's not working out for him at all. Look what happens. Qatar now sandwich them. Stuck in the middle of two teams is not what you want to be, and you're already down a man at the same time. Problematic, to say the least, for these guys. And Eastern Stars, well, they love a fight. They'll love to get involved in this. And they're just waiting for some more wrong moves to be made as the nades go forward. And Panda, they can't catch a break in this. Qatar forces, they've got it done. They forced them away. And Anas, he wants to come round a little bit further now and see if anyone else will be poking on out. Isn't able to catch the vehicle running on away. But Eastern Stars now will be aware that there's a potential other team ready to go to battle with them.
And that's the issue of kind of coming into the circle on a hard shift from the edge with maybe a lack of information. You focus on one team, one of your players gets knocked, you think, okay, I can get that counter knock. But then a third party comes in with your lack of information. I think Panda should have pulled off the rotation that Polar Race are currently pulling off on the edge of Craterfields as more of a high ground. You're away from the thick of the action of the teams that are already settled inside this phase 3, and you're able to prepare a bit more coming into phase 4. But at least Panda still have 2 players up. We see what they can do in previous games with 2 players, but you can see Fury, this is one of his first games playing for Eastern Stars in the PMPL, so it's great to see him have a little bit of a light shining on him. Hope he can beanie bat his way through this Miramar game with the rest of his team.
Yeah, put some new blood in, see what he can do. You can see, though, Eastern Stars, Kapahala is getting shot at from both ways. Tries to be helping out his teammates a little bit further, but Qatar are also still hanging about and still want to try and take this fight. Kind of a standoff for now, though. For Panda, they're just like, which way do we go? And as the circle shifts again, this time back up towards the north, it lands directly on top of these teams fighting it out. But all that means is more teams will come to the party, and it's going to be a bloodbath party at that. It's going to be like the scene from the original Blade movie, if you remember that.
No, I don't actually.
Oh, what? What?
I've seen the original.
James is facepalming right now.
Many years. I'm sorry, man. But just one thing to point out: we're 16 minutes into the game, and we've only had 3 kills. The dam is about to break, right? The floodgates are going to open. The blood is going to be shed across the board. Rice Gang moved into San Martin. I don't know why. And that is a jersey indeed. I do like it.
See? A little bit of Imperium in there as Prada was able to gun down Sly because he tried to rotate through the smoke. Can't confirm it. It's very difficult to see it from there. But Rice are very split up in this position.
But why did they go into the center of San Martin? Like, Gaijin are on the western edge. So if their exit potential, their disengagement potential away from the city that it did shift away from, makes sense. It's more viable. But Rice Gang went into the center. What do you expect? You're going nowhere, my friends. They deserve to be called out because of that.
Yeah, it's a risk that doesn't seem like it was necessary, you know?
Nope. Not on phase 3, because they did it on phase 3.
Well, they paid the price for it. Destiny, hear a bunch of shots. They're sending it with all the vehicles up high. Beast further forward at the moment. He's straight in with the shots through the smoke. Does a nice bit of damage, but wants to apply all of this pressure onto Nexus. With Beast being up front, he needs to strike when the iron's hot. Mihi comes through with a big grenade. And now Nexus heavily under pressure. Players on the floor. Beast. Oh, be careful. No. A man hiding behind. He still wins that. Beast. You madman. I didn't think he was going to get away with it. Dexter's not going to have a chance. He's finished off straight away. And Nexus will be eliminated. Destiny, confident as you like. Just push on up. Take the fight. And a very quick 4 points, 4 kills.
Couldn't ask for a better engagement. Straight up fire coming out from my baby Moi Mihi and the Destiny crew coming on board. And not even UMBRA had a chance to third party them from the side. That's how quick that engagement was. GODSENT under a little bit of pressure. Qatar forces still up on the north, but they're now outside the circle based on this phase 4 circle shift. Eastern Stars holding on to a very risky 2-1-1 split, but I think it is working for the time being, considering how confident they are. You can see in the kill feed, Gaijin Seraphim, they're under a lot of pressure at the hands of Panda. Sorry, someone else.
It does seem though, when we've seen Gaijin, they have been fighting every single time we've gone towards them. Even in the early parts of the game, we were very quiet in comparison.
Yeah.
Now for Qatar, they've been here for quite some time. They already managed to push away Eastern Stars, at least from taking the fight towards them. The 2 players of Panda still alive, which on its own is quite impressive. That's a good nade. Lots of damage done as well. And the knock coming through, going in for the next one at the same time. And Gaijin, they need to be careful here. Clown is ready and waiting. Vehicle gets blown up. No one else knocked down just yet. They will get the pickup. But this is not ideal for them, trying to fight uphill like this. And the shift completely on over, back down towards this southwestern side. And all of these teams who are up in the northeast are going to be clumped together trying to find their way in. It's going to be a battle out in the open for sure.
And to be fair, I don't think this is actually a bad circle shift, because if I had it centered up with the road in the middle, it would have been even harder with an up and downhill on either side of the road. But now ScrimFarm having the confidence to push on up with the UMP in his hands. Clown gets one. He gets another. Where's the rest of his team? But he gets knocked in return.
The nade knocked him in the end, but he got away with more damage than I ever would have expected. The timing wasn't quite ready. But Gaijin, in order to actually find the success they need, the Tati's going to come straight in with the revive onto Clown. They know they've got the time. Woodson got a good position here to fight from. Just shoots through the smoke. Wants to be a nuisance as much as possible here.
Nice.
Qatar have gone down, and well, I think they only managed 1.1 kill in that game.
Feels bad, man.
And so, yeah, they're just being picked off, picked apart, very quickly gone down. Gaijin are the next team to fall. And ScrimFarm can now get out of there. They lost 1 player, but have had 3 kills up already. They're not going to complain too much about that. As we now see the Panda players are going to be split up here. Yiz was able to get away. His teammate was knocked and is just going to bleed on out in the blue. Tick down he will. There's Destiny. 7 already in this game here, Imperium. They had a huge game off the last one. If they can pull something off crazy here on Miramar as well, they're going to be looking super comfortable after this game.
With ScrimFarm pushing around on that UMBRA, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Plus, they hold on to 1-1-1-1 spread. That is confidence personified. That's 4 AM level of confidence coming on board from Desi, but they have all angles covered. They're going to have to try and deal with GAMELORD. You see a lost bullet picking off UMBRA from the sidelines, and that's going to be nice from Mizzaro.
Mihi at the same time. They rolled up on him. UMBRA, they never seem to be able to catch a break, and it continues. Problematic to say the least, as Mihi wants to fire off forward onto Spicy through the smoke. He's hiding behind his car, luckily. Bandages to be applied as well. There's Naruto. Does he want to go dashing on through? The moment he pokes out, he's likely to have eyes on top of him. Nice nade does some extra damage to Mihi. And Eastern Stars, they've gone. 11th place on Miramar Kings. Not able to hold on this time. They had to rotate into that circle. We knew it was going to be difficult. As Mihi goes for the drive-by. And Destiny here. They're in an overall not bad spot. It's the split that's now becoming more of a problem. They tried to grab him, game back up into the 2-2. As Foxy, he's well aware of Beast's position. Nice shots being landed. Is he able to confirm it? Fox, he has to jump on down. Can't stick around in the fight. It's Whiskey. We know how huge he's been time and time again for Destiny. But look how many different teams are shooting at him. The smoke's not saving him from this position, that's for sure. The more nades can barrel out towards him. Panda next down and out of it. But to be fair, considering they lost 2 players so early on, it's not the end of the world. They're not going to be complaining too much about this.
QLASH looking pretty good down on towards the northern side of the circle because they're on the edge of the hills, so they're being protected from the high ground. All the other teams are going to be taking each other out. GameLord adapted in the last circle. They're now on the southwestern edge. GODSENT are under pressure as they have to push out from that compound. Lost Bullet are close by. They've been somewhat coexistent. Vito, Marty driving on in, but that vehicle's about to blow up. And Master, he's going to get knocked. The third party somewhat saves the GODSENT stay, but he gets knocked in the end.
GODSENT, how do they want to try and play this one out? Lost Bullet wanting to apply the pressure to him. No kills for either side just yet, but it's not looking good for GODSENT at all. They're pinned down. They're quite far away from the new circle as well. And that'll be it for them. They go down. Lost Bullet get themselves to swift 4 kills. Okay, Clever was lost, but I think they can get the revive off in this time. Shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Is it worth it though? The blue zone closing in? I don't know. They might be better off just leaving them go and push in as a duo. Of course, GameLord's in front of them. You have the side of the mountain in play, and that is definitely helping GameLord as they're not really put under too much pressure by UDR Killers. UDR Killers into the late game of a Miramar run. That's good. That's healthy. That's positive.
But how much further can they go? UMBRA, the next team to fall. And oh, that's a good nade. A lot of damage. No kill fully coming through. Lost Bullet go down and out in the end. They did look like they stuck around too long, so you were right on that one, Imperium. Whiskey. He's got Mihi still with him. They're looking to see what they can do from here. He's got a shack to fight from him, and that's not a bad spot at all. But Mihi, the distance between him and Whiskey is quite huge. Maybe they're playing for the longer game here on the solo player approach. So Mihi, he's going to be challenged from every way. Whiskey's able to provide some cover fire to him. So actually they might be able to, yeah, they can join up from here. If Mihi can just stay alive on the edge, this is going to be huge. But UDR Killers.
What's great is that QLASH are pushing in ScrimFarm from the sidelines.
Oh wow, Mihi getting the knock on to Victor as well. Poor GameLord. You're stuck in between everyone right now. UDR Killers work their way down. You mentioned in terms of them doing well on a Miramar. Well, they've got 6 kills so far as well. Oh, he's going to be able to get Pokers up at the same time. No one can deal with Whiskey in this position for now. Smokes will provide cover, and as long as he can just keep bopping up and down, he should be fine and not take too much damage. It's the grenades they might have to worry about, but at this later part of the game, there may not even be that many in play.
Talk about Whiskey in a jar, Whiskey in a shack right now. Mihi on the outside. Of course, they're going to have to contend with the full squad French maestros that are QLASH, who are known to be pretty good on Miramar, and they're proving it here and now. 3 teams left standing, 8 players up.
Oh, nearly through the window, not quite close enough. There's the barrage of grenades going forward. Whiskey takes the chance, he takes the shots, and that's beautiful stuff. But Mihi's fallen in the meantime. He wasn't in the shack, he was just outside of it. But also, there's a sneak attack coming in. UDR are hoping they can come in from behind and find Destiny. And that means they could grab themselves a second place. Can he hear the footsteps yet? Poker's jumping up high. He was the one that got revived. QLASH still working their way up. And now Destiny. They are really in a tough spot. From both angles, they're going to be attacked. The nades are going up, but they're not hitting the mark. They're not entering the shack just yet. Is that one there? Ooh, big nade coming through. Whiskey still alive, but by the skin of his teeth. Now the push comes in. That's the damage being done. Destiny go down next. But can QLASH close this one out? Poker's on the floor. Now it's all up to Sebi. 1v3. He's going to be pushed. He's going to be poked, and he is going to be dealt with very soon. Surely they don't fluff this one up. He does his best to battle on back, but it's not going to be enough this time around. And QLASH, well, we mentioned them, didn't we, just when we came into this game, of how they found success towards the latter stages of the week. Well, they're starting off today with getting themselves another win, and that was a well-fought battle at the end.
Yeah, and they really reacted to what was, for the most part, A couple of the early circles did go their way, to be fair, but the second that the circle shifted massively down south, they were then able to play around a lot more confident, because they knew that the teams up north were going to pick each other off and the teams down south couldn't see them. So then they were able to move that. And I think the defining moment of them really taking this game was when they finished off ScrimFarm. If they hadn't have finished off ScrimFarm, there could have been a little bit of a third party in play, which could have seen them lose a few players. But that confident push up, riding up until the end, like even when they had a player knocked down, they didn't slow at the end. They pushed, because they knew they had the body advantage, they had the momentum, and they took the win.
Well, we really did put a point on the fact that Eastern Stars didn't get to play the first Miramar game. They come into this one, but now they didn't have as much success. We saw them go down quite early on here, which might be just a little wake-up call for them, that sometimes you do need to hold back a little bit, because we spoke about it. The team plays there, right? The communication and teamwork in general we've been a big fan of, but sometimes they can get a little bit over-aggressive.
I think it was, to be fair, I actually think it was less over aggressiveness. I think it was actually more a lack of control in the circles when it did go their way, right? Maybe they didn't push Qatar forces back enough. Maybe they didn't clean up Panda quick enough. Maybe there was just a little bit too much separation on their positioning, even though I was a little bit of a fan of it. It's hard to put one key thing on it, but it definitely didn't result in a good finish for them. I have to mention Team UMBRA, because I think the biggest thing that's holding them back in these games is that they are playing to survive. They're not playing to control. You know, it's like they know they're going to do badly, and they're like, okay, if we can get 4 points, we'll be happy. That's what it looks like. I'm not saying it's the case. I'm not saying they're not trying, but what it transfers in game is that they're rotating with caution. They're rotating to survive. They're like, okay, hopefully we don't die. Hopefully. And it's like, that's not how you play at the top level. You're just going to get suppressed.
Yeah, if you start to see hesitation, right, they may go a step forward, then take a few steps back. You're never going to be going in the right direction of what you want to do there. You have to have that belief in it. And that's when we were talking about it just last week, in that when someone's making a call, you need the whole team to believe and go in for it, right? Not just run away. But what we are going to do for the moment, Imperium, is run away for a little break. When we come back, we're back with Jason, James, and Max. So stay tuned and stick with us.
Welcome back, everyone. We are past the halfway point here of our very first day of league play in our second week overall. Just Captain, joined by Qalas and by Curseman, also known as Maxman30, as we're going to be diving into what has just happened here in our last match. But before that, once again, want to give a shout out to our sponsor of OnePlus, because when it comes to a full day of power, get your game on all day with a full day's charge in 15 minutes, courtesy of OnePlus's unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charge wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle. Also, you can see that Qalas has given you his best blue steel impression, which is pretty damn good. Let's take a look at the rankings from the last match to start to break some things down here, because one team, well, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they got the chicken dinner in our hearts with the amount of kills they're able to pull down.
I mean, 26, man. They almost had a 30-point bomb back-to-back. If that was a win, they would have got it twice in a row. So yeah, Destiny are really showing up in big ways. And the reason why they got so many kills is because they were entering from the southern side. I mean, that's typically where they come from. That's where they drop. That's where they like to play. And they contested Nexus. They contested also UMBRA. And they just got so many frags on the side. And we were surprised, James, for a long period of time that this Mountie could host this many team. Yeah. But Destiny was the team on cleaning duty there.
yeah, battling through it. And as you say, because this mountain then hosts this many teams, you're kind of going from ridgeline to ridgeline, and then you're coming across another team. So it's like effectively you're going from a 4v4 and then straight over the mountain to another 4v4, but nobody else has got vision on you. So this is, it seemed like Destiny was just superior in every one of those isolated fights that they were able to take throughout this mountain traversal that they were doing. So extremely impressive by their campaign there.
Yeah. We've got to talk a little bit about the team that just took himself the dub too, though. QLASH, 23 points, nothing to be sniffed at whatsoever. They're going to be in a really strong spot. Reason why they had the northern side compound. There was low ground. It was in between the two high ground positions. There were east and west, and they were just chilling there for, I believe, maybe 15 minutes of that entire game, and they were just not getting involved, letting all the teams cancel out and negate each other in their respective positions, and they kept themselves up as a 4-man team. And because of the fights happening so often, as we just talked about, on the southern high ground position on a hilltop next to San Martin, they're like, now we got the man advantage, and they used very little utility compared to the other teams that by default gave them the leading opportunity to secure that win.
Yeah, I thought UDR Killers third-partied at just about the right time to try and scramble themselves a little bit more from that, like a win, or maybe kind of catching QLASH off guard. But it was rough. When you're 2 going up against a 4-man that has survived that long, QLASH is very good about getting to the end game and rounding things out, finishing the game with 4 people alive, and they do it here once again.
Oh, we can see on our second page a couple of names that we've seen a couple of times. Gaijin Seraphim got 0 points in the last game after getting a chicken dinner in the very first match of the day. They come out with only 2 points. Eastern Stars as well, only getting 2 points. If I'm not mistaken, when I looked at the overall standings, Eastern Stars are currently in 19th place. Black Sparks are currently in 20th. So some teams that we had really shine when it came to the Super Weekend have had quite a big struggle. And there's even a Unicorns of Love down there as well, Max, as you have cursed them once again.
What? Okay, I am not taking responsibility for that one, okay? No.
Well,
no,
I mean,
what?
They themselves posted a picture, or was it you that I can't remember who it was?
It was them.
They
said they were resistant to it.
They said they were curse
I
resistant.
can't get them. Yeah, exactly. So
they
you
just
can't
have to wait another day, and apparently they're not Max. What are you doing?
Okay, well, we'll say it's my fault on that one. As always, I'm used to it by now. It's fine. But yeah, I mean, those are the big teams, you know, the Black Sparks, the Eastern Stars, and also the Unicorns of Love. I mean, when you look at the Super Weekend standings, they're looking very nice. They're super comfy onto the top side on the first page. So if they don't make it to the next Super Weekend, it's not going to hurt them an insane amount, but you want to be as safe as possible, so let's see if they can make it back up.
A little disappointed here. Didn't get to hear a sound effect from Colaris this time. As we look at our top players from Miramar, because Whiskey has gotten over 1,000. Wait, what was it again?
Ooh.
He's got over 1,000 damage. He's gotten 7 kills. Spicy and Clown, we actually see a lot of individual prowess stepping up here in Clown. I remember we were watching at one point, and we were wondering, how is this man still alive? I don't remember who he was fighting off the top.
Gaijin, yeah.
Yeah, this man, he does well. He does exceptionally well, though he hasn't replicated his performance, I'd say, just yet of League Play Week 1, where he was the top fragger.
We'll see if he can get back to the 19 kills in one day. That's potentially going to be happening for Mr. Clown once more. But yeah, that was the fight versus Gaijin that I think was just really well executed. He was on the ridge line, and with that third-person perspective, it does make it a little bit easier, but Gaijin had some pretty sick grenades, so yeah, Clown did meet a match in that fight at least.
Okay, we did get to see the number, and we've done a healing prediction for ScrimFarm, but what about a damage prediction for Destiny here, guys, before we go into our total damage?
Oh.
They did have 16 kills.
16 kills? I would say 2.8k. 2.8k damage.
Okay, before he even said that, I was going to pick 2.9k. I know it sounds like I'm just Price is Righting you, but that's exactly what I was going to pick before you even said it. Okay.
Well, I know he's no longer on the show back in Bob Barker. Come on down. Let's take a look at our total damage in our third match of the day and see who is going to be right. 2.5. You both suck.
Oh, yeah, we both suck.
Why you like that, Jason?
Jason in his head had 2.5k, and that's why he's saying we both suck, yeah.
No, I didn't have a number. I won't even try to lie and say that I was close. Yeah, exactly. It was actually 25-35.
Damn.
Nice.
Really close.
Not close enough.
So 1 point off. Yeah, don't win the extra $1,000. But still, I mean, they had 2 players left alive for, I feel like, a good portion of the game, and they were still just picking off kills left and right, which is honestly fantastic. You don't need the knocks, you just need the confirms, and it gets you points.
I'm surprised they were actually able to survive as a 3-4-man crew for that long. Though I do think one of the reasons why you see Destiny doing so good in that fight, it seemed like a lot of the teams tried to actually disengage and show their back straight to the side of of Destiny. So that was something that actually helped them out a little bit, because it seemed like teams weren't really ready. They were more focused on trying to enter the circle. So Destiny, they were coming in the backside. I mean, they were on the edge of the circle compared to those other teams that were in front of them. So just going right through it and taking the advantage. So that's why they got the fight.
I don't know if you see it behind you right now. We got Unicorns of Love there, just like over your shoulder. Like, what are you cursing us again?
It's PLZ. We're fine. We're okay.
Yeah, now it's PLZ. Well, one thing we want to take a look at, we're obviously talking a ton about Destiny, but we're going to quickly talk about Clashers. They took the chicken dinner, and if you guys cast your minds back to the first week of League play, they struggled in day one. We had Max cursing them constantly, but we're going to take a look at how they've done today in the first day of League play compared to how they did in the first day of League play week 1, and we can already see they've got that nice upward trend. They're still a little bit low on kills, but they're at least performing better and kind of keeping their pacing to what we need to see them do to qualify again.
Not too much damage, but the average is kind of slowly increasing here for a Clash, I think is fair to say. And I do believe throughout the 3-4 weeks of this tournament, as we continue things on, I think that a team like Clash, we've said it multiple times, will gain just more and more and more consistency the more times they play against this kind of lobby, because this is the caliber that these guys can play at.
The one thing I really like so much about Clash as a team is just like, for example, Panda, I think this is why I respect these two teams so much, is they are very methodical in how they approach reviewing their own games. And they understand every single time, okay, we've got to improve on this, we've got to improve on team communication, which was the 2 points for both Panda and Clash also. So I think that when your team able to question how you play a game is really strong too. So it's going to... Wait, what?
He's back.
He's like, but that's why I like seeing Clash, every time improving, and that's why I fully agree there, Collage, that he's been able to, I mean, as a team, they've been able to really improve their consistency a lot more. So yeah, I mean, they're looking great, but we got to be careful, because the reason why they made it through the first Super Weekend and where they qualified there in the first place, it was that back-to-back win, which they have yet to try and get those kind of results here. So they still need to try and show up a little bit more on this first day, I would say.
Well, Max, you also wanted to look at their map stats here and kind of see how their averages are across each of the maps. And we're going to take a look into this one to see maybe what's their more favorable map at the moment for Clash, because they have, well, I mean, they performed all right, but it seems to be going pretty well overall.
I mean, you're talking about consistency. Almost 1,000 damage on every single map. Erangel not being here, but that's okay. We have no Erangel for this League play to qualify for the second Super Weekend, so they're going to be golden about that. But yeah, I mean, Miramar, we talked about it, right? They got himself 2 wins. Got himself 1 on Erangel and 1 in Miramar back-to-back, back into the second day of the League play of week 1. So they're feeling really comfortable on these maps, and I think that now this lobby, they're used to it. They're used to the competitiveness of this lobby, because also this is one of their first international kind of experiences, so that's why they were maybe a little bit of slow starters, but they're getting to the point where they're looking very, very scary to stop. And I was talking to a few other teams and trying to see exactly which were their top 3 teams they expect to go to the EMEA regional finals, and in every single list I had, almost every one of them was Clash being the #1 team to qualify. So they are making a big, big name for themselves on the international scene.
Well, I feel bad for Clash now, Colaris, since Max pointed that out. We know what's going to happen.
Once again.
Yeah.
I can't say anything, can I?
I thought you were going to sign language this entire segment.
The only thing I can say in sign language is boat, and that's all I can say. I don't know why I know that, but that's all I know in sign language. So
perfect for Sanhok and Destiny's rotations. Yeah, great.
Yeah, works out. So I know we're only 3 matches in, but I wanted to look at something in particular here. Our top 10 players by kills so far within our week of League play, because I'm pretty sure I have this guess that Destiny is going to be making up 4 players in the top 10, and we're going to have Mihi already on 13, Beast on 10, Whiskey on 9, and Mazzaro, which is funny because he's actually one of their top fraggers normally. He's only at 5, but still 4 players in top 10 is fantastic.
This is the scary thing, right? It shows that all 4 members can be extremely impactful at any given time. If you think about the fact that Mazzaro right now is technically the lowest on that team, as you say, after having his Super Week performance, then geez Louise, the entire lobby needs to be scared of this team when they're rolling up on them.
Yeah, it's just so nuts to see 4 of the players up there, and like 5, it's not even bad, right? When looking at it for Mazzaro, it's still a really good result to have for yourself, and that can compare to other teams. As I said, I talked to Panda especially, and I know that they are trying to work on, for example, GK First being the one player to always step up, and they want the rest of the team to show up. That's one thing that Destiny, seeing their results so far, that they don't have to work on that. They got that one nailed down to a T.
We're going to dive straight into our Destiny stats for today. It's just today only, so you can see 3 matches. They have 1 left to go. But look at those damage numbers. I mean, Mihi's practically on 2K right now. But you have 3 members at about 1,500 or higher is pretty insane. It goes to what you were saying before, Claris, about having multiple members, not just one on the team, that can pull out all the stops and rise to the occasion and be that star for the team when they need it.
Yeah, you've got ScrimFarm in the lobby. You may as well rename Destiny to Tawny Farm, because right now, especially in this day to start things off, they are farming. They're going from strength to strength in these past 2 games, getting plenty of kills to boot with that. And we said it throughout the past week that this team's, you asked, can they keep up to the kind of pace that they'd set in the previous week? I think they constantly keep proving that they can.
I just wonder how much longer they can maintain this kind of pace, though. Again, I don't want to be too harsh on them, but I do worry when a team comes to an event early and performs at such a high level. Maintain that level of play is very difficult. We don't really see these like dominating teams come into events anymore, right? We don't see like in the olden days of PUBG Mobile, we have like 1, 2, maybe 3 teams who just decimate the entire lobby every single time. It's a lot closer in terms of skill between all the teams. So I want to hope that Destiny can maintain this pace, but I still kind of question in the back of my head, Max, of if they really can do it, because it's so difficult to do over a long-standing event of 4 weeks like this one is.
I would mention, and I would go back to what myself and Kalaris mentioned, I think it was in week 1, I think we touched a subject that's pretty similar to this. The way Destiny played doesn't seem forced at all. It seems just so natural for them. It's not strenuous, exactly. That's the perfect example. They're just doing what works for them, and they've been doing it since day 1. They've done it in the Unicorns of Love tournament. They did it in the official PMPL scrims too. So I think that if they're not going out of their way to play a different play style that doesn't suit them, I think they're going to keep the ball rolling. I mean, they haven't showed any signs of slowing down, so they might keep on going. Hopefully no curse, but it's looking good.
Well, hopefully no curse indeed. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what's coming up next. And I can tell you from memory, it's Group B sitting out on Sanhok. Look at there. It is. I hope I'm pointing the right way. I'm pointing the wrong way. I will learn this one day. What's my left and what's my right? But you can see what's coming up. And gentlemen, thank you again for breaking on everything. We're going to send you to a quick little break. And we're going to bring our commentators back in again here for match number 4 of the day. I can't believe we're on match 4. It feels like we've been going insanely fast through the day. But luckily for us, with Sanhok coming next, it's going to be fast, but it's going to be explosive. And speaking of explosive, look at James Banks' biceps. Why don't you 2 gentlemen take it away?
You know, why not at this point? I'm just going to go roll with it. Thanks, Jason. I was going to ask you to slide to the left or slide to the right, but you'd probably get it wrong and go forward, you know, in how your coordination's going. Now, this one for me... this one is super interesting for me, Imperium, because we've seen Destiny, right, and Panda not in this game. Destiny right now, with the deaths we're talking about it, they've been killing it. Then you look at Panda, they have been some very heavy-hitting team, but also, we don't have Gaijin and UMBRA in here. Now, Gaijin okay at the moment, within the games we've seen to start off this week, points aren't so bad, but I wouldn't put them as 2, like, stronger teams, you know? So, in general, taking out 2 of these weaker teams in what I visualize and what I see in my eyes makes this game really stacked.
It does make it extremely stacked. I fully agree, and that's where the adaptability comes in play. You kind of, within reason, gotta recognize what teams aren't in the game that you're playing, right? Aren't gonna be in the lobby, so you can capitalize, whether it's on a certain engagement, whether it's on a level of aggression, whether it's on positions, whether it's on rotations. You have to be able to play that. And that point you made about no Gaijin or no UMBRA is so valuable for the rest of the teams in the lobby. We've seen the phase 1 pop up, and it's very healthy for Eastern Stars because it is on that main. That hell, it's healthy for all the teams, because unlike the first Sanhok game, they're not scratching their heads going, where is it going to go? What island is it going to end on? There is that firm stability that they can position and go where they are able to essentially dictate their own result.
Now, you did just touch on a point of Eastern Stars being healthy in here because they're inside the circle straight away. Yes. But they're also a team, when we've watched them on Sanhok, that love to play on the edge, right? They don't want to be kind of directly center more often than not. So do you think that actually now they're going to have to change up the style? Because normally we see them sat around the edges, waiting to go in. They won't sit there and just tank the blue, but they will comfortably patrol the edges and wait for more teams to come to them. Now, it's going to be more like teams are going to be coming out towards them. So maybe they just wait it out for a bit longer for the next circle to pop.
No, I think they are actually going to have a bit of a fine working game, because in previous Sanhoks where it has been this kind of circle, although they might play a little bit of the edge, you're dead right, they will control the kind of central areas of the circle, whether it's with one player or two players. They look to kind of create a little bit of a metaphorical bubble around them, and depending on where the circle shifts, if they have to control the edge, they will, and they'll try to, and they'll probably most likely successfully pull it off. You bring up a good point, James, but I think it'll be a-okay for them. You know, the team that I'm really kind of looking forward to seeing what they can pull off is Unicorns of Love. If they disengage away from Paradise Resort relatively early towards the south, maybe a little bit to the west in the compound that they actually won their Sanhok game from in the Super Weekend, I reckon they will have another strong result. Plus, we know, everybody knows that Sanhok is their strongest performing map.
Well, let's see if they can get a big win on it. They'll certainly be happy for that when it comes into it, because Unicorns of Love, they've been in the middle ground of our eyes many times, haven't they? We've said some positive things about them. We've seen some less good results, certainly maybe dropping the ball in certain positions of what they were trying to play from. And it was interesting because I actually liked a lot of what we saw from them before we came into the PMPL, but then I've kind of been left with this feeling of, okay, where's this gear again? Where's that gone through? Well, not as bad as what I was looking at GODSENT, but in a similar fashion.
Yeah, I totally agree. They've easily been underperforming, but to compliment them a little bit, at least from the Super Weekend, to be in 5th place overall in the standings while still underperforming, that is very strong, and they deserve credit for that. Let's be fair, they do deserve credit for that. Is part of that the fact that Savage X was able to play on the Super Weekend?
Yeah, he came in.
I do think that is the case. However, at the end of the day, they're still in 5th from the Super Weekend. I don't think they'll have any real issues in qualifying for Super Weekend number 2. Unlike a team like RESQ, who are currently down on towards the southwestern side of the map, they have Qatar Forces to the right of them, also a team that, you know, I'm a little bit worried about, considering they failed to qualify for the Super Weekend. But RESQ, they are going to have a little bit of a journey to enter into the circle, and they need to thread with a bit of caution. I'm not saying they need to wait until Phase 2 pops up, but they do need to gather information as early as possible.
And sorry, I'm going to have to come back on this point, because my thing was not so much on the Unicorns of Love saying they would underperform. I would say, like, how I viewed it is some games they definitely seem to know what they want to do, and then other times when I'm looking at them, it was like, this is not the same team I was looking at, you know? But the team we're looking at right now is going to be Lakonostra taking on QLASH down here. They're both within the circle at the moment, but only one of them might be able to make it out from this position. And Lakonostra, they deal with the first kill, no problem at all. And the rest of the QLASH players, well, Trazen had already backed away from this position, and the other two were still just trying to leave Doc. So one player isolated alone, he wasn't ready for that, and that will make this game slightly more difficult now.
Well, I'm trying to remember if Lakonostra MVP have actually rotated into this side of Quarry before, and I don't think they have. Normally, that's been left open for the likes of QLASH, for the likes of UDR Killers, maybe even Eastern Stars, depending on the circle, of course. So I don't think QLASH were expecting Qatar Forces. We're expecting Lakonostra MVP to be there, so it kind of makes sense why MZ might have been going out. There's RESQ looking to catch out Lost Bullets. Nice knockdown comes through, but will they be able to push on that? Because they have to move across the road, so unless they confirm that they can confirm that kill, I don't think Lost Bullet will be too worried.
They weren't aware of how closely they were being watched, though. You're right, it's not a bad position for them to fight from. I liked what Hyper, very small detail, I like what Hyper did there. He was willing to just stand there, spray it on out. His teammate was shooting at everyone. Started off on the vehicle, then anyone else that was moving, he was just tracing it the whole way through. But Hyper realized from where the new position that some of the Lost Bullet players took that I need to move down a little bit, because he was further out in the open and could have been taken out. So just a small detail that he was able to use to his advantage in that one. And now he can still stick around and stay for the fight if he wants. As we see Blood and Coyote look to make their way around and try and circle into this and tick at the same time. He can get behind. This is crazy good. They can see from everywhere into this, man. This is brilliant.
And that is the risk of kind of being inside ruins. I know it's only phase 1, so I understand why Lost would have been there. But it's quite clear that RESQ are seeing an opportunity to punish a team, maybe get a couple of kills. And this is kind of unlike what we've seen from RESQ in the past. They've been more of a rotational team, go into the circle and see what they can do from there. But maybe switching things up, evolving their gameplay, it's good to see, and I really kind of hope they're rewarded for that. Not that I want to see Lost Bullet go down, but RESQ taking a chance like this, switching up their play style, looking to evolve it, is really healthy.
Oh no, Tick.
I know.
He might be blissfully unaware of this.
You got to hear it? No?
Dammy?
There you go.
I thought Dammy would have seen him and taken the shots, but it didn't work out. He took a little bit longer than he should have. He definitely saw him. I'm not.
He did. He did.
Oh, Tick would have died instantly. There would have been no chance. Now he just gets the knock, gets the kill. No problems at all. All the Lost players are elsewhere. And the other smart thing about RESQ, what they're doing here, by the way, is where they position themselves, it means that Lost cannot leave successfully in any direction.
Yep.
Like, there is someone that's going to be looking at them, and you're outside the circle. So RESQ can quite comfortably gatekeep, and they've already taken down one player.
But now that they've taken down one player, what it looks like they're doing is they're disengaging. And that's also very clever in itself, because I'm all for suppressing a team, but don't mess up your position in the next circle for the sake of an extra kill. They've gotten a kill, they've gotten a point, they're going to take that, and they're going to run with it. But Qatar forces are also running up onto UDR Killers. A grenade goes out, sends Pocus away from the sniper tower, but he's going to have to deal with it. He nearly gets knocked. Great jump shot from Manats.
Very good job trading it out, though. Both teams with one player knocked. First aid kit maybe popped straight away, and UDR are more split than what Qatar are from here. The revive going to come on through, which is going to help out massively. And UDR Killers, they can see from this position, but what do they want to do? At that distance, it's going to be hard. They're going to have their players taken out on UDR's side. Very easily done. You see some shots did come out there. Ulysses wanted to at least try and stop anything like that from happening, but you're too far away, buddy. You're not going to be able to have any success in this. You and Nano need to just group up and move away, I'd say. Don't fight Qatar in any sense of your imagination in a fight like this, because you are not going to come out on top.
Phase 2 popped up, and it did shift up north, and your daily ScrimFarm position report in Sanhok. I'm just getting breaking news, Banks, and I can confirm that they're still inside the circle. They are actually still inside the circle. Now, is that a product of the fact that the circle is shifted towards them? Maybe, but by the grace of God, they're still in the circle. Well done, guys. Well done. Had to say it, man.
Yeah, I do remember how many times we got to just see them chilling, you know, in the blue, unexpectedly, running on through, you know. Oh, ScrimFarm. We do love them. It was the Eastern Star ScrimFarm battle on the last Sanhok game that we covered for Super Weekend, wasn't it? Where they were just like fighting unnecessarily with each other. ScrimFarm may have come out on top, and they just sat around in it for ages.
No. That was actually, my apologies, that was actually Destiny in Eastern Stars.
Ah, I thought it was ScrimFarm. There you go, memory blank.
One thing that worries me, though, is unicorns. A lot of are still in paradise. Yeah, it's only phase 2, but we all know that paradise is sort of surrounded by just not 4 walls, but like what feels like 8 walls, and getting information from inside paradise to the outside is not easy. And if you leave it too late to do that, you're going to have 3-4 teams around you. And at this moment in time, there's GAMELORD close by on the west. You have Black Sparks kind of a little bit on the southeast, and you have GSG a little bit further in south, and even Nexus on the east. So the only real right now kind of disengagement position or direction that we know, but they don't even know, is up north for Unicorns Love. So they really need to do something like send a scout away to get some form of information.
Well, let's see if they can grab that information. The information that RESQ will have is that Lost still haven't made their way out of that circle. They can take the damage, that's not a problem, but they've gone for a different direction on this one.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a smart decision, but you're going into the unknown even further now. At least you would be maybe aware that RESQ were looking out towards you. You've got to try and make the best of a bad situation. It has really been bad for Lost to start off with. Losing Dami and now just kind of finding your way out of Ruins. We're never really a fan of Ruins early on either. Like, okay, you can use it, but just how pinned down you can get, like we just saw with Lost, is always an issue. It's stressful for these teams. Where's it? Is ScrimFarm going into the blue now? They're just going to rock back in?
There you go. Going into the blue. As you see, face.
They just want to take a bit of damage, you know? They're like, oh, you know, we like this. Tap us, tickle us a little bit. Blue tickle. It gives them strength, gives them power to move on forward. Oh, I'd like to see GODSENT now join up, though, considering you've got them in vehicles. 2 players been put together now in a really good position within the circle. If you group up and fight it out from there would be smart.
But I would recommend they actually do spread out just a little bit from the west to the east, create a little bit of a line, so to speak, maybe a 2-2 or 2-1-1 spread, at least for the first parts of this phase through into the blue zone starts closing. And you don't want to allow them, they don't want to allow GAMELORD to get too close by. And once again, this is the worrying thing for me with Unicorns Love, because they are still in Paradise, and there's not only going to be teams coming in from the south, but also you have GODSENT in the north. So the second they disengage away, although there's a lot of foliage in play, it's just not going to be easy to deal with. Eastern Stars have been adapting very nicely to the circle. They're now just a little bit to the east of Nexus. And once again, we still have 16 teams, only 4 players down, so that dam will break.
And this is the start of it all here. Caster up on top of the rock, already found the knock onto 1. Got his teammates close enough, but that's not what they want to see. Just as he pops out, it's not just RESQ shooting at them. Multiple teams that can fire up on him when they're out in the open like that. Rice trying to battle back in this one, but it's just trading it out back and forth between both of them for now as Holes. He's able to get the side swipe on go, but this is the problem. The moment you go in for one of these fights, you're exposing yourself from another angle. And Nexus, look how far away he is. Yeah.
Why?
What the hell? I just looked at it as it popped up. I'm like, Nexus, your teammate, what are we doing? He's also in the blue anyway at the same time. Oh, okay. So Qatar and ScrimFarm have started to take this fight. They were spotted out. One knock did come through very early on. We saw it a few minutes ago. And ScrimFarm want to go in for the kill now if it's possible. Watson down, but he is just down and safe behind the house for now. Nade's going to go on forward. Anas, can he come through and sneak attack them? They may not expect this. Oh, nice! That's huge! Anas comes round, the side swipe works out, and now it's ScrimFarm. They're the ones that are going to be on the back foot. The Tatty trying to hold on to it. It's got the rock for a little bit of cover in there, but it's not going to come through. He goes down. Damage is done, and Qatar, this is more like it today. Very impressive there. They were completely pinned down. They were not having a good start in that battle at all. Then they just bought themselves some time. The players were not flushing out their members who were knocked, and they were able to deal the damage onto ScrimFarm there.
And I can't help but feel that is maybe a product of them watching the Super Weekend games, right? And seeing the strategy ScrimFarm had of being in the blue, and maybe they were prepared for that. But the next circle pops up, and it yeets all the way to the west, and that's good for Unicorns of Love because it puts all of the traffic on the east away from their current spot. GAMELORD are up on the north, but they have the road in place, so they're going to have to commit to the western side. You see Lost on the GAMELORD, so that's good coming in from the south side. That rotation from Lost Bullet has paid off.
Yeah, they'll count their lucky stars for it, mate. They lost Dami so long ago. They're now going to be sat in a position where it's quite easy to get into the circle. They might meet Clash at one point as well after GAMELORD if Clash continue to make their way up throughout the north and over towards the west. But Clever, looking to try and get the finish off, isn't quite able to put the final finish onto him. They will be able to find themselves a good spot within this circle. They'll roll straight up on it, and GAMELORD's not really able to challenge it either.
And I honestly don't feel bad for I feel bad for GameLord in this situation because they were holding on to the Northwest for quite a while. They weren't expecting somebody to be in there, but RESQ's expecting GSG to be inside that shack, and a knock comes through onto Lau. But of course, RESQ aren't looking the best themselves. Levy's cooking up a grenade. The rest of RESQ are coming in with the vehicle, so hopefully the cavalry is arriving. Coyote, okay, that's an interesting position. He's making it work.
The nade goes out. He went forward with the car. He wanted to take down Levi here. And now he knows his days could be numbered real soon. 2 players already dead, though, for RESQ off the back of this. It started to get chaotic. It had been a quieter game here on Sanhok than normal. And GSGE, well, even them being split up, they might be able to hold this. There is a chance after the mistakes that were made by RESQ.
Look at the map for a sec and tell me, how the hell did Qatar forces go from the far eastern coastline where they took out ScrimFarm to pretty much the center of this phase 4 without losing any players? Because with it, what he is still inside the blue, crazy rotation, and it's worked out for them. We see RESQ go down. I'm really scratching my head of how that happened with Qatar forces.
Teleportation? Does that become a thing?
Maybe that's a new gun added.
Considering how many teams were there on the eastern side, I agree with you. It doesn't make any sense. Like, we're going to have to watch that back somehow. We have to look back at the map stream because that doesn't make any sense. But they've achieved it. They've managed to make it work. ESG, they were fighting from start to finish. They may have dealt with RESQ, but that is it for them for now. And Qatar Forces up at 6 kills already within this game. They are sadly now, though, down another man. As whatever rotation we didn't manage to capture, they lost one out and left him behind. Nexus very healthy, though. And the way they're working their way forward at the moment, as the other teams are fighting, they'll be left on their own a little bit, right? They'll be ignored for a few moments until they push in up towards where GODSENT are.
Possibly, but now GODSENT are focused a little bit more towards Eastern Stars and pushing them back. If Unicorns Love can finally move away from Paradise Resort for what feels like the last 15 minutes, they should have moved away. They could punish Nexus, but right now they've allowed Nexus to get in onto the southeastern edge of the circle. A Swave on top of the sniper tower puts pressure onto the members of Eastern Stars.
Well, we weren't so impressed with what Eastern Stars managed to achieve on their Miramar. Can they turn it around here? 3 kills already, and they're looking to try and do this push on up. Fury looking to fight, but Swave, he's playing it so well. Ducking and diving, doing the extra damage. They're not ready for it, and Swave goes in for the finish off. Smart play coming out from the GODSENT player there, and Eastern Stars, they get overwhelmed and gunned down in that one.
And now the circle shits on up. GODSENT are still together as a full squad. Qatar forces
lost.
go out. Unicorns Love, they may have disengaged away from Paradise Resort a little bit later than I would have liked it, but they're making it work for the time being.
And we already touched on Nexus being in a good spot. Exactly what we said happened, right? GODSENT were fighting. It's allowed them to actually find a way in.
So true.
But now can they get these kills in? Can they work their way up? Because the circle continues to shift away from them. And they will now need to start fighting a bit more. And Unicorns of Love are still down there in the south, and they've got a chance to work their way in, but it's not going to be easy for any teams considering how open these spaces are. There's a lot to hide behind, but it's the moment you move, you're just forced out.
And before Vito got knocked, I was going to say, this is one of the first games we've seen GODSENT up as a full squad in the 20-minute mark of the game, but now Nexus being caught off pinch between GODSENT and Unicorns of Love. That's going to be the end. Sayonara, konnichiwa.
They had the chance. They could not make it work. QLASH is Azza. Solo player, still in the blue, trying to work his way in. Has lost. They finally have to move. They've gone further down south. But they've done incredibly well to even get here. They've outlived RESQ, who dealt the damage onto them to start things off with. As Azza, he actually came through to at least knock another player with it. Did his best with a bad situation, then dives on out to the blue zone. It's all about the cover you can find in a situation like this. Unicorns of Love up at 7 kills. But GODSENT, They're just close to him now. Some well-placed nades could be problematic. And are they aware? You must know this, Ked, surely. You're throwing them forward. First one's pinned, goes out forward. Does some nice damage and will get the knock on there. Oh, Ked needs to be careful at the same time as well. The push is going to come forward. The nade doesn't take him down just yet. Marley, left and right, trying to spray it on out. He's backed up by his teammates as well. Will eventually put Ked down, but Ked was fighting and he was willing to at least deal the damage to save on to his teammates here. Right now, both stuck in the same spot. Marley, he's going in for it. GODSENT are down and Unicorns are love. You mentioned them, Imperium. It was time for them to show up here when it comes to Sanhok. Well, that's exactly what they are doing.
We're into our top 3. GAMELORD and Lost Bullet being coexisting, but it is a 2v2v2.
I'm still so surprised that Lost Bullet even got to there. Car gets blown up. GAMELORD get eliminated. Now we're into the 2v2. They've got the shack, they've got the extra cover, but he can't take all this blue damage. Clever. Sticking around for too long. Has to work his way around the other side. Marley and Swave try and end this one in GODSENT's favor, but from the side, they didn't expect Clever. He pokes on round, but they might be able to... Oh no, he can't get it. He can't get the revive just yet. Well, he might have the time now. They don't have the confidence with it. Clever's working his way towards the tree. Okay, they've got a timing they're trying to play off of. Master managed to get a step further forward. One by one, they're like leapfrogging each other with it. He takes the first few shots. Marley heavily damaged now. It's going to be difficult for him to stand. He tries to pull off the reload. It's not going to work out. And Lost Bullet, from losing a man so early on in Ruins, not sure how they were going to get out. RESQ in a position where he actually sat there and said, okay, we've got him. We'll just wait for them to push through. Lost Bullet decides to go for a different rotation, and it works out for him. Fair play.
It's kind of common sense, but it's also very clever rotations from Lost Bullet, because they would have known that with that phase 1, and that's a benefit of a phase 1 in Sanhok that's so predominantly in one area of the map, in this case the mainland. They know that there pretty much would have been nobody on anywhere in the northwestern island. So the rotation initially into the mainland, because they left it till phase 2 or so, there's also going to be nobody coming in on the northern part of that mainland. So really the rotation was big brain. It was 9,000 IQ, and they caught off GAMELORD. They caught out GAMELORD, so to speak, which wasn't anything against GAMELORD, to be fair. Got 2 kills off that. That allowed them to control. A lot of the action was on the east, so they didn't really have to worry about the flurry of teams that were taking each other out between the east and the southeast. At the end of the day, they push in just so well. Control got the win, and that last engagement, getting the knock onto one of the 2 remaining GODSENT players, and then supporting each other, as you mentioned, the leapfrog effect. Bang, yeah. That was perfect.
Yeah, that was. I agreed with you at the start. I saw like, okay, he can just go in for it now. But then he was potentially giving him the 1v1. So that's when you saw the leapfrog tree to rock, and then they grouped up together. That was a smart decision. That was much better than what I was expecting to happen there. So fair play to him for getting that one, and all off the back of what looked like was going to be a terrible start to the game for him. I also want to give a special mention to Unicorns of Love, because that was certainly a better fight. They unfortunately got taken down by GODSENT towards the end, but overall it was still looking good here for them on Sanhok, and I think they can be pretty happy and proud of what they had here.
Definitely, and you know, there's a little bit of a domino effect between a couple of teams, because if QLASH maybe had put GODSENT under a little bit more pressure, or even had slowed them down a bit, Nexus probably would have had a little bit more space to push in and third party that. But because GODSENT cleared up QLASH so quickly, all they had to do was turn around on the other side, take out Nexus, and with a little bit of help from Unicorns of Love, down the Romanian team went in the end. Very happy with the Qatar forces as well. Adapting.
Still got to look at how they did that.
Yeah, taking out ScrimFarm and that rotation. I really hope the analysis caught that in some way, and are able to kind of shine a bit of light, because even though they ended up going out, still that rotation was just mind-blowing.
The fact that when we saw him, it went from, okay, we're all on the far eastern side, roll on through to the west, and they just appeared. They were just there without casualties as well, which was so unexpected. I think that like when we look at that, when we actually start to understand it, maybe it'll start to make more sense, because there was a lot of teams that started fighting at the end there, especially out in the open, that basically gave chances for other teams to maneuver around. Like look at GODSENT, for example. When Unicorns of Love were coming up towards them, Unicorns of Love had no idea they were dealing with another team for the most part of it, and Ked was just throwing out grenades that gave away his position. So it can happen like that every now and again, right? You can sit there and think, oh, okay, look, we're dealing with this fight, but that's why it's so key that you have a player that's always looking around and trying to understand what's going on. But sometimes the madness just proves to be a little bit too much.
And, you know, again, GameLord to pull out a third place result went down to 2 players. They weren't shaken by that. They kept their composure. Nope. And again, a little bit benefited by less action on the west. But this Sanhok game was fantastic. The circles going on the mainland was great. Shifting up north, a little bit of an unusual positional finish. And I really liked how some of the teams played. Like, it was a quality match.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what we can find from Lost Bullet here going into the last game of today as well, right? Because I did not expect them, even, not just because they lost that player early on, the first part, I just did not expect Lost Bullet to come away with a game like that on Sanhok, man. Like, it was completely confusing for me, but to add to the confusion, maybe to explain and help us learn some of the things, especially the moment we spoke about with Qatar, we're going to a break now, but the desk may be able to understand all of it for us.
Well, I know Banks and Pyram said they're going to head to a break, but it was heated discussion in what's going on here currently within our league play. They stuck around. They were discussing with us about how potentially that bubble of 46 points might move, though it went down to 44 in the last week. But John did say plus or minus 2 points, so he did save himself on that one. Just capping, Kalaris, Max Menace, we're going to talk about this last match on Sanhok, and one of the first things I want to discuss is the first zone, ScrimFarm. Unluckily, we're not allowed to even go into the blue.
No blue zone for you today. It went on them, like, I think even 2-3 times in a row. So they were feeling pretty unwanted by the blue that time around. A little bit unfortunate for them because that's typically where they like to play. But it seemed like it didn't matter if they were still going to be playing on the outskirts. There was one team that had one mission in mind. That was Qatar Forces. They wanted to hunt them down, and they eliminated ScrimFarm really early on. So that strategy that ScrimFarm has tried to set up, where they want to go for, like, you know, a dead middle average kind of points coming their way on Sanhok, it just got completely overtaken by Qatar Forces that game.
Well, we can see here our rankings for the last batch. Obviously, Lost Bullet taking themselves the chicken dinner. They got 2 in the Super Weekend. They get 1 here in League Play. But we do see GODSENT up there, which is great to see. But also, Unicorns Love once again here, Kalaris.
Yeah, and very much so, proving their consistency here on Sanhok. And considering the circle, considering when, you know, it doesn't surprise us too much with a circle ending near Paradise Resort. However, when it comes to some of the trials that they had to face, there were moments during the later stages of this game that were very impactful and Unicorns Love dealt with effectively. Like, for example, being held in that southern position against Black Sparks down towards the south of Paradise Resort. We were theorizing whilst this game was going on here, Maxman, of course, Qatar Forces ended up taking that little kind of shack that's north of Paradise Resort, where I thought Unicorns Love may want to go, but they had to deal with the threats that were present down below, and they dealt with that, and then moved north, and then dealt with Qatar Forces, which I think was brilliant.
Yeah, I think there was maybe better ways around it, but, you know, at the end it worked out just fine. They were able to survive and send Agon as the forefront, the anchor point up north of Paradise, and they were good. Now heading on to the second page here, we're going to see Black Sparks, as you mentioned. Now, they did die on the southern side of Paradise Resort, and they've taken home a total of 4 points. So not the big showcase coming their way, so not absolutely insane, but they're still going to get a few points to Renos coming their way. And Eastern Stars, a little bit more on the silent end of things, I would say today. We haven't seen too much of these guys. They've been really slow on day one.
9 points in total and 17 plays for them. Black Sparks as well, by the way, 20th place at 8 points. Really, really curious to see how that's going to result into tomorrow's games. I mean, I know you said to us, Max, many times that ScrimFarm aren't really too worried about Sanhok. They don't want to show too much when it comes to Sanhok. But you know what? They need to requalify for the Super Weekend here. They might need to step some things up, maybe show some things. As we're now taking a look at our top players in Sway. We talked about him before, GODSENT, and how he's been able to help carry them through. I think he was on UMBRA before, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was it.
Which might attest to why UMBRA is having such a struggle. But Ked's there again here, guys, and it's great to see Ked continuing his performance for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, it just feels good. Ked is always going to be up there. But I do want to touch upon GODSENT just a quick little bit more once again here. The reason why they went for that rotation, because typically they drop towards Hatton on the northwestern island. They rotated over the river really quickly. It was such a quick executed rotation. I love to see that coming out from GODSENT, because they know that Tatmok Tower, normally that is where ScrimFarm typically like to play. But as you know, ScrimFarm, they got that very unusual approach where they like to go really far over to the northeastern coastal line and play around that vicinity. So it's like the meme do you see on Reddit all the time, is like, I have a proposition for you. I get circle, you get blue zone. And GODSENT got himself the circle. They got himself on the high ground position, which is why they got so many kills that game too. So I think they were very opportunistic in that sense and able to actually get the game. So I think the GODSENT were very calculated on their approach.
I do want to come back to the ScrimFarm thing just a moment, though, because, of course, when it comes to this kind of circle, ScrimFarm, we mentioned it before, they can't play the game that they want to in terms of going out in the blue and effectively avoiding teams. Now, when a circle does go like this, Qatar Forces, you said before, Max, maybe their objective was to hunt them down. That's debatable. But what isn't debatable is the fact that when a circle is like this, you are more likely to run into other teams rotating in the blue, right? So, and Qatar Forces have that kind of stumbling into ScrimFarm in that capacity, in that fashion. So ScrimFarm, in a weird way, in the strangest way, is hoping that circles are going like over towards boot camp, or going over towards the west side, just away from their drop spot, so they don't run into people also rotating in the blue, which is a crazy thing to think about, but that does feel like their opportunity right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they don't seem too worried, but again, as I am saying, like 17th place, they need to step it up. At least have one good game to get yourself through to the Super Weekend. Because again, there's an opportunity to win $1,000 per chicken dinner if you get into the Super Weekend. There's also the opportunity to get points towards PMGC as well in the Super Weekend. So it's still really important for every team to requalify here, even though ScrimFarm are looking on track to make it into the finals either way. But let's take a look now at our total damage in this last match here and see how much damage Lost Bolts were able to put up against everyone else. And it's actually not even them currently in first. It's not even them close to first. They're going to be quite far behind Unicorns of Love and GODSENT, who came in first and second overall in the damage numbers.
Not too surprised really to see GODSENT once again. They had that high ground northern position, which is high ground, and typically what that causes when you have a circle in that position is a lot of teams dying to the blue, which is why you're not seeing that conversion rate. I think could have been a little bit higher, but the blue zone did claim a lot of lives in the process. But yeah, GODSENT, I think they had the best position to zone teams away, to actually take some really long to mid-range shots, and that's why they were looking so good in terms of overall damage. And Unicorns of Love, I'm unsure to mention this right now, but I think that a lot of that damage potentially comes out with their skirmish with Black Spark, and then when they were pushing with Qatar Forces. So they were trying to keep teams on the surrounding area away from the Paradise Resort area, and I think that's why we're seeing them top damage. But it also might just be because of that finishing moment where they had to cross the road that got them a lot of that damage.
I think we were also talking about how Fresh was like kind of holding off Black Sparks at one point, right? And Unicorns of Love were a little bit slow to rotate because the position he was holding, maybe thinking that they could keep him alive or keep him in the fight, Claws.
Yeah, it could have been either or. That's the thing, right? Like we didn't quite get to see too much of that on the main camera itself in terms of what that dynamic was between the two. But of course, Unicorns of Love, they want to get their man out of there, saving Private Fresh, but to be able to then transition on to like that 4-man kind of eventual finish. Likewise, you're in that Mexican standoff where Black Sparks doesn't really want to move because they know that they kind of have to take that fight eventually, and they did end up losing out that fight. But if you can get Fresh out, that's great. The problem with these stalemates is that it affords you valuable time when you're trying to then transition onto circles, especially if they've shifted away from you. But as I said, Unicorns of Love did very well considering those circumstances, so I have to give big props to them.
When you said Mexican standoff, I got really like antsy, like really ready to go with up against you guys, but no one else did it, so I was kind of a little sad. Anyways, let's take a look at though Unicorns Love. We talked about at the start of the day. We talked about how Sanhok is an extremely strong map for them, and we're going to see if it's been able to maintain being strong as we take a look at their Sanhoks over the course of today and their averages. And we can see here, pretty much keep it on track with the points, with the damage numbers as well. I think they're around 1,200, if I'm not mistaken, at the start of the day. They're definitely proving to be a very strong team on this map. The downside is in Super Weekends, you only see it 3 times in total.
Yeah, that's the main issue there. But I mean, the Super Weekends, you only need to see them 3 times, right? This map of Sanhok. But they made up for it because they got themselves 3 top 3s. One of those actually being a chicken dinner back to back to back on the map of Sanhok. So I think by far it is the map that suits them, because I think I mentioned it maybe so many times, right? That they are known as a very aggressive team. And I think that when you go on a map like this, if you're able to take fight and approach them in the right manner, I think that teams that are very aggressive in nature are going to be rewarded in big ways. So I think the Unicorns of Love, even though I know as a fact, right, that Sanhok is not everyone's cup of tea, and I understand that, but gotta say, the Unicorns of Love, they're finding consistency on the map that is pretty hard to find some. So for that alone, they deserve, you know, a big heads up, because they've been performing real good on that one.
Yeah, good at aggression and good at aggression, good at holding compounds, and good at compound-to-compound engagements as well when we're watching Unicorns of Love, especially in this tournament. Say, for example, you know, and Sanhok is rife with this. You've got a compound on one side of the road, a compound on the other side of the road. I will give pretty decent favor to Unicorns of Love in a lot of those instances where there's one team in this compound, one team in that compound, because they're very good at those kinds of engagements. So, yeah, works out.
Yeah, it works out for them. Another team that has worked out for here on Sanhok was Lost Bullet, able to pick themselves up another chicken dinner. And I just want to remind you guys, they had 2 in the Super Week, but I believe they were only in like 10th place, if I'm not mistaken. So 30 of their points, of about 50 placement points coming from those 2 chicken dinners alone. And we wanted to see, you know, how their stats comparing from the Super Weekend till now. And it seems to be relatively on pace in terms of damage, but they are getting more points 100% across the games here.
Very rare, Max. We see one of these numbers not shift at all, and no light blue section. Complete evenness when it comes to the average kills.
And you see 3.3 knows a lot more 3s right behind it. So MSB just smack dab the exact same kind of statistics from in terms of kills throughout their very first Super Weekend, and also this first day of this Week 2 league play. So they've been looking pretty good, at least on this game alone. So I think that's why we've seen the stats, you know, climb a little bit higher. But I think that Lost Bullet, in that game especially, were a team that we did not expect. And I remember James Banks mentioning that, like, we did not think it was going to be potentially Lost Bullet. They just snuck in the final moment right behind one of the northern teams. I believe it was GameLord, and then they just put the pressure down. It was a 2v2, 1 knock, and they converted into a win. So yeah, it feels good. I think the Lost Bullet is a team that right now is pretty inconsistent, but when they have those highs, it's really a strong performance. But we need to see a little bit more. You know, you give us the appetizer, we need the main dish now.
Well, I think it's important to note, as I was saying before, like 30 of their about 50 placement points in the Super Weekend came from the 2 chicken dinners they had, and seeing the increase from 6 to 10 points so far in their average across today compared to the Super Weekend, I think is a positive sign. If their kills are staying the same, that's great. Increase those placements, start to, you know, even out in terms of your kills and your placements to work your way up the leaderboards, and again, get as many points possible going into PMGC. We're not sure exactly how all those points do work out, but we do know they give you potentially that extra chance to get into the big event at the very end of the year. I think it's time to take a look at our schedule, because our game is just about ready to go, and it is our final match of the day, and it's going to be back on the Miramar with Group A sitting out. So now my question is, going into this, Destiny, can we see them pick up another fantastic game? I think before this last match happened, I believe they were at 60-something points, and the next closest team behind them were at 20-something. Is that
29?
Correct?
Yeah, it was 29. Until, of course, GODSENT now has moved up to kind of 44 points, I do believe. But they've played all of their games, importantly. So even with Destiny only having 3 games played so far, 63 points is insane. So they're not going up against GODSENT, Polar Ace, Nexus Gaming, and Lakonostra MVP. A little bit of a downside, I think, for Lakonostra MVP not playing another Miramar here for the day, because I feel like that's where they can earn some more of their points. But if Destiny sponges up more points, and if some of these top teams sponge up more points, coming out at the end of this day, then it leaves less for everybody else here down towards the bottom, which means that threshold may move, like we were theorizing earlier. And right now, Destiny's already sponged up plenty.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for all of your insight into this last match. We got to get things ready, though, for our 5th and final match of the day, and I'm hearing it is ready to go. So I'll say goodbye to you guys for now. Remember, Max, get my coffee ready, or maybe tea. No, I'll take tea this time. Let's bring in our commentators, though, who don't need any caffeine, because there's just as hyped to go as the start of the day was. We got Banks and Imperium joining us once again here to kick things off on our final match. Imperium, you drink a lot of coffee, is that correct? Do you add sugar or milk?
I add a little bit of milk, no sugar, because I'm sweet enough.
You are sweet enough indeed. Max, please remember that. No, you remember his order. Make sure you get him his coffee for tomorrow. All right, we're good to go. Take it away, gentlemen.
Poor Max, he's become the curse and the dedicated coffee maker. He's just on this, he's really sliding downhill at this point, isn't he? Poor guy. He's not having a good time with it. Yeah, the water boy and the curse at the same time. Even teams making memes on him the whole way through. He just got to stop talking about him, you know. Even though it's his job, he's just got to do like Jason suggested. The sign language has to come through. But we do get more of Miramar coming our way, Imperium. You know how happy that makes me. But for some of these teams, doesn't make them that happy, right? We've seen some questionable performances on Miramar from some teams in here. I'm going to be looking to see at least, right, what we're going to get on this final game. And I think that that's made a really good point about when it comes to the Super Weekend, right? The fact that we don't see it as much in here, that teams can't just rely on this to be the staple for them the whole way through.
No, I do love the balance of distribution with the maps where you really have to be strong on all 3 maps. It may not be the case where you're automatically stronger, but focusing on the weaker map that you're on sometimes can really make a bit of a difference. But of course, the playing path is on our screen, so to speak. It is going from the southeast to the northeast, so basically it's an eastern playing path. Pain in the boohoo for the likes of QLASH, as they're gonna have a long journey to get to El Pozo. Again, no Group A in this final game of the day, so no GODSENT, no Polar Ace, no Nexus, and no Lakonostra MVP. So there's a little bit of a chance for the teams between 20th and I believe it is Polar Ace and 13th to kind of jump ahead of them, right? And it's only 8 points between Black Sparks in 20th and Polar Ace in 13th.
Yes, very close. It is only the first day here of week 2 for the PMPL, so we're still in these early stages before we will really need to start worrying for it. But for GODSENT, right, I think we can, and we say even though they're not in this lobby, we can say they're sitting in second place now after opening 4 games. A lot better start this time around, and things are on the upward trend for these guys. It's certainly a positive they can take into these following days, because I instantly just look at this and think, okay, it's not too bad for you at all. And oh, please, Imperium, please give it to me. Please, I beg. I will do anything for it to happen. Give me.
I'm right with you. That's okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oh, cross our fingers, cross our toes, everything you can for an island finish. Let's go. Oh,
I would dream. Okay. I would dream so hard.
I know.
Oh, and so Panda is still going Valdemar as well, so that's not too much of a problem for them. Qatar are going to be down south with them though this time around. We didn't see that normally, do we? That's a slight change up on it.
It is. It's also, I wouldn't even a slight change up, a massive change up, because there's no GODSENT in the lobby. That's left Picada open. It's not one French team that's recognized that. It's 2 French teams. So we do have a Picada battle between GAMELORD and QLASH. Now, the good thing is that because of that eastern playing path, the chances of a team kind of rotating super close by to them in this phase 1 isn't really like that strong, so they can take a little bit of a time to maybe look for an engagement on each other. But once phase 2 pops, if you're not gonna find an engagement, look to try and disengage, grab those vehicles early on, and then move on out of there. For GAMELORD, like, I've got to say, I'm so impressed with this team. I'm so impressed with this team because they are made up individually of very strong players, Banks. Very strong players individually. And I know that's a bit of a cliche, but it is the case. And coming into the PMPL, I was worried about them maybe in terms of having that level of leadership, that level of like, you know, hey, we're a unit, we're going to work together. But I feel like they've proven they've proven that wrong. They've squashed that out, and they are playing for the most part as a strong unit for most of the teams. And I was playing some French custom games with Spicy last night, and although they were just fun French custom games, what I really liked about him is that his tone of voice and his kind of demeanor was very calm. It was friendly, and if that transfers to the PMPL games in terms of communication, that's really gonna kind of calm the team down in the heat of the battle moments, right? If you have that kind of, hey, everything's good, guys, or here's information here, it's kind of more direct. It's rather than this, oh wait, I'm not sure. So
Yeah.
I'd like to think that adds to it, but just very, very impressed with GameLord.
I've got some questions here, Imperium. So you're playing French Customs. Do you speak French?
Yeah. Oui.
Okay, that's definitely a no. I do not believe that you speak French at all.
That is yes in French. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. You know.
Okay,
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
No, please, no. Let's not. Let's definitely not go there with it all as well. But I don't know. At least in other games I've played, right, when you're doing like French Customs or something like that, they would then be speaking their native tongue. So I'm guessing you were just still chilling, just talking English the whole way, because otherwise you'd just be memeing about, you know, just lost of what was going on. I was about to say, just like trying to fumble your way through these games. How much do they carry you? That's the other question. How much are you carried in this?
I see we're the last 2 players left live in our team, and we finished second. Thank you very much.
Because you died and couldn't get the win?
No, I was the last one alive, and I did the... You know who killed me, actually? Fun fact, you know who killed me? Calamos of Clash. He's
okay. Yeah.
And I messaged him on Instagram after game. I was like, why did you have to do me like that, man?
Let me have the win.
Like, I didn't want to kill you, man. And I was like, it's all good. It was an honor. It was an honor.
It is always good to get to play some of the games with the pro players and get inside their minds. Obviously, even just chatting to them, right? Because we can speculate and talk about a lot of the things we're seeing here based on our opinions and what we understand. But their mindset is entirely different sometimes how we play out the games and also the decision making. We've got the beauty of being able to just overlook it all, right, and have more time on our hands to say, oh, okay, this is what might be going on, where they have to do it in just a few seconds and go, cool, we're going here, we're doing this is the next step.
Exactly, and that's why I wanted to comment on Spicy's demeanor and what seemed like his attitude and his comms. But now, as you get back to the game, RESQ pushing in the direction of Team UMBRA, and Nade goes out at the hands of Blood. But RESQ are quite separated, so Blood, you know, don't push it. That Nade should definitely be used to try and suppress and slow down UMBRA, but definitely don't be too aggressive, because right now you're somewhat on your own.
Oh, Leah's trying to escape. Slight bit of damage done towards him. Good cover fire. Coyote sat there, chiming away, taking off the shots. It allows ProLord not to be able to jump up and actually continue to take that fight towards him. So teamwork on point. They're all in vehicles, and RESQ potentially going to be fine in this one.
Now, we've seen Coyote in the coop. It has, since it's been introduced to PUBG Mobile, it's been an instant, you know, popular vehicle. I don't think I've seen a competitive game where a team hasn't used a coupe. And kind of a bit of a question for you, if you could introduce kind of one vehicle into the PUBG Mobile world, what would it be?
Give me an F1 Ferrari.
Oh my God, really?
Could you imagine something that goes that fast? Yeah. Obviously on Miramar, this would be terrible.
I was just gonna say, man.
But imagine if you could get some speed going, like Erangel, for example.
Fair enough.
You could just like go across. By the way, there we go. I've worked it all out. Qatar, that's how they did it. They literally just somehow brought in a F1.
Yeah.
No one saw him go across the map. It just was so fast. Blink, and you missed it. And there you go.
Well, maybe it was a Porsche, considering they're representing Germany.
Ah. Is Porsche German? Well, I'd have to ask James. He's the car man.
Don't make me doubt you.
I don't know, mate. I'm not even pretending to know. But yeah, come on.
In the back of my head.
PUBG Mobile devs, give me a Formula 1 car. I'm all in.
I wouldn't say BMW, because they're pretty bad cars. Am I right?
Oh, you're opening up a can of worms here, mate. You are looking to be attacked by Carleris all day long.
Like, if you have a BMW, I pretty feel sorry for you. Just like big. I feel sorry.
That's big. Exactly what they needed. Great work there from Panda. They wade across the bridge. They blow the vehicle up to start off with. Okay, they've lost Lin anyway, but Qatar are not moving from here. And maybe this is why no one else jumps down towards Panda early on, you know? You don't want to fight up against these guys. Come near us, we will shut you down. And yes, he's got the Mini 14. He's just waiting for someone to make a mistake to poke out further, and he'll be hitting those shots all day long.
And I can only think this was good recognition by Panda to see maybe the parachutes at the drop points to see a team go in that direction.
No! Oh, Anas wins out that one. Panda cannot afford to lose another member in this fight. They do not want to be going down like this. You're in such a good position. He had the cover fire going, but XT was further pushed forward on his own. Didn't really have the cover they directly needed. And Anis now, he's just waiting to see if there's any more mistakes that Panda might make in this one.
Phase 2 has popped up, and you're somewhat being blessed so far as it has gone over to the East Islands are still in play. Now Panda looking to clean up. Qatar forces nearly so close. GK comes out on top. You were.
I didn't think that was going to go. Yeah, I was sat there really clenched, thinking that no, Anis is going to pull this off. They're just going to keep sending one player at a time. Like the thing is, because he was on the bottom of that ridge line, he was always able to give himself cover that they couldn't really fire from. Like Panda wasn't able to provide a good backup, and now Panda have got to push miles through the blue. Okay, it's only phase 2. It's not going to be too much of a problem for them, but they've got a long way to go now, and maybe they'll just try and go across the coastline around Puerto Paraíso and work their way up from there potentially.
There's such a cluster of teams towards the center of this phase 2. Basically, the mountains above Impala is just full of teams. You got RESQ, you got GameLord, you got Destiny, you've got UMBRA, you got Black Sparks, Unicorns, a lot of GSG. It's all, a mix of teams looking to try and rotate and find a position coming into phase 2 that they can call their own. Up in the north, ScrimFarm are just coming into the circle now, so they're kind of being rewarded by a little bit of a late rotation. Luckily, they're not in the blue, thank God. But ahead of them is Eastern Stars, Lost Bullet, and Nexus, along with sorry, not Nexus, RESQ, should I say.
Lost Bullet pulled away that big win. We speak about Eastern Stars over and over again and what they've been able to do on Miramar, but so far today it's not been a huge amount of success. How much of that do you think is down to just having the change up and play, having Fury in this time?
I'd say it is an element, right? Also, I don't think they're
dynamic.
Yeah, different dynamic. You're trying to really kind of get the whole team in the right mindset with an additional player. Fury really shifts the mix. Like, from your playing days, was that the same that you found, where if somebody else joined in, that synergy had to be rebuilt? I know, you weren't playing a battle royale that included, 15, 14 other teams, but I gotta imagine that was something you had to be aware of.
We always were able to keep like a core 3 players and then trying to like add the other 2 players in, like when we had a lot of roster changes, just okay, what it was. And the biggest problem we had was that like you could find good individual skilled players, but like on that synergy side of things, it wasn't so much in the game because that can always be worked on, but it's like the out of the game stuff, if they fit into to how we are as people and a team, which I think is a massive part. Like if your friends playing together, like when before I became a professional player, I literally just played with 4 school friends, and we were all just mates, and like I never, even losing, we were having fun. You didn't care, like everything was good. And it's very difficult to find that in any game. Okay, there's still part of an island in this, by the way, as well. As this
I know.
Still kind of going on, but I'm just getting very excited that I might get what I want. Please, baby, give it to me. Give me the island finish. Look, okay, there's a sign. There's a crate currently in the water. Someone's going to go for it. They're going to go chill there by the island. Take the risk now. I don't know, if someone ends up as like a solo player, I'm telling you now, brother, go all the way over, sit on that island and just chill. It's a risk versus reward, but it might pay off. They might have to come to you and you just gun them all down, and take that big win.
Yeah, for sure. This phase 3 shift down south. It's, of course, a phase 4 landmass circle with a good 50% water in play, so it's going to bunch these teams together even more. Creates a lot of traffic on the north side, and with very few rotational path lines to deal with, it's going to be even harder for the team because you either go deep on the coastal side or you go through Impala and hope for the best.
Hoping for the best is certainly what a lot of these teams are going to be doing. Black Spark shooting onto the Unicorns and Love players, and rather than blow the vehicle up, he's looking to pop the tires and give them no chance of it as well. It's already heavily on fire though, so very unlikely the Unicorns of Love will risk it and decide to jump up in it. This is going to get wild though. Panda have done very well though. Look at where they've got to.
They have.
They've got further forward than some of the teams that have been in the circle for a while.
Yeah, and UDR Killers, they're playing on the southwestern edge. They have nobody around, and they can, of course, gather a lot of information from this current position. Talon. So close. Destiny shooting in your direction, but so far not all of the bullets needed have connected.
RESQ got themselves in a nice spot for now as well. They'll be able to at least look around quite nicely. Wait,
James,
what?
I can hear your cat in the background. It's so cute.
Go away, you go.
No.
I wonder why you just started laughing.
Oh, honestly, it's so cute.
She's adding to the commentary value, you know.
Of course.
Just every now and again gives you the meow when she thinks something's about to go down.
Meow.
If I don't come back tomorrow, we know why. Cat band. Could be the next thing.
Maybe you can bring your cat in here and have a trio cast.
Oh, let's go. Give her a mic.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, ScrimFarm are our second team going to be eliminated there. But very, very early on for these guys. Got about Qatar going out just a little bit before them. Eastern Star trying to take these shots on. They already found themselves getting one whole squad wiped down. They're looking to now try and do it against Lost Bullet, who only have 2 players up in this, but I'm not going to count them out of it, considering what we saw on the previous game. Oh, no island for this.
Nice play.
GG.
Nice play by Eastern Star, though.
Yeah, they've completely locked him in now. Kapahala going further forward as well. In this position, he's got good cover, but he can't push much further than this building.
Nope.
Octavian's coming to join him up, though, so that's going to be the nice bit of teamwork in there. Alush is flushed and clever. Pokes on out, but he is not longed for this world. 6 kills already for Eastern Stars. They are far away from the new circle, one of the furthest teams away, but they've got plenty of time to get their skates on, and they've got plenty of ground to cover. Loot's not going to be a problem for them either. But where do they want to go from here? Because being last to the party is never fun, especially in circles like this. There's so limited space already.
And the limited space is already occupied by teams because of that circle shift to the west, to that mainland area. UDR Killers have been able to create a controlling space on board as Naruto is knocked down and it's just Prolor left in his own. Of course, QLASH do have to push into the circle themselves, but Trazen is going to look for another kill around the side of the building. Shots are fired. Nice pre-fire shots on board, but Trazen, he utilizes the fast fire rate of the Thompson and cleans up UMBRA. Down they go.
And the smart part of that again was that they both did it together, but as soon as they try to escape, they want to now rotate away. More shots come out towards them. You don't really want to be tanking the phase 4 blue at all either. As Blood is going to find one of the Destiny players to take his first initial shots at. Pushes him on down. And Mazzaro, ooh, he's isolated from the rest of his team. Can they provide him any sort of cover? He's healed himself back up, wants to take some shots potentially. Oh, he slips on back down. Won't be able to shoot at the vehicles as they run on by. That could have been something he had to play with, but his teammates, they know what's up. More damage comes across to Blood. And Blood's now further separated from his 2 teammates, looking to try and take advantage position, scout ahead just a little bit. Zaro, this nade. Goes on out. Anyone going down?
Oh, no.
Can't quite make it. Bounces on off, doesn't hit it. And that's going to be problematic for him. They take some shots at Mihi as he strolls on by. But Mazzaro, he's got more nades. Another one comes through. Coyote doesn't have much health either. If he can pull this off, it's going to be absolutely massive. Does he risk it? Does he decide to push on through on his own in this? The heal-ups come through. Coyote trying to deal with it, but he will not be able to stand strong for long. Now there's only 1 player left of RESQ. There's the flushes. They are going through. Blood all on his own. Now he was scouting out to try and go kind of slightly around where the rest of the Destiny players were, but Destiny played that so well. Considering they were the one with 1 player isolated in Mazzaro, they joined back up and they came together as a unit and they dealt the damage and got themselves the kills they needed.
Good idea from RESQ, poor execution. If they had gotten a knockdown onto one of the Destiny players, I would agree with that 2-1 split. But without getting a knock, it should have been 3 players committing to that garage and looking to defend it a little bit more aggressively. On a side note, I absolutely love Mazzaro as a player. I love watching him. I love the confidence that he personifies. I love the ability to survive in a game. He's a pleasure on the eyes.
As are you, Imperium. As are you. That is why I decided to make you my husband. And that is why right now, we get to see Destiny continue as a team to do very well. Whiskey may be on the floor, but they'll be able to pick him back up. And the thing that sticks out, I don't know what moment for you sticks out in your mind about Mazzaro, but me is the solo play, you know? When he's trying to just sneak it up at the very end, he'll always have a trick up his sleeve for sure.
Exactly. He feels like he's not, and but then again, that harps back to what everybody has said between the desk and the casters, that Destiny as a whole just don't look like they're being strained, and it's the same with Mazzaro. It just doesn't look. It always looks like he has something to turn to, somewhere to go, somewhere to move to, another angle and play in his eyes, as Agon has the players from Eastern Stars in his eyes. And the shots are being fired up. But so far, nothing being knocked on board, and Eastern Stars will probably get a little bit more distracted by Destiny.
Yeah, they need to be very careful here. They bypassed Destiny while Destiny was still fighting the other teams.
Yeah.
Now Eastern Stars are the ones who need to keep their eyes and wits about them from all sides and angles here. One wrong move, and it could all be over. Bazzi through the smoke, getting tagged up quite heavily. Not quite fragged up, though, as Kapahala on the edge of it. Mazzaro, there's a player behind you. I hope you're aware. Straight away, refrag comes in. Kapahala getting it done. Beast now decides to move around. And Octavian and Kapahala split up here. Destiny find themselves going down.
No.
Find themselves eliminated there. Not what they would have wanted at all. Especially as it looked like they were really just going to be able to destroy all of Eastern Stars there. They can't poke up anywhere, can they? The moment you move, you're just out in the open and there'll be some team looking at you. Limited space, hard terrain to fight around as well. We're looking at the Unicorns of Love now. 4 players still alive. And this is actually a nice position to fight from.
It is, but be careful. If you shoot, don't shoot in the same position for too long. You got to be able to reposition. Coming into this phase 6, James, GSG, Panda, and UDR all on the southern half of this circle, so they have a lot more space to
Panda
work.
is still up.
Whereas Unicorns of Love have GAMELORD, Eastern Stars, and QLASH close to them.
When you mentioned Panda, I hadn't even been looking for them, and they're still there. I'm impressed by that alone. Potentially a dark horse in this one. They lost the player very early on. They came all the way from Valdemar.
Nice.
It's Unicorns of Love approaching this as a full team. GameLord trying to push on them, but it's not going to work out. Huge damage being done. Kapahala's also come into the fight, which is going to benefit Unicorns of Love here. More nades being thrown forward. Finally, a knock goes back towards them as Kapahala, though. He's been the one that actually will benefit the position here of Unicorns of Love quite massively. He's got Octavian behind him as well in GameLord. They know they can't stand up. They can't afford to stand up. Everyone's going to be looking at them.
And the next circle is set up quite nicely. Ked has an anchor point in this circle. He's with Agon as well, who's in between Beg for Mercy and Fresh. Rice Gang do have the eastern side that they can play around. Black Sparks have been hidden inside this game. Currently 20th in the standings with only 8 points. And they're into the top 9.
Fresh gets knocked. Kapahala's poking up again, but every time has to run back down the hill. Like you mentioned, Imperium, standing up there for too long is a huge risk. Will they even be able to bring Fresh back up? GameLord go down. They really were pinned. They weren't finding a way back into that circle. And now it's up to Eastern Stars to find their way in. Trazen impressively soloing his way forward. He's not been taking as many shots. He took it at the beginning when the first fight went down, and then after that, he's just been quiet. Oh, you're poking still up, Octavian. You need to be careful. From every single side, eventually Eastern Stars go down. It's an 8th position for them. The circle this time went up towards the north, slightly over towards the east. But this actually will help out QLASH and Unicorns of Love just a tad.
Black Sparks now have to push up, push out. That's where they were able to catch
out
Eastern Stars. But Trazen inside the shotgun his own, hoping that Black Sparks and Unicorns of Love take each other out. But UDR Killers joining in on the fun.
We're definitely seeing better plays from UDR.
Yeah.
What we saw in the opening week. Not enough to grab themselves anything huge just yet. And they're struggling to get the kills, but the placement points will be at least there for these guys. Well, Unicorns of Love, it just seems whenever we go to them, doesn't matter what position they're taking, they are fighting from start to finish. These nades going up, but not quite taking the knocks on down. Spots out fresh. Nano, nicely done. Will be able to duck down just in time, and he's hardly taken any damage. He's now looking to try and take advantage of this. Beg for mercy out in the open, and he will be begging for mercy soon if he's not careful at all. Aegon wants to run on round with the Uzi and do some extra damage, but Nano, he's playing this so well, popping up and down. Now the nades come out towards him. He has to try and avoid him, and he prones in order to escape his fate. But Ked cooking it. Nicely done, goes far. Can't quite take any players down. More to follow up as well. Ulysses slowly trying to walk away. Nano eventually will be overwhelmed, will be run down. They do it as a team, they do it as a unit. 4 players still alive here for Unicorns of Love. And they now straight away look back towards it and they see, oh, there's more players coming up here. Okay, we can see you from the side. We'll be able to do some extra damage in here. Luffy, you're not running anywhere now.
Oh, but GK the first. They may be friends out of the game, but in the game, in the heat of battle, they are quick to engage on each other, but Beg for Mercy gets knocked down. GK the first, so reactive out of that buggy to come in, and now Fresh is left on his own. GK the first knows that, single-handedly takes out Unicorns of Love. That was sweet as a button.
That was all about Panda biding their time. And they decided to strike when the iron was hot, and Unicorns of Love, well, they were certainly not ready for it. And he's not done yet. GK first, spraying on down to more players. Black Sparks, they're not ready for this. Look at the confidence. He's like, I got 6 kills already. I don't give a damn. I'm going in for it. He'll be punished, though, as the car gets blown up. Zanz4 was there, and Panda find themselves eliminated. They knew they had to make a play. They knew they had to make a move. But this time around, it wasn't going to be a move that paid off. Now, a 2 versus 2 in terms of team fight. 4 players up for Black Sparks. RESQ with 3, but they haven't had a single kill yet. They've not been fighting so much. Maybe that'll help them with what they've got left in the bit of utility, grenades and smoke, so they can fire on down. And they can see above here, RESQ looking to try and steal this one away. They find themselves getting the first knock, but they have to be careful. Every single time you poke up, oh, this nade could be on the money. This could be perfect. Oh, too far. It bounces just a little bit too much. They were hoping that was what was going to find them some success. But slowly and surely, RESQ, they grab themselves to better positions here. Circle closer towards them than it is Black Sparks. Hamo throwing down the smokes, wanting to make sure there's enough cover in it. Like, he's on towards the western side now. Just only slightly further away from his teammates.
Amphor has to be the integral part of Black Sparks winning this game. He's in the back line. He has the peak in shooting. He needs to give his teammates the space, even if it's at the risk of him being knocked.
This is problematic for Black Sparks. Nexus' position is so strong. As long as he just is careful and plays it out well. They need to try and flush him out, getting ready here for Zanz4. Not going to get close enough, too far away. And Slyke, he's just going out further each time.
No, Zanz4!
Oh, no. What? I guess he's worried like he would have had any cover, but better than going for the play zone is trying to make a run for it. This could be going the way of Rice. They're ready and waiting for it. Nexus, he spots him out. Hamo fighting as best he can. Tries to play this well. Was taking the individual fights, but he won't be able to grab it. And RESQ, despite not having the numbers when it came to that initial fight, were able to come out on top. Imperium, they'll be very pleased with that win.
A win is a win. It wasn't the flashiest, it wasn't the most kill frenzy like we see from the likes of Destiny, but you survive until the end, you do what you can. Those circle shifts were always going to be tricky, and credit to QLASH and the crew. They did recognize that, hey, playing on the east without being too close to the coastline was always going to benefit you towards the end. And it was a little bit similar with Black Sparks, but they were making a lot more noise because where they were moving out of in their compound was uphill, and the new teams are going to look to kind of play around that a little bit more. So by pushing teams back in their own way, they're at least able to pick up a few more kills. I gotta say though, and it's that domino effect, I can't help but think that if TK the First and Panda hadn't been so detrimental to knocking two the Black Sparks players down, it might have been a different story in the end.
Well, even that, right? Look at where the game ended and look at where Panda came from. If we go back a few moments, and obviously they won't know this, right? But had Panda just stuck to their guns and maybe not gone so aggressive to challenge Black Sparks, they would have had that position that Rice are in. They could have held on for a little bit longer, right? They decided they wanted to go another step forward. They decided he was so confident, right? He was up at 6 kills on an individual level that he's like, cool, I'm just going to go in for more. Never going to be against that when you're feeling that confident. But he jumps in the car, gets blown up, and actually he was in the position where that was where Rice ended up to win it from. So sometimes you got to just remember to cool it down a little bit and say, wait a second, maybe I am getting ahead of myself here.
Maybe, just a little bit for sure. You bring up a good point, but it's about trying to find that balance and act, and that's where experience will come on board as we get through the PMPL for Panda and the whole team, together. Yeah. But I want to really quickly point out UDR Killers, because remember earlier what I said about UMBRA, where they were a team that were clearly looking like they were playing to survive. Although UDR Killers have been unfortunate or didn't qualify for the Super Weekend, I have to give them credit because they always look like they are playing to win. Some of their decisions might be weird. Some of their decisions might be a little bit, all over the place, but it still always looks like they're ready to take a fight, like they want to take a fight, and that is commendable, and it will overall reward them in the PMPL as a whole compared to UMBRA's playstyle.
Yeah, they definitely don't seem like they're scared, right? And if you are going into this fight scared or you second guess yourself, to me, you're always just going to end up being in a position where you start to kind of can't come off in a good way, right? You can go into engagements, but if you don't sit there and say, okay, this is exactly what we're going to do and we're going to go for it now, then it can be always a bad way for the game to go down. And I think for Rice Gang, actually, right, because they've had many games where we've said it's come close, but it's not been enough. Okay, the win's great, but not getting as many kill points in there, right, not fighting as much is something that will maybe bite them later on as we come into this. But it is only day one, and we are done and dusted for day one, but we have to talk to our desk. So we're going to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll start to understand what they thought of the madness of this final game on Miramar.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe, as we've now finished off our very first day here of our second week of a league play. Just capping, he's Kalaris, he's Max Ben. And guys, we've had a clash. The bottom of the table, I'm going to say. I was going to say Clash of Titans, but it really wasn't, unfortunately. We had Rice Gang in 18th place and Black Sparks in 20th. Both these teams desperately needing the victory. Both these teams desperately needing the points as we move into tomorrow. And we do see Rice Gang come out on top. A well-needed victory for them, and very different than what we saw in the past. But I will say this, before they got into that final area, that final fight, they had 0 kills. So it seemed like they adjusted the way they wanted to play for placements, just to get those points on the board here, Max.
Very, very last kind of minute for them to actually show themselves up in a more positive and aggressive manner. This is actually the very first win. So they got very close on the last game of the Super Weekend where they did get taken away at the end by Eastern Star. So they're happy to finally get that big fat W coming their way with a total of 19 points, which is going to be the same as Black Spark. They also take home the good old juicy 19. This might be the game that actually sets them apart from the bottom 4 teams to actually make their way into this second Super Weekend. Black Spark already pretty comfortable, but Rice Gang, this is a necessity for them. They need to make it through. They are dead last in the Super Weekend standings, so this game alone is exactly what they needed. Maybe not quite enough just yet. It's only 19 points. It's not going to be securing anything just yet, but it's a good start, and they need to try and show up even more tomorrow, I would say.
Yeah, they only had 9 points before this match actually kicked off, so got up to 28. It would be max, just to help you out there. Panda, 18. Unicorns love getting themselves 14. But Eastern Star is another team that's had a really lackluster day here, Kalaris, but they got themselves 9 kills and the 10 points overall.
Yeah, some blasting back to farm, but can't quite convert the placement points. I mean, again, of all the teams that we're really looking at here, realistically, they're the one that's in least danger. You don't really want to miss out on a Super Weekend, especially considering every time you get a win there, as you've previously mentioned, Jason, you do get yourself $1,000 on the board. And Eastern Stars is definitely a team that when they get to a Super Weekend, you're almost guaranteed for them to get at least one chicken dinner with the quality that they're bringing to the board here. But yeah, I think they're going to look at today, think to themselves, this wasn't enough, despite these 10 points coming in here, and go back to the drawing board a little.
Yeah, UDR Killers, maybe go back to the drawing board as well. It looks like they got themselves a 6th place for points. No kills, however. And I think they lost to Unicorns of Love, if I'm not mistaken, in that head-to-head battle. But this is another team who didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend that do get on the front page. But is it going to be enough? Well, we're probably going to find out tomorrow as we take a look now at our other 8 teams and the points they did get themselves here in the last match of the day. And Gaijin Seraphim and ScrimFarm, it's seeming to be pretty consistent. We're seeing them towards the bottom of the table here, Max.
And UMBRA. Yeah, big names here that we are seeing on the bottom side of these 2 pages on a pretty regular basis. Unfortunately, not the good kind of regularity you should be expecting from one of these teams. Qatar Forces, especially here, you're looking at them. They got completely clapped. Only 1 kill went their way, and it was on the side of Panda. We will talk a little bit more in depth about that hold that Panda had, but Qatar Forces, there's nothing they could really do in that kind of position. Also, because they typically drop in Cabrera, because it was a southeastern kind of plane path, they went for a secondary drop onto the prison island, and seemed like Panda understood that, so they had a really clean setup, and Qatar Forces could do literally nothing in that entire fight.
At this point, Jason, I am scared for Gaijin Seraphim, and the pattern is certainly forming. You've got to think back to the beginning of the day. They had 27 points off the back of that win. Now, after these games have finished, these 4 games, they're at 29 points. And it is looking like they're only able to get points when the circles are playing in their favor, and they need to be able to sort that out quick.
Come on, I'm waiting for it.
Oh,
first 1,244 damage done.
I'm sorry.
This guy was on a rampage though, Max. We saw 100% Kapahalla, another name we saw quite a bit when it came to the Super Weekend, Sandfor and Fresh. So we're starting to see similarities between the Super Weekend and our top players. But GK First was on an entirely different level.
Yeah. This entire board here with like the top players is just like Avenger level threat kind of players. We see them up here on a really regular basis. But yeah, GK First, the incarnation of the word YOLO there. He just went for the push, and he's like, he did not give a damn about what was happening. I mean, I love seeing players go for like just, no, I was going to say pedal to the metal, but I'm going to say metal to the pedal. We're going to go back to that one. There you go.
It's not only that, Max. At the end, he was spraying his mouth and saying, "Witness me," because he was just charging in. I mean, they had to make something happen towards the end, and I think he knew that they kind of done enough in this game anyway. But
he drive down the slope. I was like, "You got to calm down, mate. What are you doing?" Hey, to be honest, 6 kills. 6 kills. I'm not going to complain. It's still good points.
Yeah, let's go for the highlight plays, man. Let's see how much of the damage he did for his team, though. It's 1244 for him. Let's see how much Panda got overall in the entire match. 1950. So he did a significant portion of their damage in that last match. But we do see Destiny there actually coming number 1 with the damage and 8 kills. And Destiny has been on a slaughter here today.
Yes, they have. And looking at how they've played things out, I think, again, it was like 69 points in the previous games, getting some points here as well. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the bottom teams, sometimes I guess they kind of don't mind the fact that Destiny's sponging things up because it makes it a little bit easier for them, but they continue to do so. Their 4 games across the day here, Maxman, have been nothing short of ridiculous for Destiny.
It's just been fantastic. So from start to finish, they started fragging out so early too. And I think you mentioned at one point they got 2 kills on Gaijin. The reason why they didn't get 4 is because Gaijin took it upon themselves to eliminate themselves from the game almost. So yeah, Destiny could have potentially even got himself a double-digit kill count on this one entirely. But one team I'm really happy to see get himself some good kills. A really great conversion rate, by the way. Almost 1,000 damage to 7 kill ratio. That's Black Spark. I mean, they drop Puerto Paraíso. They are very familiar with that kind of a position, with that entire kind of rotation if they have to pull it off. And you mentioned it is like a checkpoint area where they went to the warehouse. And the circle centered up on that position so many times in a row. They saw no need to move away. So they're just stuck there. They had the grenades, they had the utility. Sure, it was not enough to contest that high ground position from RESQ in the finishing moments, but that's why you see them, secure second position, because they had all that utility to elongate their survivability in that late game.
Fond memories.
Yeah, I'm going to take that positive note you just gave them and reintroduce a negative. Send for going out to the blue up when they're up against RESQ at the very end.
Yes. Don't do that.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well for them. Maybe it cost them a chicken dinner, but still in the end, they got some decent points, as you guys have mentioned. But let's take a look, though, at one team. Now, this is something we wanted to talk about all day, but we wanted to see how it panned out throughout the day before we did bring it up. And speaking of panned out, it's Panda. We're going to take a look at here when it comes to Miramar being such a strong map for them. We can see the amount of average kills they get, that survival time as well. Funny enough, it's technically not even their best map statistically.
Thank you, Jason Tech Tips. We really appreciate you transitioning us into this one. But yeah, Panda, of course, they showed that Miramar, they're so comfortable on it. And as you said, like, not even their top stats so far into this one. We're going to have a lot more Miramar, of course, throughout the entirety of this league play, so I'm not really too scared whatsoever. But also got to keep in mind that Miramar, this is 13 matches. You only have 4 for Sanhok. You have only 10 for Wrangle. So out of 13 matches, having an average damage of almost 1,000. 1,000 almost on 13 matches. I rarely see numbers like that. That is really super out of the ordinary. And Panda, by far, not only saying that this was their favorite map, they are showing it with the stats. So I think that every time you're going to see Miramar, Panda is always going to be the team that you got to keep in the back of your head. Like, they're going to do well.
Yeah, it's a good job that the averages are keeping up with their best map in Erangel. I mean, it's really not too far behind by any stretch of the imagination. Sanhok also really not that far behind, all things considered. Panda is looking like the complete package, and it's not just across all battlegrounds. If we have to isolate Miramar specifically, I am especially impressed at how they deal with every stage of the game, early, mid, late, and later on, of course. I mean, maybe even tomorrow I can try and break some of that down, because the way that they're dealing with information and bringing the fight to other teams is nothing short of astounding.
Yeah, I think especially the one thing is they understand the value of early game fights, especially their early game is what I'm the most fan of. We go back to the last game on Miramar where they were taking an early fight next to El Pozo versus the likes of, I believe it was Unicorns of Love. And they got 2 kills and they're like, okay, we don't have to push that fight any further. The blue zone is closing in. We're not going to be greedy. We're not going to be overly aggressive. We're going to start going towards the circle itself and try and take control early on. And in very similar fashion here, they knew they could take the fight towards the likes of Qatar forces. So there was no risk because there's not many teams that usually drop there. They took the fight and got himself 4 kills early on. I think that their understanding of every situation they are in at the time is on such a good level that there's not many teams, I would say, on Miramar right now are able to rivalize those kind of strats.
Well, we've been talking about as well. Some teams, you look at Destiny, they have players across the board who can stand out for the team. But we want to dive deeper into the real star player for Panda that we've had happen or kind of break through, right? GK first. This guy, as we talked about in this last match, putting up with almost 1,300 damage done, the 6 kills. He was a menace. He was a beast. He didn't seem to care and have a single care in the world as he was constantly pushing into enemies. And we can see his stats across day 3. Not quite peaking across the board, but he does have the actual, the #1 slots for knockouts.
Quite honestly,
he is not sharing.
Quite honestly, he's devastating. He is a wrecking ball if you let him go. And Max, you were talking to us earlier about how, in terms of experience, where he's at compared to the rest of the team. And I mean, it shows. He's nutty.
He's got the most experience when it comes down to international player and just competitive play in general for the team. So it is really showing by how aggressive and how confident he is in his own plays. But that's also a positive for a negative. I think that we have seen also many games where sometimes GK first would be a little over aggressive, would take a fight, he would die, and then the team would be almost lost. So I would say we want to see the rest of the team, talking of the years and all the other players, build up a little bit more confidence. And I think that GK first is somewhat the catalyst for that to happen. He's assisting the team. He's allowing them to to grow a lot more, which I think is great. But as I said, I think that this is Panda still in their very early competitive days as a team. If they can play this well this early on, especially with the guidance of GK First, I can't wait to see what they can become in 2, 3, 4 months from now. They could be one of the, if not the best team in Europe if they keep going like this.
Could be.
Well, I mean, I remember Klaus saying last week that he sees Panda as being easily one of the top teams that potentially could break through into our top 3 and represent Western Europe in the EMEA Regional Championship. We can see some of the highlights from him as well today. And this was the bridge fight we were talking about, and he eventually did go for the finisher, but Panda just completely locking Qatar forces out of the map.
Yep, definitely. And GK First showing up time and time again. Here he is taking the fight to Unicorns of Love with the UMP, just moving on up. I did it for you, Max. I said UMP.
Oh, you're killing me.
We have to be nice to him one time. And then just continues to somehow start blasting people from here and then try and drive down to them. He's a crazy man. As I said, the wrecking ball of the team right now. And I think you aptly said it here, Max, in terms of using the word catalyst potentially for this team to unlock becoming a championship team down the line.
Yeah, he can only seem to move forward here and hopefully keeping his team moving forward as they look to qualify through another super weekend. But for now, we're going to take a look at our top 10 killers across today here. And I'm expecting to still see quite a few members of Destiny be in this list. Remember, before they had all 4 players, and they're still going to maintain all 4 players. Mihi finishing out at 16. Mazara, when we last checked in, was at 5. He's got himself up to 8, but GK First has moved himself into 2nd place.
Yeah, he's breaking it up. Oh no, he separated Beast, Whiskey, and also Mihi up there. He's going to be up to now 11 kills so far. Ked, he's inching forward, just 1 extra kill, and he could be contesting a few extra positions at the end for this league play. I mean, yeah, these names that we've seen on screen, are we surprised? I mean, not really. The newcomer, though, that we haven't had time to see, I mean, especially that's down to the fact that they did not make it to the first Super Weekend, is Anas from Qatar Forces. He sure died really early on in this game, but I think that we mainly go back to the fight where he took that fight on Miramar on game 4. He was really stepping up in big ways. So yeah, it feels good to see a new name up here and hopefully can remain up there in this 2nd Super Weekend. That is only, of course, if Qatar Forces can qualify. So we'll see if they can make it happen.
A little sad to not see Clown there on,
True, actually,
the #1 slot. I think at the end of league play, he was actually at the end of day 1, he had 19 kills or something like that. Really ridiculous.
Too much blue zone.
The very first week.
Yeah.
Too much blue zone. Yeah, well, you know it's going to happen.
They didn't play one Sanhok, and then the other Sanhok, they had Circle, which they don't want. So, yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
Never heard a team complain about having Circle Lars, but it's a time for anything. Let's take a look though as a recap of what all happened today and who won which matches and who, of course, put up the big numbers across these matches. And Destiny only getting the 1 win, but keeping true. The one time Max doesn't mention that Destiny get a win per day. They do, in fact, get that win per day. Gaijin Seraphim, their best performance here on the first match, but then again, they just disappeared off the face of the earth yet again. Yeah. I think they finished off at 29 points, you said, Klaus, yes, and they got 27 from that game alone.
Yep. And as I say, they need to fix this. I don't think this is even being that harsh, realistically, considering what we saw from them not qualifying for the previous Super Weekend, kind of in an extremely similar situation, bear in mind. Now, will that 29 points with maybe a sprinkling tomorrow get them some of those spots if they're, if we're seeing teams like Destiny soaking up so much towards the top? Maybe. But still, they need to tighten things up here if they want to be starting rival stuff going on in the Super Weekend and maybe bagging themselves a few thousand buckaroos here and there.
I'm seeing the main issue that's very redundant between 3 teams in particularly. That would be Gaijin, RESQ, and also the likes of UMBRA, which is they delay rotations too much, and then our teams start playing edge. You're looking at your Eastern Stars, you're looking at your GSG Europes. They're going to be the ones holding you at bay away into the blue, and you're typically going to die most of the time. So yeah, I would say Gaijin, RESQ, this time around the circle did go their way a little bit, but they did center up pretty nicely, so that was a good improvement off the back of that 2nd position into the Super Weekend. So I think that they are getting the idea right now, but I think that UMBRA and Gaijin, as you rightly mentioned, Gaijin there, need to be a little bit quicker on their feet if they want to have a chance of making it in their first Super Weekend.
I mean, realistically, 1 more chicken dinner for them should be potentially enough to get them through.
Yeah. Oh, definitely
into the Super Weekend, if they can pull it off. But we'll obviously find out tomorrow. Let's take a look, though, at our overall standings to see where all the teams do lay currently after our 1 day of play here in our 2nd week of league play. Destiny going to be taking that first slot at 72 points, but look at that ratio of kills to placement points. I mean, 15 out of 27 placement points came from their chicken dinner, but those kills, I mean, averaging across 4, they were averaging over 10 kills a game.
11 kills apiece every single time Destiny is in the lobby. That is what they've been averaging so far, even though, of course, we had some games where they got, like, the 15, the 16 points, so it's just going to be averaging out really nicely for them. Man, 72 points already in just 4 games is...
Don't say it, Kalaris. I already know what you're looking at.
I just no. I'm amazed. I'm amazed that Destiny's been able to put up what they've put up. But yeah, go on, continue, Max. I just want to see if it happens.
I don't know where we're going on this one. GODSENT second.
We'll find out.
QLASH third. Panda fourth. I don't know where am I going on this one. I'm confused. I'm lost right now. Yeah, Panda, QLASH, GODSENT doing good. Good show up, especially GODSENT. You know, they needed to try and get themselves some good results. They barely qualified last time around. So starting off in second position, really comfortable. So hopefully they can keep it going tomorrow. But they're already above that bubble. We were expecting to be around the mid 40s. So they're feeling really good.
I feel bad that we make Max feel so nervous. We're too old, Jason. Like, we're too confident and...
Whoa, speak for yourself.
Wait, what do you mean? You're like... never mind. All right, whatever.
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, well, you know, Gaijin Seraphim 8th place, 1 chicken dinner, 15 placement points. They have not scored a single placement point outside of that one game they won, which is very unfortunate for them, but not to beat them too hard. Because if we look across the rest of the teams here in our top 8, no one even comes close to Destiny. They're 26 kills ahead of the second closest team of Unicorns of Love in 5th place. 26 points ahead. The team in 8th place has 29 points total. Like, that's how far they are ahead of some of these teams at the moment.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And again, because they've soaked up as much as they have in terms of the kills, the placement points. Actually, fully enough, GODSENT somehow got more placement points than them during this, which is extremely commendable, I've got to say. So it's nice to see that kind of bounce back here from GODSENT. After we've been critical of them a little bit during the past week, but this is great for them. But this now then shifts down what is going to be those points required to get into, or the likely threshold of what that 16th is going to be. And 19 points for RESQ down there. And we'll see if that doubles up to get us towards that 40-ish point mark.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be happening, but this is looking especially a little bit stressful for the likes of GSG, because let's not forget, last time around they qualified with 53 points. They were in 13th position, and they qualified by just 10. So they are also in a position where they know that they need to try and double up their points for tomorrow if you want to get around that 40-point mark for tomorrow. Same for RESQ. And it's just so surprising to see Blackspark on this low of a kind of performance. It's a little bit surprising, I would say, especially when we were praising them so many times as being this extremely consistent team. It's unfortunately consistent today, but not in the right performance. At least that's what we were been looking for, I would clearly say. UDR Killers, no 11th position. RESQ 2 seem like they will be able to make it, and RESQ, as you mentioned, they had to make it to the next stage, even though it's not sure just yet, because they're currently the lowest standing team in the Super Weekend. If they don't make it, that is an opportunity for the bottom 4 that didn't make it in the first one to actually overtake them and somewhat secure or be a lot more comfortable when it comes to making it to the finals of this event.
All right, let's look at our last 4 teams here so we can see how many points they have between them. We have 19 points in 16th place. We have 19th and 17th as well. But ScrimFarm, Eastern Stars, and Polar Ace, like these 3 teams were on our front page, I believe, overall stands in the Super Weekend. Eastern Stars were the #1 team in the Super Weekend, and yet they're currently in 17th. Now, to be fair, we did talk about big changes, the big movers at the start of the day, and Eastern Stars, I think, finished 12th in the end of league play in the first week, but then finished first of all at the end of the Super Weekend. So there's still some hope they can bounce back, but you don't want to be one of these teams to not have that opportunity to win $1,000 per chicken dinner in the Super Weekend when there's 15 matches in total.
I'm currently not worried for Eastern Stars, even though, of course, right now they're not in the position of qualification.
If Max said that, I would definitely be worried, but I'm glad you did.
Yeah, this is why I spoke really quickly, so I could beat him to the punch, so it didn't happen.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not worried. They've definitely had a rough day, but it has not looked Eastern Stars-esque compared to what we saw in the previous week. Whereas ScrimFarm, I might be a little bit worried, but we'll see how the circles play out on Sanhok.
Yeah, especially for ScrimFarm, as I said, I talked with Datati, and he said they want to take every single game of the league play and the Super Weekend as just training, because they know as a newly formed team, just about 2 months of experience together, they want to train. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to train if you don't make it to the Super Weekend. So ScrimFarm, let's see if they can make it happen tomorrow. They're known as being very volatile, so if they have a bad day today, maybe tomorrow a good day. Who knows?
And my worries from the beginning of the day, Jason, of like trying to figure out where things were going wrong for UMBRA, saying I couldn't really peg it because we didn't really see them too much in the first 2 days of league play in week 1. We once again have not seen them here in this team, so I really can't pinpoint it. It is just they are invisible in this lobby right now, and that feels really harsh to say, but that is the reality we are sitting with right now, and tomorrow they need to be visible.
Well, we'll find out if they can be visible. I mean, I don't know what's going on within the team. We want to see them step up. We know them from just like last year playing. There's such high caliber players, but something's not clicking within the team. But either way, we still have another day of action before we can really judge them too harshly. But let's take a look, though, at our top MVP over the course of today and see who's currently holding that #1 spot. I wonder if it's GK first. I wonder if it's going to be Mihi. And, well, it's going to be Mihi because I looked at the graphics, so I kind of cheated. But Mihi going to be #1 there.
Great job.
The most average damage and most average kills.
Okay, I'm sure Fresh has got to be really close there for the side of Unicorns of Love. So we got 2 players of the side of Destiny. I mean, Mihi has always been that great player. And I think that also one thing that stands out a lot for Mihi is that he's not only going for the fights and actually aiming for kills, he's also been scouting a lot too. So he's been able to be very volatile in what kind of roles he's been playing. And I think that having players been able to do 2 roles at the same time is really, really helpful. And Mihi definitely stands in that kind of situation. Same for Beast, also stands out as a decent fragger, but also a really good scouting player for the side of Destiny. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see these 2 players especially being up there, but GK first once again. He's going to be sandwiched up between Destiny.
I completely agree what you're talking about with Mihi. He has been, we saw it all last week, whenever there would be an edge position that they maybe have been in, he was the one that was leading the charge, maybe making that little scouting move, or in other kind of you know, gunplay terms, he was being almost the entry fragger in a lot of those situations as well. So yeah, really standout play, really good to see.
To remind you guys, if you do become the MVP at the end of the finals, you win yourself an extra $1,000 for yourself. And with that $1,000, you can easily buy yourself the new OnePlus 9 series, which has the next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay alongside heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on max settings. Hashtag never settle. And that's what definitely I would be doing if I won $1,000 just like that for my hard-earned play. But that's going to do it for a day here, guys. We've had some crazy games in the likes of Destiny. We saw some teams we expected to do better, unfortunately not rise up, but you know what, we still have 1 day to go before we find out who's playing in our very second super weekend. So tomorrow we'll be coming right back with our second day of league play. It's the exact same time, and we'll see you guys then. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.